Hello, this is the first 10 chapters of the Fallout fanfiction story titled The Lone Star Expedition. This story was written by my pal and fellow Fallout fanfiction writer, Xcom-Anders, and 95% of the art was created by him as well. You may find a link to his story in the description, and I highly recommend you check it out. Although we differ somewhat in styles, each one of his stories are very engaging, and I notice he is one of few authors on the site below that takes world building very seriously and excels at it. He has been a tremendous inspiration to me, and we have even swapped characters, so you may recognize a character or two if you are a fan of my own works. That all said, I need to say that, like with the recent David Levin story I uploaded to YouTube, I took on something of an experimental approach when it comes to editing the audio. So please let me know if there is something glaringly weird in the audio. For the editing I have done has been extremely minimal. Also, it may be worth mentioning that the art in the video was done in a simplistic means, like I again did with the David Levin story, so what you see in the video may have nothing to do with what you are listening to. I admittedly don't think that will be too big of an issue anyway, since most of you, including myself, only really listen to audiobooks at work, so the art is not that important. Anywho, I have a couple additional projects in the works while I try to finish Paul's letter to Rome, but stand by for at least one more video before November 14th. Now that all that is out of the way, I hope you enjoy the work of my pal as much as I did. The Lone Star Expedition by Xcom-Anders on fanfiction.net. Chapter 1. Documenting the Foundations of a New Era. War. It is the engine that drives and destroys humanity in equal measure. Since the beginning of what we understand to be civilization, conflict has stood beside it. Rocks became spears, spears became gunpowder, gunpowder became the split atom. And so with the advent of the Great War, civilization itself risked total annihilation. Humanity, though ever resilient, survived. From the vaults and wastes, civilization slowly returned to the world. In what had once been America, it took on disparate forms with different names. The New California Republic, Caesar's Legion, the Midwestern Confederacy, and most recently, the Mojave Nation, founded, or according to some stolen, by a courier turned governor. The Mojave Nation's existence has been short yet bloody. It came into existence in the final days of the NCR Legion War, driving out both combatants from the region. It would scarcely be a year later affirm its right to exist in what would be known as the War of the Glorious Cause, turning back invaders from across the Pacific. In the years that followed, a new force would be developed by the governor to protect his fledgling kingdom. Thus were formed the judicial marshals from the remains of the Desert Rangers to protect the nation and its people. In the years that followed, a friendly if cool relationship between the NCR and Mojave Nation has slowly begun to develop, nominally as an alliance against Caesar's, now Lanius's, Legion. Lanius's Legion has retreated deep into the east, a mysterious woman now among their leadership who seeks to alter this new empire to her whims. In their place, vast swaths of what had been Arizona and Utah have effectively been ceded to the Mojave Nation, with the small country unable to effectively police their new territory. These unclaimed wastes are now home to many seeking their own brand of freedom, and will not hesitate to defend their visions from any who seek to subjugate them. It has been 21 years since the defeat of Madame Zhang and the true birth of the Mojave Nation. A vicious pack of raiders has begun attacking the northern borders of the NCR, agents of the Midwestern Confederacy. Neither the NCR nor Vegas can withstand a sustained assault against this ambitious rising power of the wastes. Rallying their alliance, both Shady Sands and New Vegas have agreed to launch a desperate plan to seek out an ally to turn the tide. As California's contributions speed down the rail line connecting it to the Mojave, another bloody chapter in the history of mankind is about to play out, this time at the hands of a new generation of peacekeepers and warlords. War is returning to the wasteland, and war never changes. Chapter 1. Documenting the Foundations of a New Era. Tim Frost snapped away at his typewriter as the rail line pulled in to the third-to-last station. Too wordy, his boss barked in his mind's ear. There's no style, no pizzazz. We need something that'll get asses in theaters. Malcolm Hamish was an old guard of the new California Republic Broadcasting Service, in the sense that the rising media entity wasn't less than a generation old. What had started as a radio station in the hub had begun spreading out into the rest of the West Coast, branching out into a newborn film industry. Public theaters were back in vogue, the lost arts of the past slowly resurfacing as the educated class in California could focus on things beyond immediate survival. Hamish was interested in money. Frost was interested in culture. Reports from the NCR HQ stationed near Dayglow indicate that the 3 battalions sent forth to contain the encroaching threat of the wild cons have each suffered a casualty rate at excess of 60%. The equipment and tactics of the newfound war machines present a dilemma the NCR military has not seen on such a heightened scale before. General Pappas has stated that air superiority was called in to stifle the advances within NCR borders proper, but multiple reports indicate several pockets of resistance have been fortified to repel any NCR attempt to drive out the invasion. With toeholds secure, many in the military predict it will only be a matter of time until the invasion proper begins. Frost took a moment to look over what he had written. Objective, factual to the best of his ability, but he could hear his boss screaming about dramatics. It wasn't some boxing match. People were dying. The wild cons, embittered by generations of historical grievances, and emboldened by a supplier who provided them with war carts that allowed them to spearhead raids, and eventually a full takeover of several towns in the northern NCR. After a disastrous battle between the wild cons and the NCR army, a skirmish that was bafflingly chosen to take place on an open field, the NCR was gifted its worst defeat since the twilight years of the Mojave War. Of course, while General Pappas and her commanders were preoccupied with the northern campaign, the NCR Senate, meanwhile, was more concerned with those who supplied the wild cons with the equipment and material. Thanks to the NCR Intelligence Bureau, various radio transmissions were intercepted between Urungal Khan, newly risen war chief of the wild cons, and an individual known as Jefferson. Future reports would reveal that Jefferson was an agent working for the Midwestern Confederacy, a former rogue Brotherhood of Steel chapter turned Crusader state. Apart from their sudden revelation during the event that would become colloquially known as the War of the Glorious Cause to some and Zhang's Folly to others, the Midwestern Brotherhood never made any serious attempts to open diplomatic channels with the NCR. The sudden move to arm California's most persistent menace marked a sudden escalation in hostility between the two nominal neighbors. If Frost was a man to share his suspicions, he would have offered that a possible alliance between the apparently growing East Coast Brotherhood of Steel might hold some of the responsibility for the Midwest's recent decisions. A risky gamble, if ever there was one. Timothy Frost was taking a gamble as well. A Vault City native, having cut his teeth on the technical departments of the revitalized film industry, he decided he wanted to offer up his own alternative to the NCR's propaganda efforts, schlocky D-class films, and the erotica art house genres that by far made up most of the NCR public's viewing habits. Tim wanted to offer up something different. He wanted to be different. He wanted to be a documentarian. His subject, the joint task force consisting of the NCR military contingents operating alongside the Mojave Nation's premier defense/law enforcement organization, the Judicial Marshals. This task force had been dubbed the Allied Expeditionary Group and was to be sent east into the unclaimed wastes to either deter or provoke the upcoming conflict. It was an opportunity too compelling to pass up. The two judicial marshals stood impassively as the train pulled into the station by the NCR/Mojave border. The taller one held up a sign while his partner scanned the boarding ramps as the departees began to leave the cars. Military uniforms aside, it was a motley assortment of disparate units disembarking at the behest of their government to assist with the two's own. From the front came the Red Berets and the Mohawked Scalps of the 1st Reconnaissance Battalion and the 14th Volunteer Scout Brigade, respectively, the former being a relative mainstay in the NCR military for years. while the other was an attempt by some in the government to integrate tribal citizens more effectively into the army proper. "You think Dad recognizes any of these people?" the tall marshal asked his partner. "Anyone he could was probably smart enough to retire by now," the other answered. "Then tell him that," the tall one stated as the next car opened up. A collection of cleanly pressed uniforms and near-pristine body armor filled out expertly. These were from the 32nd Guard Battalion, a highly professional unit that had protected NCR interests in northern Nevada against everything from the 80s Raider Gang to several ambitious splinter warlords from Caesar's Legion. It was also rumored that their CO took under-the-table contracts from Brahmin barons and caravan companies, which would explain the heightened state of their equipment, the shorter marshal thought derisively to herself. "Come on! Get off this fucking shitbox on the double. You ain't getting paid to sit on your ass, so move!" A ghoul officer stormed off his carriage, barking orders at the rabble of molted soldiers grousing and welching as they exited their car. For soldiers, they were surprisingly insolent towards their commanding officer, cursing him out and snapping at him. The officer took every insult uttered towards him and somehow returned them with interest. Towards the back, a small pack of super mutants slowly squeezed through their exit, the largest one wearing an armband with 3 chevrons on it. This was the infamous 66th Assault Battalion, an all-mutant regiment that specialized in hazardous environments, and a unit that carried a colorfully dark reputation, if rumors were anything to go by. Finally, in the back, the sliding door began to open, and technicians and workers both got to work unloading the suits of armor of the platoon of heavy troopers that had been tagged along at the last minute. The 5th Heavy Armor Battalion was supposed to be General Lee Oliver's crowning jewel and his most important contribution to the Mojave War. However, the late general's reputation had been thoroughly sullied and broken, to which the 5th also had to endure by proxy. Though well supplied, the unit had been denied opportunities to redeem its name time after time. To the credit of all who came here, everyone wearing a suit of scavenged armor was a volunteer, so they were spared the usual snickering and backhanded comments. For the moment, at least. "I'd thought there'd be rangers?" The first spoke as he held up his sign. "They aren't repeating the same mistake they made 20 years ago," the two's commander said as she stood between them. "Took long enough to learn, but they sent their best troops north to stop the bleeding. So where is this dweeb?" The shorter one sighed behind her mask. "Helmet off," the commander snapped. "I'm just saying that this is a waste of time." She tried to start. "Now!" the commander barked. Slowly, the marshal took off her helmet and pulled down her gas mask, her brown eyes downcast as her caramel face slowly bowed towards her superior. The officer in question snapped at the bridge of her nose with her finger, a soft crack causing the talented wunderkind to wince at the discipline. "I apologize, ma'am," the ranger said as she looked up at her superior. "I assigned this task to you two because I have more faith in you than most," the officer scolded. "Failing it will reflect poorly on me in more ways than one." "Sorry, Mom," the girl said as she reapplied her equipment. Commissioner Natalie Boone sighed as she heard snickering behind her. Shooting a look back, her son was cowed back to his duty. "Good. Now be good children and stay here until he shows up. In the meantime, I'm going to have a chat with Colonel Gorobetz as soon as I find him." "Wilco," Junior Marshals Toby and Carla Boone announced as their mother/superior officer cut through the departing. "Finally get to see some real action and we're stuck guarding some pencil neck," Carla groused the moment her mom was out of earshot. "Hey, if keeping this dweeb safe nets us some political capital, I'm all for it," Toby replied. "And what are you going to do with political capital, genius?" Carla shot back. "Use it to get a gig that isn't some bullshit babysitting job, duh," Toby answered. Near the front of the train, a small figure slowly began heaving his heavy luggage from the train, piece by piece. The guy was young, mid-20s at the lowest end, with hair that looked like it was starting to gray far too prematurely. As he placed his terminal on top of his third suitcase, he took a breath as he leaned on his knees. Glancing up, he noticed the two marshals staring at him. "You're my escort?" he asked, heaving in the air as they glanced at one another. "You with NCRBS?" Carla asked. "That I am," My name is Timothy Frost, and I'm something of a filmographic journalist. I believe your commissioner told you of my arrival and itinerary? He asked. She did, Toby replied flatly. Okay, Frost nodded. Now I just need to get this equipment to the hotel. We have a Brahmin available, correct? Yeah, about 3/4 of a mile down the road. Carla hiked her thumb. That would be excellent now if you two would be so kind as to... He paused as both marshals turned their backs to him and proceeded down the dirt road. We're bodyguards, not bellhops, Toby called over his shoulder. Frost took a moment to exhale, gathered his breath, and began to lug 2 suitcases by his side, while another was dragged behind him. It would take the better part of an hour, but before too long, he reached the Brahmin. As he paused to stop himself from keeling over, he looked up to see the 2 marshals golf clapping. A little help would have been appreciated, he wheezed out. Yeah, we thought so, Toby shrugged. Since this is going to be a long stay, how about we get it out of the way now? What was that about? Frost looked to the two. The two traded a look with each other. I guess we just don't appreciate tourists, Carla answered. Well, for future reference, please let it be known that I am here for work, not pleasure, Frost explained. The work of taking pictures of others doing the hard work, we are aware, Toby replied as he slapped the flank of the Brahmin. It's a bit more than that, Frost tried to explain. I'm looking to chronicle the expedition as it happens. This is a historic event, and it deserves the documentation I intend to give it. Ah, so you aren't just another guy with a camera and a recorder trying to get another salacious headline out of the governor? Toby asked. Please, I have class, Frost sniffed. And nothing I can do can top Miss Kimball's little memoir. Toby let out a cackle while Carla muttered something under her breath. The former NCR president's daughter's vacation to New Vegas had been a memorable event. Intending to write a scathing rebuke of the governor's policies and decisions, what Amy Kimball instead wrote was a collection of encounters in the Lucky 38 that often ended either underneath bedsheets or passed out to be discovered by the man's daughter. With many of the Mojave Nation's services rivaling that which the NCR could provide, she was left with little in the way of critique, and needed something with which to sell the book, was what she claimed. I doubt you could, Carla admitted. We're burning moonlight. We have a reservation set up for you at the Tops. You should have enough time to get acclimated but not too comfortable. The AEG is almost ready to set out. The Tops? I had no idea such accommodations had been set aside for me, Frost exclaimed in disbelief. Why wouldn't it be, you damn tourist? Carla muttered under her breath. That is excellent news, you two. I can get so much work done. You know, I also covered some of the labor disputes in Maxon. You wouldn't believe how cheap Hamish was during that. I was basically given a tent. A tent? Can you believe that? With this equipment, I needed a studio apartment at minimum. You can only imagine how strenuous that whole ordeal was. Additionally, I also covered that incident near Frisco, you know, the one between the Van Graffs and the Salvatore cartel. I was stuck there with nothing but a flashlight, some typewriting ribbons, and a recorder with no batteries. How I got out through that was a story in itself, what with... Somewhere past this point, both marshals made the decision to deafen their helmets, turning up the radio transmitter so they could listen to Heartache by the number, and made a bet on how long they'd have to wait until Johnny Guitar came back on. It was a long way to the lights, and judging from the plans that had been made, the last time they'd be there for a while. As throngs of tourists made their way down through the streets of New Vegas, most made their way directly to the sights and sounds of the main strip. As the most secure part of the city, most were free to spend their caps without feeling like their literal lives were at risk. For those clientele who did in fact wish to seek out such a thrill, just off the street on the way to the main casinos was another establishment with laxer rules. This place was called the Atomic Wrangler. 4 rough-looking customers sat at a table, cards all before them. They looked at one another as the 5th member looked at her cards. She was young, barely into her 20s, and rather attractive. Her loose t-shirt and jeans accentuating her figure without displaying anything, allowing their imaginations to actively work as she glanced over her cards. She had these idiots right where she wanted them. So, you guys here for business or pleasure? She asked, coy and bubbly. Pleasure, business, the crew said indecisively. Oh, sounds expensive, the girl said, narrowing her eyes. I bet you guys got caps for days. Oh yeah, once we One of them was sharply hammered in the ribs by the bigger one. He threw glares at the other three, causing them to bite their tongues and avert their eyes. And I have found the leader. A secret? She purred. I love secrets, she giggled. Well, the boss don't, the lead lackey said. I'm sure he doesn't. Probably likes to keep things close to the chest. I know I do, she smiled. And I doubt they'd see any reason to keep you four in further than you need to know. Weekend help tends to go that way, she said, absent-mindedly. Lady, we ain't nobody's weekend help, the leader growled. Prove it, she asked as she looked over her cards. Okay, you know that cute little border patrol those goody-goody JEMs set up in the north? The leader grinned. We found a gap. Where? She asked, interested. Ah, that would be telling, the leader shook his head. You'd have to make it worth my while, girlie. The girl placed her cards face down on the table, not breaking eye contact with the leader. Snaking her arms inside her shirt, she maneuvered her fingers to her back. A few moments later, a bra was dropped on top of the modest pile of caps. I'm afraid I didn't bring much to this. I don't have much more than the clothes on my back, she explained. That's so? The leader grinned sleazily. I think we can work out an arrangement. How about an hour of your time? So far, all you've done is talk a big game, she turned her nose up at the four. And only just barely. Girl, you seem like a swell lady, but our business requires discretion, the leader explained. There could be a lot of ears listening in, and if the judicial marshals ever got wind of our business, that could complicate everything. You must be new here then, the girl smiled. Judicial marshals have no jurisdiction within the city limits. The casinos all have their own rules and customs, and the Wrangler in particular offers discretion above all else. I guess, the leader said. But if this got back to the governor, something flashed across the girl's eyes. What's your name, buddy? My boys call me T-Jack, little lady. You? I'm Rosa. Do you want to know something about me, T-Jack? I don't like the judicial marshals. I don't like being told what I can and can't do. And I really don't like the governor. You serve time? T-Jack asked incredulously. I've been a prisoner for so long, T-Jack. All I want is the freedom to do what I want and live as I please. And I want no one to get in my way, she explained, passion barely bubbling beneath the surface. And what I want, T-Jack, is whatever your boys are involved in. To top it all off with 30 cases of jet from that rinky-dink trailer we got just south of where Carson used to be. We're looking at 200,000 caps a month. T-Jack grinned as Rosa poured him another glass. All with that Poseidon gas station serving as your relay point, clever. Just close enough to the city limits to avoid the marshals, and close enough to offload your merch to a bevy of locals and tourists, Rosa cooed as she stroked his face. You really do know your stuff, Rosa. How about you and I go upstairs so we can finalize your role in our little organization? T-Jack grinned. Oh, I'd love to, but the thing is, Rosa explained as she returned to her seat. I already won. And just like that, she laid her cards on the table. A 5, a 6, a 7, an 8, and a 9. She had a straight flush since the game began. Grabbing her backpack, she began raking the chips in, stopping to pick up her bra and daintily toss it to the flabbergasted T-Jack. A token to remember me by, she winked as she zipped up her bag. Not so fast. One of the thugs immediately grabbed her wrist as she slung her backpack over her shoulder. You cheated. Probably, Rosa shrugged. So you ain't leaving until you make it right, T-Jack growled. Rosa cast her gaze up to the balcony. A bouncer had been waiting with the rest of her things the moment she entered the casino, as per the deal with the owner. Drawing out a machete, the bouncer tossed it down to the waiting palm of the girl. In what seemed like the same instant it landed in her palm, the thug suddenly felt his arm go numb just above the elbow. He watched as his grip on her wrist went lax as it dropped to the floor, staring dumbfounded at the bleeding stump that remained. The moment his cognizance told him to scream, another strike cut his throat open, and he collapsed on the floor, gurgling. Blood spattered on her face. She eyed the 3 survivors intently. To their credit, they all had decent poker faces, but the fact that no one was immediately trying to avenge their fallen comrade told her everything she needed to know. "Security," she bellowed. Almost immediately, a leather-clad super mutant burst from behind the stage curtains. "What's up, Rosa?" "These men attempted to dishonor me. You know how we feel about that," Rosa explained as she slid her machete into a leather sheath on her backpack. "Huh. Francis grinned as the three were cowed into a corner. "This is the best part of my day." As Rosa left the stage and headed to the bar, the owner of the casino stood by a wall as she passed him. "Well?" he asked. "As you suspected, Mordino Muscle. This time they're using the gas station by Westside to move their stuff. Might want to have your boys swing by before they catch wind that someone blabbed," Rosa explained. "Already done," Jimmy Bishop grinned, the young underboss smiling at the thought of cutting off another artery of the Mordino's constant attempts at undermining his family's position as top dog of New Vegas. "Great. I didn't so much as have to flash a tit this time," Rosa sighed as she shifted the weight of her backpack. It was about 500 caps, a decent wage for an evening of work. Jimmy Bishop was effectively her oldest friend, going back years as he showed her the ropes of how to deal with people and earn the respect of those who mattered. "By the way," Jimmy started apologetically, "I got a message from your dad. He really wants to talk to you." Rosa grimaced. "Of course he does," she gritted. "He only ever makes time for me when he wants something. I could tell him you're out, maybe back at Westside, you know?" Jimmy shrugged. "No, I may as well see what it is this time," she scoffed. To the throng of tourists waiting outside the gates, many of them were annoyed to see a 20-year-old Latina woman cut her way through the line. Where most of them were wearing suits and carrying briefcases, this one wore jeans, sneakers, and a loose red t-shirt, in addition to the red bandana covering her forehead. Clearly, she came off as someone who belonged in Freeside with the rest of the hippies, were it not for the machete hanging from her backpack. As she pushed her way to the front, the Securitrons all trained their weapons towards her. "Identify," the one in front barked. Rosa replied by extending her middle finger in front of its screen. Analyzing. Access approved. "Welcome back," the sentry announced as the gate creaked open to welcome her to the bafflement of the tourists still waiting outside. She returned to the too familiar sight of neon blotting out the stars and the desperate chasing of dreams. Vegas was a shining beacon of joy to those who were impressed by bright lights and loud noises. She swallowed her contempt as she climbed the stairs to the Lucky 38. Reaching for the door, it already swung open as a pair of green eyes waited to greet her. "Where were you?" the governor asked. "Out," Rosa explained. The governor grabbed her and pulled her inside. "And you have blood on your face," he said as he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it away. "Could you at least try to act presentably today? If you want someone to parade in front of your friends, get a stripper from Gomorrah," Rosa snapped. "None of that," the governor hissed. "I see you're still doing that bounty hunting bullshit with Gav's kid, and I'm pretty good at it too, old man," Rosa sneered. "See this?" She motioned to her backpack. 500 for a little conversation. "Is that chicken scratch supposed to impress me?" The governor scoffed. "It means I don't need to be under your thumb. I'm the only person in this town not stupid enough to gamble," Rosa snapped. "The hell you are," the governor shot back derisively. "You think you're such a big girl because you've been wrapping small-time thugs around your finger? Well, guess what? I built your safety net. I'm the reason you haven't been kidnapped and cut to pieces by the worst the wastes have to offer. All I want is to see you safe, and all you've done is despise me for it. I just want you to give me the same freedom you gave Mom," she called out. The governor raised his hand. Rosa stood still, waiting for it. The two locked eyes and didn't flinch. "That was a low blow," the governor growled, lowering his hand. "So, what do you want, old man?" Rosa curled her lip. The governor closed his eyes to collect himself. He took a breath and looked her in the eyes once more. "You know what the AEG is here for?" "What does that have to do with me?" Rosa scoffed. "Yes or no?" the governor snapped. "No, I guess," Rosa shrugged. The governor sighed. "You know what? That's fine. It's my fault. I should have talked to you sooner." "No kidding," Rosa muttered under her breath. "Oh, like you made it so damn easy," the governor snapped. "Anyway." Rosa called to get the conversation back on track. "What does a bunch of NCR rifle jockeys have to do with me?" The Allied Expeditionary Group's primary mission is a show of unified force to give the Midwestern Confederacy something to think about, and to dissuade any attempts to take any territory in the unclaimed wastes, and to foster an alliance between the Mojave Nation and the NCR, marching a bunch of toy soldiers into the desert. I got that part. Rosa sniffed. There is another reason that the public is unaware of, the governor pressed. Rosa started to listen intently now. There were a select few people who she trusted to be upfront with her, and for all his faults, the governor was one of them. The truth is, the goal of this expedition is to reach Imperial Texas. No way, Rosa laughed. You can't be serious. We received a message from a city called Dallas. It spoke of the rising tensions between the Confederacy and the NCR, with whom our alliance makes it our problem. They haven't declared a side, but Barnaky has been making them offers. If this turns into a three-front war, California and Vegas are history. So far, they've been staying out of it, but they've offered us a deal. What kind of deal? Rosa asked, a pit forming in her stomach. The governor pulled out the parchment. Oh, mighty vanquisher of the City of Lights, the Confederacy of Steel has requested of U.S. aid with which to strike you down as you deserved in the 20 years prior. The sons of Caesar have not broken, and upon his grave a mighty empire has flourished. The empire of Texas shall from this day forth prove to be a most worthy of adversaries, or perhaps the greatest of allies. Our great deliverer, Caesar Lanius, has bestowed upon you an opportunity to save your existence from the coming wrath, and perhaps deny the warmonger her conflict. Sure, love the sound of their own voices, don't they? Rosa rolled her eyes. This opportunity is conditional. We wish to meet with your blood. See if you have succeeded in passing down your worthiness and legacy unto a capable body of keen mind and noble bearing. We honor that who have vanquished us in the past, but only a suitable successor shall allow our respect to endure. Cordially yours, Caesar Lanius. Rosa looked to the governor. Did they say what I think they said? Chapter 2. The tenuous formalities of departure. Frost sat in his room, looking over the draft on his terminal. Some questioned why he brought a typewriter and a computer terminal to fulfill what the same job was essentially. In truth, despite its redundancies, Frost had a personal system to uphold. The typewriter was for news reports, and the terminal was for scripts. His greatest personal fear was the possibility that he'd conflate the two, as little good came from reporters attempting to invoke dramatics. As a reporter-archivist, he was a witness first and foremost, an observer. Besides, the more he stayed out of the way of the soldiers, the more he could mitigate their contempt for him, he assured himself. The relationship between the NCR press and the NCR military had been increasingly contentious since the passing of President Tandy, by far the best advocate for freedom of the press in living memory. Her tenure had been preceded by leaders who were either unconcerned with its status to those who were actively hostile to it. More than a few in the military during the Kimball administration had implied that it was critical reporting that was the key component to the low morale of the Mojave garrisons, as opposed to rising casualties or lack of supplies. Still, hostile or not, Tim Frost was a man who took his research seriously. He had pulled some strings with a friend of his who was embedded near the Sierra HQ. Though he figured he'd be spending more time with the grunts and enlisted, he believed it pertinent that he understood the leadership. That way, if a misunderstanding became inevitable, he'd at least be effectively able to efficiently plead his case before they expulsed him into the desert. All his files regarded NCR personnel, as all his requests involving the judicial marshals had been denied in the months leading up to this expedition. The main CO of the NCR contingent was a career soldier named Colonel Petro Gorobets, a veteran of the initial Mojave campaign who had served with distinction, for better or worse. Despite being involved with the Bitter Springs Massacre, an infamous event that the NCR had yet to recover from, as the raids to the north could attest, Gorobet's record had been otherwise unblemished, largely a collection of confirmed kills involving Caesar's Legion and the Fiends Gang. Following his promotion that took him off the combat lines, He had proven himself to be a capable administrator, which would indicate the primary reason he had been chosen to oversee this operation with his old unit in tow. The current CO of the 1st Recon Contingent was Captain Zachary Milligan. Too young to have served in the Mojave War, Milligan had been trained and tutored by the old guard of the unit, primarily under a soldier known as King of Spades. Possessing commendable scores in tracking and stalking, most of his postings found him guarding forts and checkpoints. Going off the records alone, this could very well be his first potential encounter with combat. Next was the CO of the 14th Volunteer Scout Brigade, a tribal war chief who hailed from the Badlands of Oregon. He knew that tribals, especially recently assimilated ones, often gave their children the names of great leaders to ground them in history, while teaching what to aspire for the future. As he looked at the photo of the wild-looking woman, the sides of her head shaved with only a thick strip on the top, as war paint was applied generously in lines around her face, he wondered how someone could look at the kindly visage of his old late president and apply the same name to the vicious-looking woman. But his was not to question the wisdom of tribals, and other than that felt little to fear from War Chief Tandy. Next up was the commander of the 32nd Guard, his blonde, coiffed hair and pretty boy looks at odds with the uniform and background of the photo. Captain Ethan Wallace was the 3rd son of a wealthy cattle baroness and an NCR representative. Born into a life of privilege, Wallace had apparently tried to enter a newly established medical college run by the followers of the apocalypse, though he soon dropped out after an otherwise solid semester. Same story with a fledgling law school, applied, and dropped out after a semester of otherwise solid test scores. After the cycle repeated half a dozen times throughout California, his father evidently seemed to have put his foot down, judging by how he committed to his time in officer training near Navarro. Despite rumors of using his parents' connections to get him cushier gigs, barring a few minor infractions near the start of his tenure, Captain Wallace seemed every bit the model officer. Next was one of the more controversial officers, one so infamous that Frost had known his name long before receiving the dossier. Captain Donald Rathmore, founder and commander of the 66th Assault, also known as the Doomed and Damned, the first and thus far only all-mutation unit in the main NCR military. Rathmore had founded the battalion to give employment to his scorched brethren, while providing the NCR an option to safely assail her enemies through hazardous environments. Captain Rathmore had something of a colorful reputation. For every story where he led the rescue of a caravan from a nest of deathclaws, there was another where his men skewered the babies of hostile tribals to force them to concede territory when expansion was the main issue on the docket. Figuring out what was true and what would not be promised to be an ordeal in and of itself, as Rathmore would often go out of his way to obfuscate his personal history, to which he was aided considerably by the NCR itself, seeing him as too valuable an asset to be bogged down in whatever controversies his tactics instigated. Even with all this in mind, it was the final CO that the NCR had parted with that raised the most eyebrows. First Lieutenant Kimberly Baxter of the 5th Heavy Armor. The photograph portrayed a young and rather striking woman. Her records were rife with platitudes and recommendations, a solid worker, a diligent student, and a promising leader. No disciplinary citations, no demerits, and on nearly all accounts a paragon of virtue and a prodigy of military service. And yet, upon her volunteering to command the detachment of the 5th, the hallways of the NCR military HQ were full of murmurs and suspicion. As uncontroversial as Lieutenant Baxter appeared on the surface, one had to look a little beyond the records to see where the potential disaster lay. Kimberly Baxter was the daughter of one Carrie Baxter, married to Peter Baxter, a records clerk serving in the NCR Senate. This was not where the issue came from. Before Carrie was married, her maiden name was Carrie Moore, the younger sister of the infamous General Cassandra Moore, a war hawk whose relationship with the governor of New Vegas was so adversarial, she had allied with the murderous Madame Xiao Zhang to destroy him. When her relationship came to light after the NCR narrowly avoided several nuclear strikes, she was stripped of her rank and sentenced to 10 years in prison. She had been released early on bail, thanks to a few anti-Vegas supporters in California who had held her up as a martyr in a professional sense. though the brewing war with the Khans, and potentially their Confederate masters, was at the forefront of the NCR's mind. Behind the scenes, Moore and her partners had been lobbying to dissolve the NCR-Mojave coalition, arguing that California was the primary reason Governor Perez's hadn't collapsed, and demanding Vegas's assimilation into the NCR proper as the only just course of action. It was far from a popular sentiment, but if the expedition to Imperial Texas failed, more and more people would start to listen. But right now, the question on everyone's mind, if not necessarily their tongues, was just whose side was First Lieutenant Kim Baxter on. Jimmy Bishop sat across his father. Much like the name of the Bishop family's headquarters, the older man's hair had turned stark silver a few years ago, an inevitability to most of those who kept their hair in their 60s. His father looked over the reports, mostly as a formality, as his son had earned his total trust over the last 10 years. The Bishop family, having emigrated to Vegas from Reno, had a unique position within the city limits. They oversaw the revenue and security of all attractions and services provided within the city limits. A controversial call, but with the high turnover within the Omerta's leadership, and with multiple brushes with disaster the White Glove Society had managed to avoid, it hadn't been a particularly difficult argument to make. So yeah, Jake Freeman is more than qualified to fill in my position. And with the Mordinos driven out for the time being, you shouldn't need any assistance on my end, Jimmy explained. Perhaps that's not what I'm concerned about, Mr. Bishop grumbled. And please enlighten me, Pops, Jimmy asked. Mr. Bishop glared over the reports. There's brash and there's reckless, kid. I'd have hoped you'd figured that out by now. She needs someone she can trust. She doesn't know anyone from California, and she doesn't exactly have the best reputation with the JMS, Jimmy explained. And whose fault is that? Mr. Bishop asked. Not mine. Jimmy folded his arms. Mr. Bishop stared at him. I didn't contribute. Majorly, Jimmy began to concede. When Rosa Perez was born, Jimmy Bishop would often look after the girl 8 years his junior. Adopting the role of older brother, Jimmy often took it upon himself to teach the young girl the ropes about growing up in the wasteland, even from a position of privilege. The governor hadn't been a big fan of Jimmy's influence, but between the time he dedicated to the judicial marshals and dealing with disputes between their westmost neighbor, his unintentional neglect left the poor girl in need of a positive male role model. Jimmy, as heir to the Bishop crime family, was every bit the business-savvy confidant as he was the hard-charging enforcer. He had cut his teeth on the last few remaining vagrants who still believed in jumping potentially easy targets, as well as raiders who jeopardized some of his family's off-the-book enterprises in California. As Rosa grew up, she began playing roles in these operations as well, graduating from lookout to easy mark to subtle enforcer. In truth, she always had a talent for violence. One need only look at her family to see the reality of it, but Jimmy allowed her to mold herself into a flexible weapon whenever the need arose or it simply suited her fancy. You aren't the worst influence in her life, Mr. Bishop admitted. For that, we would need to look at particular absences. Jimmy smiled a bit. The governor was reliable, often very fun to be around, a dedicated friend, an excellent fighter, and a subpar parent. He had spent quite a lot of time looking for someone to mother the girl, time he could have used to bond with and raise her. The man simply had not been ready to be a parent, and everyone else had to pick up the slack. With that in mind, who could blame Jimmy after all? So, you are adamant that you travel with her to a territory ruled by a potentially hostile warlord, surrounded by law enforcement and soldiers with often suspect loyalties, in a journey that could take months, if not years, with no guarantee of survival? Mr. Bishop asked. Well, Pop, when you put it like that, you make the decision sound so easy, Jimmy laughed. Do I now? Mr. Bishop asked. Rosa is being sent because she doesn't have a choice. If she refuses or runs, the result could get a lot of people killed. And despite my best efforts, she doesn't have that much selfishness. I, on the other hand, with the freedom provided to me by virtue of having the best dad in the whole wide world. How does my ass taste? Bishop groused. I can hang with the best California and Nevada can offer, and we both know if anything the Legion had could top that, we'd all be wearing skirts about now. She needs me, Pop, and if you didn't, You'd be worried sick about her, Mr. Bishop finished. Jimmy looked away. Rosa had, for the most part, been under his protection. When she fell, Jimmy cleaned her up. When she doubted herself, Jimmy cheered her up. When her heart was broken, Jimmy drove the bastard from Vegas. Right now, she needed her big brother more than ever. Like he said, it wasn't a difficult choice. Well, as much as I want to fight you on it, at the end of the day you are a capable adult, Mr. Bishop said as he leaned back in his chair. And none of us got where we were by making sensible decisions. I knew you'd understand, Jimmy beamed. Before you go, though, Mr. Bishop said, I'm going to be entertaining some grandkids. Judy is swinging by, and I think she'd like to talk to Uncle Jimmy before he heads out. Oh, wonderful. I get to say goodbye to the 6 little scamps before I leave, Jimmy laughed. About to be 7 now, Bishop corrected. Jimmy's eyes widened. Another one? She just had one a year ago. Mr. Bishop shrugged. I had my doubts when she started seeing that Mormon boy, but damn if they haven't been busy. I'll say, Jimmy said, overwhelmed. When are they going to stop? Judy says she's shooting for 12. You know, biblical reasons and all. I think I read that part. Isn't he going to need a second wife for that? Jimmy asked. Now that part is going to need a miracle. Finding another woman whose throat Judy won't want to slit? Mr. Bishop laughed, as Frost finally lay on his bed, eyes heavy from staring at a screen for hours. He gently threw off his shoes and told himself he'd take a quick power nap. He glanced at the clock hanging by the wall. 1 a.m. Later than he'd thought, but not the worst overextension of his personal biological deadline. Frost could sleep almost anywhere, being able to squeeze in power naps on assignments. A few hours rest sprinkled through the day, and he was at optimal levels. Already his mind was at work going over the itinerary of the next day. Tomorrow would be the ceremony at Camp McCarran, where the expedition would assemble and prepare for its journey to the east. That point would be the best possible opportunity to learn of the judicial marshals before crossing the dam. So far, the ones he had been most familiar with had been less than hospitable. It appeared that resentment of tourists was going to be a bit of a recurring theme going forward. A knock on his door interrupted his consciousness before it could drift away. Frost could have sworn he had placed a D&D sign on the handle. Rousing himself from his bed, he made the painful trek across the room to open the door and give the knocker a piece of his mind. Swinging the door open, he came face to face with his primary sponsor. She was wearing a fluffy bathrobe that seemed to completely envelop her body below the neck. Above it was a spectacled Asian woman, her hair wet from a recent shower. 3 streaks of torn skin on her left cheek marked her otherwise unblemished skin. "Are you busy?" she asked. "No, not at all, Miss Senator," Frost hastily added as he stepped aside. "Please, Mr. Frost, my name is Ziyi," she replied as she entered. Senator Ziyi Feng had been one of his first and most essential sponsors. His spot in the expedition would not have happened if Ziyi hadn't been vouching for him. One of Ziyi's interests outside of her service in the NCR Senate had been the revitalization of culture and had been a reliable patron to the arts. She had even been the subject of an unconventional portrait 20 years ago by a young, up-and-coming artist named Angie Pravala. Naked from the waist up, with her back turned to the painter, brandishing the multitude of scars covering her, while revealing her damaged cheek over her shoulder. Dubbed The Scars We Hide, it was one of the most famous pieces of post-war artwork in California, and she had been dating the painter ever since. The point being, Ziyi Feng was a woman who took culture seriously, and took Frost's mission seriously. The reason for his successful embedding was because she vouched for him far beyond his ability to ascend the food chain. Ergo, he felt somewhat indebted to her. So much so that he did not feel particularly incentivized to press her on her former association with Madame Zhang or her current associations with the Van Graff clan. Perhaps that attitude wouldn't have been smiled upon an era ago, but in the post-war wasteland, the ability to mitigate bloodshed was the most paramount skill a politician could possess. "How do you like your room?" Ziyi asked. "I'm not going to get attached. I won't be staying for too long," Frost said truthfully, nose to the grindstone. "I love it," Ziyi smiled. "I wish I could have hired staff along, though. Would make the process a little easier," Frost admitted. I'm afraid the rest wouldn't budge. They wanted a small and mobile force that will move quickly. And I told them you could do the most with the least. Z shrugged as she blushed. So, what do the rest of them think about our little project? Frost asked. Z took a moment to scratch her chin. Well, Counselor Gannon wasn't much of a fan. Thought it was too big of a risk, so I had to talk him down to allowing a one-man crew to tag along. Again, sorry. As the civilian leader of the Vegas City Council, Arcade Gannon carried considerable clout and weight with his handling of the day-to-day issues of the city and surrounding settlements. As for Commissioner Boone, she basically approved on the condition that you would be watched over and escorted by her two most trusted agents, Z continued. Oh, that's great. I can't wait to meet them, Frost grinned. I believe you already have. Their names are Toby and Carla, junior recruits. Oh, Frost's smile faded. That's wonderful. And as for Governor Perez, well, Z paused. While he is not the biggest fan of the press, he understands the necessity of it. Little wonder, as the first successful collaboration between California and the Mojave ought to be well documented, Z offered. Very well, Frost sighed in relief. I'm glad everyone is on the same page with us and our vice president, Z grinned. Shu was pretty vital towards getting your foot in the door, wasn't he? Tell him next time you talk that I appreciate his support as well. Frost nodded. Consider it done. Well, I just figured we'd want to touch base, and seeing as this may be the last time we see each other, I just wanted to tell you that I wish you the best, of luck. Stay safe, try to make friends, and try to give Rosa a wide berth, Z advised. That's the governor's child, right? Frost asked. Come to think of it, I don't know about anyone scoring any interviews with her. Maybe if I strongly advise you keep your distance, Icarus, Z pressed. She's very headstrong and more than a little immature. If you annoy her or she just thinks it's funny, your job will get a lot harder than it has to be. She's that bad? Frost asked. Z took a moment to figure how to explain her caution delicately. She is her father's daughter. Frost nodded in understanding. I think I get what you mean. Great. Z nodded as she prepared to return to her room. Oh, and since you're going to Arizona, you might want to be on the lookout for... For what? Frost asked. You know, he's probably dead by now. Hopefully, Z muttered, mostly to herself. Never mind, have a good rest. North of the Strip, in a small community surrounded by recently built cottages, a tired young doctor made her way back home. Melody Young fought back a yawn as she passed her neighbor's house. Isaiah and Judy Albright had been hard at work building another extension to their growing abode, the sounds of children laughing growing fainter as the lights began to dim. If she were one to indulge in envy, the sounds of cheer and affection would be something she'd have loved to attain herself. However, she made a choice years ago to put others before herself, a situation she shared with her husband. As she opened the door to her own house, the faint smell of Mojave jambalaya wafted into her nostrils. It was her favorite meal, and she was already worried. Joseph, she called out. In here, he replied, bringing the pot to the table, set for 3. Joseph Young seemed a quiet and unassuming man. He was something of a spiritual leader and counselor to the steadily growing New Canaan. While only an elder, his influence often rivaled that of the bishop, the Mormon one, not the mob boss, and he had a knack for remaining popular even with those outside the faith, a talent many of his religious brothers often struggled with. You're home late, he began. A hard labor is good labor. I pray your ventures were successful today. You cooked, Melody interrupted. I did, Joseph nodded. I was careful, do not worry. I move rather deliberately. Can we just get it over with? Melody relented. Joseph peered at her from under his hat. Couldn't we just enjoy our meal beforehand? The only reason you'd go through this much effort is because you want to cushion some bad news. Melody shook her head. And I would rather deal with honesty than comfort. Joseph nodded as he set down the bubbling pot. Of course. Forgive me, I've been meaning to do a better job taking your feelings into account. I figured the news would upset you. What's the news? Melody asked. Well, she hasn't arrived yet, Joseph admitted. But I believe I will soon be called away to join the crusade, he chuckled to himself. Melody stopped herself from laughing. Can't you just say no? I could, Joseph continued. But I won't. Melody's small smile started to fade. You won't? Why? What do they need a blind man for? Joseph brought his hand up to scratch the gauze covering his dead eyes. The white leg attack years ago had taken his vision from him, even as it opened an understanding of the world he had clung to in the following years. I don't believe they need or even require my help. But she may, Joseph explained. A look of comprehension and shock covered Melody's face, one so clear and apparent even Joseph could see it. How are you still friends with her? If I was to cut out every sinner from my life, I'd be living in a very lonely existence, Joseph explained. I don't believe she's evil or actively malicious, just trying to find her way in a world that never makes it easy. But when she comes through that door, she will be looking for help, someone she can trust. I hope I can live up to her needs and expectations. Well, if you are insistent on going with her, I'm coming too, Melody relented as she spooned herself some of the meal. Joseph began to balk. I don't think that would be wise. I know how useless things are to argue with you. I can't stop you from leaving, Melody interrupted. So I'll just have to make it conditional. If they have enough room for a blind preacher, they'll have more than enough room for a doctor, I'm sure. Melody, if you could just take a moment to think about... Joseph tried to continue. If it's good enough for you, it's good enough for me. Till death do us part, remember? Melody explained through forced cheer. We're going to go to Texas, Joseph finally announced. Melody froze. Buried memories began to resurface. Cold nights shivering on the ground, hiding and waiting for soldiers to leave scraps of food unattended, the hot, stinking breath of the overseer, the beatings when her facade cracked, tears falling to the dirt as the violence intensified. In the years after that horrible incident, she prayed and prayed for the destruction of that horrible thing. She had been so happy to learn that they had fled further to the east, so far that she would never see that horrible banner again. And so devastated when the rumors became news, that another land and people had been subjugated by their armies. Defying all odds, and her hopes as well, Caesar's legion had survived. She felt two warm hands clasp hers. You don't have to. I would never ask you to, Joseph explained. Can I just have time to think? Melody asked, as she pulled her hands away. Of course, Joseph nodded. A series of sharp raps slammed against the door. Yo, Joe, you cooking that good shit in there? Excuse me? Joseph smiled slightly. He picked himself up, grabbing his cane as he marched to the front door. He opened it as Rosa was about to knock again. Must you be so loud and profane? He asked, voice level. Oh, come on, Judy's heard worse. Rosa grinned. Not the point, Joseph explained. We try to aspire to a higher standard in this community, which is why you live in spitting distance from the finest pussy houses in 100 or so miles, Rosa heckled as she came inside. Joseph lightly cracked his cane against her big toe. Rosa winced as Joseph then pulled out a seat for her at the table. Since I'm feeding you, will you promise to behave yourself, he asked. I will only promise to try, Rosa admitted. She sat beside the catatonic Dr. Melody. What's up, Doc? She asked as she began helping herself. They're sending you to the Legion? Melody muttered. Rosa shot a look at Joseph. It shouldn't have meant anything to him, but he still shrugged nonetheless. Turning back to Dr. Young, Rosa bit her lip. So, you know about that part then? Why do you want my husband with you? Melody asked. Spiritual guidance, Rosa answered. Melody audibly scoffed. Not just for me, Rosa tried to assuage. I think he'd be good for morale in general. If I have a problem, I know I can come to him. Now multiply that by like 1,000 or whatever. How can that not be a good thing? Melody rose her eyes up to glower at her. And his ability to know when shit's about to go down before it does will be super useful, Rosa confessed. Joseph groaned. Stuff! I meant stuff! Rosa corrected. You were too young to remember, Melody muttered. It was a bit before your time. Do you know what you're getting into? I'm walking into a den of rapists, slavers, and murderers, Rosa stated, her smile fading. The situation is so bad the old man is sending an army with me. He says it is to scare off the confettis. I think he really wants to dissuade that Lanius prick from pulling anything stupid. And when you arrive there, little girl, what are you going to do? Melody asked. Rosa shrugged. Tell them to quit being assholes and that the confettis are full of shit? Joseph pinched the bridge of his nose. I see. Melody nodded her head. You have no idea what the Legion is like. They'll tear you apart. Rosa slammed a fork into the table. I can take anything those guys can throw at me, Doc. Just you watch. If you make a mistake, Rosa, and if there's one thing you're good at, it's making mistakes, Melody said, voice level and steady. Then you are putting your life in jeopardy along with so many others. It would mean putting Joseph in danger, and I won't allow that. So, I'm going with... Mel, please, you don't have to... Joseph started. With all due respect, Joe, you don't know the Legion. Rosa, you've heard stories, but nothing you've heard will be enough to prepare you for what they really are. There are no surprises they can offer me, Melody swallowed. I dare say that no one knows more about the Legion in the Mojave than I do. Well, Rosa thought aloud, I can think of one, but he's in no condition to travel anywhere. So, it is decided, Melody finished, as she began digging into the jambalaya. Joseph shot a look at Rosa, indicating that this was not a development he had wanted to happen. Rosa couldn't meet his stare and was focused on the food before her. Melody, Joseph said in a hard tone. What? Melody hissed through half-chewed food. We didn't say grace. Hoover Dam was more than the source of the Mojave's near-limitless energy or a symbol of the might of the old world. It was a bridge connecting countless adventurers to a land of opportunity. As the Legion surrendered its westernmost territory in the aftermath of the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, the Mojave Nation, unable to claim and settle the territory itself, instead sold access to the bridge and offered up land grants to the highest bidders. In theory, it would allow the new anarchic situation to stabilize and allow civilization to settle on its own terms. In practice, the unclaimed wastes were rife with conflict between raiders, outlaws, gangs, NCR operatives, Legion spies, mercenaries, extremists, and even mysterious creatures. For many, it had become the hell on earth Caesar had tried to avoid. For others, it was exactly what they wanted. 5 gunslingers stood at the edge of the Colorado River, their boat having docked near the place known as Cottonwood Cove, having long since been abandoned in the following years. These 5 were hardened by their time in the unclaimed waste, each a vicious killer that specialized in the art of survival of the fittest. To them, anything that threatened to undermine the sanctity of that existence deserved to be eradicated. A black-hatted gunslinger motioned to the rest that someone was approaching. At ease, Cade, the leader, urged as the rest were alerted. A 6th member poked his head out above the ridge. Illuminated by the moonlight, the leader of the 5 motioned the others to keep on a lookout while he talked with his scout. He awaited his scout as he made his way down the slope. Well? He asked. Lots of troops, the young scout reported. In total, I'd say maybe 600 or some odd from California, in addition to about 80 or so JM's combat troops, the leader asked. I recognize some units, mostly 1st Recon and some of the heavy troops. The rest I don't know much about. The young scout shook his head. Told you we shouldn't have sent the rookie to do this job, Cade hissed. He's the only one of you I trust not to start a massacre, the leader hissed back. So, they're coming our way? I don't know, the young scout shook his head. From the looks of things, they're getting ready for a long trip. I don't think they look ready to take any turf, or at least hold it for long. That, my boy, isn't the point. The lead gunner shook his head. The very act of encroaching in our territory is tantamount to an act of war. The unclaimed waste shall remain unclaimed, and any efforts to civilize our homes shall be resisted. So, what should I do? The young scout asked. Continue your work, boy. Costwood and Drickson will remain close by. You can report to them. The rest of us will have to get back to Flagstaff, call up a rally. The young scout widened his eyes. A rally? Is that even possible? That, the leader pointed towards the lights of Vegas, represents an existential threat to our way of life. We did not suffer under the yoke of the Legion just to find bondage at the hands of California or their lapdogs in the Mojave. We're going to need a lot of men, Lorraine. A lot of men and a lot of guns. Excerpt from the Judicial Marshal Basic Training Guide and Manual. Unclaimed wastes. Yeah, I know Lanius really fucked us over with this gift of his. Who'd have thought that the best way the Legion could hurt Vegas was free land? There's hardly any way we can reliably consolidate the area, so for most of us it'll be best to stay around Mojave territory proper. Do not enter without probable cause and reinforcements. That's mandatory. There's still folk here, and most aren't partial to lawmen, so for the suckers buying tickets for land parcels on the east of the Colorado, sorry, you're on your own. Chapter 3. The Consummation of Unaccounted Variables. Lorraine strode along the balcony of the El Rey. Across from him he saw the lights of McCarran begin to shine, and even from here could make out the noises of the soldiers inside assembling, voices over loudspeakers barking orders even over the massed voices of the soldiers. He had seen Californian soldiers long ago, when he was barely a boy, and remembered the stories his father told him about the westernmost lands. It was a land of corruption, where greed would overcome moral scruples on the regular. With that in mind, he figured his father would not have been surprised to see the soldiers of the Bear join forces with a city funded by vice and want. Of course, that was before his old man went and got himself killed about 2 decades ago. Went west on business and never came back, along with a bunch of his old co-workers. His uncle, more or less, raised him after that, but as he grew older stopped seeing eye to eye with the old man, so he went off on his own as soon as he was able and joined a new family. He got along with them well enough, and loyalty was rewarded, so whenever they needed an extra pair of eyes on something that concerned, Lorraine would offer little argument, pack lightly, and be on his way. He watched as a small pack of those security robots strolled along the wall, a wild dog clearing off the road as they approached. He'd come across a handful of judicial marshals on his way up here, but he had given no cause to interfere with his business. Just a down-on-his-luck drifter, coming back from an unsuccessful enterprise in the unclaimed wastes, looking for a quiet place to lick his wounds and gather his courage to attempt another. Who the hell are you? Keeping his poker face, Lorraine turned to see a young woman finish climbing the stairs. She dropped her backpack by the rails, stretching her back as she glanced at him, wearily. She wore wasteland leather, jacket and boots, along with the holster for a sawed-off that ran down her leg. A red bandana peeked occasionally under the thick strands of her dark, short hair. She was a few inches shorter than him, seemed a little younger. Also, cute enough, even though she tried going for a butch look, he could see her lean, athletic figure. "Are you deaf or stupid?" she asked. Lorraine shook the cobwebs out of his ears. Part of his job involved striking up conversations, an aspect he never really looked forward to. Still, being amicable never killed most people. "That how you say hello to everyone?" he asked as he resumed his position. "Mostly just asshole trespassers," she replied flatly. He shot a derisive look at her. "People live in this shithole?" "I live here," she shot back. "It's my shithole. You own this place?" Lorraine asked skeptically. The girl looked up at one of the room numbers. "Well, my favorite stepmom used to work out of here. I lived here every so often and whatnot while my old man was out." "And what did your old stepmom do here? Ain't much more this place looks good for than being a chemden or a brothel," he snorted. "Hey," the girl snapped. "She got the place fixed up real good. This place was downright habitable for a good 6 years till she left." "So, she left you a broken-down motel," Lorraine sniffed. "Nah, just a room. I come here when I want to crash or just get away from my old man. But enough about me. Let me repeat, what the hell are you doing here?" Lorraine thought for a second. "I guess I'm looking for a place to hit the hay as well. The Strip seems a tad too expensive for my tastes and means, but I hear the closer you get to the city, the less you have to worry about. Seemed like this place might be a fair compromise." The girl nodded. "You seem to know your stuff, stranger. Did you pick a room yet?" Lorraine strode across to room 213. "Honestly, this one seems as good as any," he said as he threw the door open, only to narrowly avoid having his foot impaled by a tan stinger. He slammed the door behind him as the girl nearly doubled over, laughing. "Yeah, laugh it up, chick," he groused as she braced herself on the railing. "You move pretty quick, though. I'll give you that," she giggled. "So, where's your room, then?" Lorraine asked. "And how much?" The girl glanced up at him, eyes wide, so forward, Lorraine realized how that came out. "I meant just to sleep. You are renting, aren't you?" The girl scratched her chin. "I don't know," she admitted. What makes you worth inviting inside my private home? Well, what do you want to know? Lorraine asked. How about we play the no-name game, she suggested. Never heard of it, Lorraine admitted. It's simple, we just talk about ourselves, but we cannot give proper names to places, events, or people, including ourselves. For example, that, she pointed to Vegas, is Brightland. This, she pointed to the motel, is the Princess Pad, and my name is Daisy, she smiled. Okay, Lorraine began to slowly understand. Why, though? Because I don't like getting too close to strangers right off the bat, no matter how interesting they might seem. Daisy shrugged. I've been burned a few times, so I think this might make the situation easier for both of us. If you say so, Lorraine admitted. So, do you want to go first or me? The former runway had been cleared its previous debris, leaving behind a flattened tarmac with enough room to support the large gaggle of tents that had been consistently covering the ground inside the airport. Looking like a large nomadic village, Commissioner Natalie Hale watched over the assembled troops from the hangar as she listened to Gorobet's interview just down the hall. This Frost guy had shown his work. He had been familiar with the past operations of First Recon, and the majority of his interview revolved around clarifications and rebuttals to certain critics of the NCR's current military initiatives. She was dreading her own turn with the interviewer, to be honest. As the youngest founding member of the Judicial Marshals, she was expected to be the best representative possible for the folks back in California. A heavy enough burden had it not been for the simultaneous fact that she had been dubbed a traitor to California some 20 years back. As an NCR Ranger who never earned her combat stripes, her first real mission under California would turn out to be her last. By being asked to escort Lars during his quick trip through California, she was eventually framed for the death of Ranger Chief Murdoch. She was charged for murder and treason, and though the NCR had lifted the charges, it didn't make much sense for her to return back home with little waiting for her there. There was also the fact that she had met her eventual husband in Vegas, and she had learned to fall in love with the town and tolerate its leadership. She heard a sharp series of taps slowly beginning to ascend the broken escalator. Looking down, she saw a red cap rising up to meet her. Striding over to him, she offered out her hand to help him the rest of the way. Thanks, Natty, I got it. Chief Craig Boone was set to assume his wife's duties on the home front while she was away. Another former member of the NCR military, Boone had fought at both battles of Hoover Dam, as well as the War of the Glorious Cause, possibly the only individual to have all three on his resume. Another founding member. His active career in the field came to a halt thanks to a grievous injury given to him at the hands of a monster named Padre Hex. His injury would never heal, but it allowed him to dedicate more time towards teaching the new recruits how to properly shoot, as well as allowing him more hands-on time with his children. Craig joined his wife on the bench, setting down the elongated gift on the floor. Swung by the gun runners before I got here, he explained. I can see that Natalie nodded. Just one, though. Snipers work best in pairs, Boone said. They should both know that by now. I can already hear the arguments. Natalie rolled her eyes. They're professionals, Natty. They know better than to not keep that sibling rivalry thing under wraps. The door below swung open, and two junior marshals stormed inside. Upon reaching the escalator, the shorter one elbowed the taller as she began skipping stairs upwards. The taller one then grabbed her by the ankle, dragging her down as he leaped over her prone form. In the end, both marshals were crawling on all fours to reach the top. I win again! Toby jubilantly cried as Carla screamed that he had been cheating. Natalie shot her husband a look as an argument broke out between the two. Craig, on the other hand, didn't seem to register the quarrel until he slammed the end of his gift down against the ground. Kids! He barked. Sir! They said simultaneously as they stood at attention. I've got a gift for you two, he said as he handed the package over to the both of them. Shredding the paper away, both of their eyes widened as they held the weapon before them. Hey, Dad, isn't this one of your old guns? Carla asked as Toby took the weapon, testing its weight. One of them, Craig shrugged. That is a specialized pre-war sniper rifle. For the Gobi Desert, if I remember correctly. Shouldn't be anything in Legion turf it can't handle. Craig, we aren't going over to start a fight with the Legion. Natalie coaxed her husband. Craig snorted, his wife rolling her eyes. Even without the injury, there was no way she'd let her husband within 100 miles of Legion turf when peace was on the agenda. Natalie herself had no love for them either, but she was significantly more willing to see the bigger picture than her husband seemed capable of regarding anything related to the bull. "Whatever you say, Natty. Now, which of you two is going to be the shooter?" Craig asked. "I am," Carla and Toby said simultaneously. "So, who's going to be the spotter?" Craig then asked. She is," they said, likewise. Natalie stifled a chuckle as Craig pinched the bridge of his nose. Before he could impart some fatherly wisdom, the door opened and Gorobets exited the interview room. "Craig, long time no see." He grinned. "Gorobets, it's been too long. I thought you'd have retired by now," Boone stated, warmly. "I can't just yet. Milligan is the best hope for the future of First Recon, and I have to make sure he becomes the leader the unit needs. Besides, I doubt there's a CO in the NCR with less qualms against the dear governor than me." He shrugged. "Good man," Natalie nodded. "That's hard enough to find in Vegas." The three shared a laugh as the two junior marshals conspired amongst themselves. "It's too big for you," Toby hissed. "I'm the better shot," Carla hissed back. "Not over long distances," Toby teased. "Your grouping looks like bird shit," Carla jeered. "Well, Natty, what do you say we give this Frost guy a bit of the united front?" Craig asked as he pulled his wife close. "Careful, you two," Gorobets cautioned. "For most people back in California, you two are the first impressions they'll ever get about the judicial marshals. Fitting, though, as you two are the only active founders. The first commissioner of the judicial marshals had been a former desert ranger named Floyd Wilson. Having served the role for 15 years, upon his retirement he bestowed it to the youngest founder, Natalie Boone. In addition to Floyd, Craig, and Natalie, there were two other founders. One was a mysterious wastelander named Ulysses. Another former courier only Lars knew the full story of, but he had been an excellent trainer who most of the current recruits owed their survival skills to. He retired to a ranch some few miles south of the city, though he occasionally ran errands for and with the governor every now and then. The last member was another former NCR ranger who went by Gaunt. Thanks to an incident around the Mojave Supermax, formerly known as the Sierra Madre, Gaunt had been dispatched to the east some years prior to retrieve a kidnapped prisoner. The whole thing was largely kept under wraps, with only the judicial marshal founders and a few others aware of the situation. Lars thought it prudent to send their best tracker after the culprits, and that was the last any of them had ever seen Gaunt. Deep down, Natalie often prayed that he was doing okay, or at least found some measure of peace. "Time to get this show on the road," Natalie said as she cracked her back. "Kids, you better behave yourselves out there, or else I'll sick IA on the both of you." "Ha ha, right, Mom!" Toby laughed as he waved his parents away. "I really wish you wouldn't be so damn flippant about Ia," Carla whispered. "It's a myth, Carla, like Santa Claus and horses," he grinned. "Then how do you explain what happened to Bosco's squad?" Carla asked. Toby's smile faded. "I thought we agreed not to talk about that." As the two continued their argument downstairs, Gorobets took a moment to look out over the camp. As the governor wined and dined the captains and their staff, the colonel declined the invitation. This was going to be the final piece of action he would ever see as a member of the NCR Army. And as usual, it only seemed appropriate he spend it with the men. "And I haven't really been on speaking terms with him for the last few months," Rosa explained to her guest as she leaned on the railing. "Yeah, I haven't really spoken to my own PA in a while, largely on account of him being dead and all," Larry replied. "I did have my uncle, but that thing just kind of fell apart after too long. I'm with some new guys now. They're cool, I guess, usually bust my ass about the stupidest shit, but these days who doesn't?" "Who are your friends?" Rosa asked. "No names, remember," Larry smiled, coyly. Rosa pouted, but accepted the ruling. He was kind of cute, in a sort of mysterious bad boy with a dark and troubled past from some of the recent Cali films. Guy had shoulder-length hair, a lean, barely shaven face, and a well-worn duster. He also had a cap with the number 76 on the front and wore boots that seemed pretty new, oddly enough. "Can you at least tell me where you got the boots?" she asked. "I made 'em," Larry said. "Massasauga skin." What's that? Rosa asked. Wouldn't you like to know? Larry teased. Rosa was starting to see that this guy was pulling the mysterious stranger perk better than her. She had already been ecstatic that he hadn't recognized her or realized who she was, something that made dating locally complete hell for her, but now she was actually getting invested in who this guy was. So, you're from the East, right? Rosa asked. I tend to drift here and there, but mostly, yeah, Larry shrugged. And you, are familiar with the football pad and skirt ensemble? Rosa asked. I was just a boy back then, Larry admitted. My father and uncle were members, yes, and I was born into it, but after my father left, my uncle struggled a bit under some of the new leaders. That Oracle was the straw that broke his back, and he left and took me and a bunch of his guys with him. Stayed with him till I was old enough to leave, so I did, and that's where I met the guys I told you about. And what do the guys do? Rosa asked. Well, Daisy, if you must know, we just sit around campfires on the mountains and sing and drink and fuck and kill anything that threatens our ability to do the rest of the list. Larry flashed a smile. Sounds nice, how do I join? Rosa asked. You got to hurt someone who needs hurting, for starters, Larry explained. Steal something someone don't want stolen. Scare folk who ain't easy to scare. You get my meaning? Oh, like a gangster, Rosa nodded. Not quite. In the East, it ain't enough to be free. You got to have the means to stay free, see? You got to be too tough to beat and too smart to fool so much and so often that people get the hint and stop trying. That's what Kenzie always says. Loser! Rosa cried out. Larry balked. What? I win! Rosa crowed as she leaped onto the railing and started jumping up and down. You said a name, I win, I win, I win! Loser, 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 loser! The rail snapped under her feet, and Rosa lost her footing. With a surprised yelp, she stumbled backwards, her back careening towards the pavement below. As she shot out her hand to grab onto something, a palm reached out and grabbed her, pulling her back onto the balcony. As her feet returned to solid ground, her body slammed itself against his chest, arms around her back as she caught her breath. Glancing up at him, she felt a flush come over her cheeks, mostly from the shock and embarrassment, she told herself. Steadying herself, she swallowed as she broke off the embrace. As she heard the railing hit the ground behind her, she collected herself as she built back up her wall. That would have been embarrassing, she said finally. Looked like it would have hurt worse, Larry said. Yeah, probably. So, about my room, Rosa said. I think I might want to lay down for a bit. You can come too, I mean if you want to, she said, flustered. So forward, Larry chuckled. Look, Rosa said as her previous demeanor returned. I might need a few things in my room. A busted nut might be one of those things, but I'm going to need some things from you. First, yeah, that's generally how sex works, Larry snarked. Rule 1, no kissing, Rosa started. Rule 2, if you finish inside me, I'm ripping your nads off. And Rule 3, I never want to see you again. Is this all really Larry stared. You are not my boyfriend, Rosa stated. I am not going to get burned again. The cocktail lounge of the Lucky 38 was bustling with activity. Sitting around the bar, a number of NCR officers were waited on by a number of attractive hostesses wearing very tight Vault-Tec jumpsuits. Drinks were being poured, laughter was being shared, and the general mood was light. Governor Perez took a moment to stand back and view the party before him. As most of the adjutant and junior officers crowded the bar, he watched as Captain Milligan and War Chief Tandy sat at one of the booths. Governor Perez viewed them for a little while. He couldn't make out their conversation over the din of the noise, not without looking suspicious at the least, but he could tell that the two of them went way back. There was a comfort and familiarity in their postures that only happens when someone is truly comfortable around someone. If he was to be generous, the governor could probably use both his hands to count the amount of people he had that quality with. It looked like the 1st and 14th in general got along as a rule. With both units serving as scouts and skirmishers, there was a level of inter-service camaraderie between the two units that indicated they'd fought alongside each other for a number of years. Of course, this was all mostly guesswork on his end. All he could say with certainty was that either Milligan and Tandy had slept with each other at least once, or they were well on the way to that point in the near future. Well, aren't you the cutest thing in blue leather I have ever seen? A voice drawled to Perez's ears. He turned to see Captain Wallace with one of his hostesses on his lap, the girl giggling and making a faux attempt to escape. "How about we rent out a room and see if you happen to be as cute under it too?" Wallace teased as he pulled her back in. Lars recognized her as one of the Gomorrah girls, so he wasn't worried about her safety much. Thanks to reforms in the last 20 years, there was a significant lack of dependency on drugs and threats to keep the girls in line. Now, they were free to go wherever they wished and service whoever and however they liked. This girl in particular had a bit of a reputation, from what Lars remembered as he fought back a grin, had a habit for starting the most salacious rumors regarding clients who didn't pay in full, that somehow always managed to follow them home. "Hey, got a light?" A raspy voice next to him spoke up. Lars turned to see one of the few ghoul officers in the NCR pulling out a stogie. Ghouls were somewhat handicapped in their service to the NCR, while the Rangers accepted nearly anyone and everyone who could pass selection. In the military proper, ghouls had to abide by certain restrictions. Apart from separate lodging and medical facilities, no ghoul could possibly exceed the rank of captain. According to what Lars had heard, the top brass was skeptical of granting higher ranks to soldiers who would either go insane or never retire. "Yeah, gimme a sec," Lars said as he pulled out his lighter. The captain stuck the end over the flame, taking a puff as some of the guests nearby noticed the noxious odor. "Fucking wonderful," Captain Rathmore sighed. "Hey, you happen to know a guy named Gaunt?" Lars asked as the ghoul eyed him. "Little Benji?" Rathmore scoffed. "That rifle-loving pussy got off a couple lucky shots and all of a sudden he has a fucking reputation to hold. He was a half-decent shooter and a piss-poor soldier." "Got it, so you weren't friends, geez," Lars said as he held up his hands inoffensively. "Now don't you go putting words in my mouth, you goddamn smooth skin," Rathmore snapped. By now Ethan Wallace had hiked the girl over his shoulder, slapping her ass as she giggled and blushed. Rathmore took a puff as he glanced at the governor. "Want to see something cool?" he asked. Without waiting for a reply, Rathmore took the longest drag Lars had ever seen anyone take on a cigar, down to the very cap. Tapping out the embers onto a passing tray of drinks, Rathmore pursued his quarry, throwing the cap into the drink of another 32nd officer right before he could drink from it. Cutting through the crowd, he reached Captain Wallace right before he boarded the elevator with his captive. As the pretty boy captain turned around, Lars noticed a sudden flash of contempt cross Wallace's face. "Captain Rathmore, is there anything I can help you with?" Captain Wallace began politely. Captain Rathmore responded by teapotting from his nasal cavity all his accumulated smoke into Captain Wallace's face. As Wallace choked and spat in disgust, he dropped his evening companion on her rear as he began shoving Rathmore back. "Useless corpse!" Wallace shrieked as he grabbed Rathmore by the collar. "Pampered fucknut!" Rathmore screamed as he shoved back. "Fight! Fight! Fight! Fight!" The officers cheered as the two went to town on the other. The hostesses, and Lars for that matter, watched as the two tried to beat the other into submission. Lars pondered whether or not he should stop the fight and or take bets, when in Vegas after all. "These idiots. You said it," Lars muttered. "At least they're doing it here and not in front of the enlisted." "Why do they hate each other so much?" Lars asked. "You ever meet someone and just know that you are going to hate them? Maybe a few times, but what does the—" Lars's words died in his mouth as he turned to see the speaker. For a brief moment, he thought he was seeing her in the flesh once more. Same face, same demeanor, same presence, if that was a thing. He was talking to the spitting image of Colonel Moore herself. "Strong family resemblance," she said, her expression unchanging. Lars then realized that her hair was blonde, her nose was a bit different, and she might have been an inch shorter than the genuine article. "So, I heard the rumors, and I guess they're true," Lars finally said. "How's she doing?" "Wouldn't know, haven't spoken to her in ages," Lieutenant Baxter replied. "Is that a fact?" Lars asked, not hiding his skepticism. "Would you believe me if I said otherwise?" Baxter asked. "What are you here for?" Lars asked, not smiling. Lieutenant Baxter regarded the governor the same way a janitor would see a particularly tough stain or a card shark against someone who took care of their money. "Paris, you were my aunt's white whale. I am not her. I've had to spend my career proving that I am not her. In fact, my only interest in you was in a thesis paper I studied during war college. So, they wrote a paper about me too? Lars chuckled dryly. It was called Solving the Courier Problem, a retrospective, Baxter explained. It details measures to take in order to cut out opportunistic freelancers, stabilizing control of the situation towards the national interest. It also said your government was supposed to collapse 10 years ago, so take that as you will. This time Lars couldn't fight back a laugh. That sounded like one of the more generous assessments from California. Though he couldn't discuss matters publicly, the NCR had been busy using soft power to undermine his rule over Vegas. Spies, economic sanctions, the odd propaganda campaign. Anything that could help convince the people of Vegas that they could do better than a mailman-turned-dictator. These actions, however, disregarded the fact that the Vegas City Council ran most of the show at this point, and that they were asking the people to turn on their democratically elected officials. Lars just lived in a big house and would take the reins during an emergency. That was it. So, since I'm being honest, who about one good turn deserving another? Kim asked. What's the real reason we're marching to the Legion? You don't need an entire army to send a message, and if this is a show of force, you'd have asked for a bigger army. You know, Kim, since it seems like you know what you're doing, I'll let you in on the secret, Lars admitted. I need you to protect something very important to me. Something the Legion wants to see, but I don't want them to have. That's why there's an army. And what is it? Kim asked as the crowd let out a cheer. Lorraine lay exhausted on the shag carpet of the bachelorette pad. The interior of this room had apparently clearly been modeled after its owner's tastes. In addition to the soft carpet, the walls had been either replaced or just painted over with a brick design. A bizarre contraption sat on the windowsill, allowing a multicolored dancing blob to morph and alter its shape at will. A mattress had been tucked in the corner of the room, and in lieu of sofas or chairs, large sacks filled with beans were apparently the only other furniture. Along the walls, besides the lockers that had clearly been recent installments, an old arcade machine sat sandwiched between them. The machine had with it bright lights, artwork that seemed modeled over some old comic, and 2 controllable flippers. He would have loved to have studied this contraption more, had it not been for the other thing occupying his time. He heard the water shut off as Daisy returned to him, still stark naked but cleaner than she had been. She dropped the towel into a hamper, looking at her lover as he tried to reach his clothing sprawled over a beanbag. Nice place you got here, Lorraine said. He looked at some of the posters on the wall detailing ancient vehicles. Had no idea you were a car girl. I'm not, she said as she kicked his clothing out of his reach. I just figured the walls needed some extra decor, and I only had the one guitar. She opened the fridge and pulled out a water bottle. Thirsty? She asked. I guess not, Lorraine shrugged. Rosa took a large swig. Nice to fool around with someone who knows what they're doing, she admitted. You have no idea how hard it is to get a good free screw around here. So why not just leave? Lorraine asked. If you don't like this place so much, why not go anywhere else? Rosa eyed him wearily. I'm about to soon. Not that any of that is your business. Do you want to talk or ride? It was about 15 minutes later that someone began knocking on the door. Rosa groaned, annoyed at having been interrupted just as she had climbed back on top. Standing up, she shot an apologetic look over her shoulder. Sorry, I'll scare him off. She moved to the door, and right before she opened it, glanced through the peephole. Well, shit, she hissed. What? Lorraine asked as he sat up. It's you, Rosa whispered. Me? Lorraine gawked, confused. Uncle you, Rosa corrected, as she grabbed his clothing and threw it at him. Get dressed and use the window in the bathroom. I'll hold him off. But, Lorraine stammered. Go, she hissed. Lorraine grabbed his belongings, ran to the bathroom, and shut the door behind him. Rosa heard another series of knocks on the door. Yeah, I'm coming, she screamed as she closed the distance to the doorway. Swinging it open, she placed her elbow on the doorframe while her other hand rested on her hip. What you want? She asked. Uncle Yu blinked slowly, raising his hand to cover his good eye. His aged, leathery skin, limping stride, and cascading white dreadlocks belied that this was one of the few people in the wasteland Rosa didn't think she could outsmart for long. The most she could do was stall, either with whatever distance she could put between her and him, or, in this circumstance, standing in her birthday suit in plain view of the older wastelander. "Your father has been looking for you, little one," Uncle Yu began. Rosa bristled, the very word felt uncomfortable in her ears. "So, the old man sent you to check up on me, how sweet," she mocked. "Enjoy your youth, Rosa. The coming tribulations promise to be rather taxing, even to one such as you," Uncle Yu stated. "Although perhaps you would only need to be half the warrior your father was in order to." "Uncle Yu, I love our little chats," Rosa gritted. "I care about you so much that I'm going to let that little crack slide. But please, on my last day of freedom before I have to march my cute little ass east of the Colorado, leave me the hell alone." "I believe your companion is about to do just that," Uncle Yu said. "He's not my companion, just a—" Rosa stalled as a better term failed to enter her mind. "Just a guy," she relented. "Trusting another with your body is tantamount to trusting them with your life," Uncle Yu stated. "You allowed yourself to be vulnerable around him, and perhaps he with you. It would be a mistake to allow the physical to place itself at the forefront of your mind." "Thank you for the lesson, Uncle Yu," Rosa practically half screamed. "Now, if you could just let me have 5 minutes to get dressed, I'll head back to the damn city with you." 3 minutes, Uncle Yu said right before the door slammed in his face. Rosa let out an exhale and began gathering up some of her things. She stopped as she heard the window in the bathroom begin to creak open. She dropped what she was doing and headed to the bathroom, swinging the door open to see the half-dressed Larry climbing on the sink to squeeze out. "How much of that did you hear?" she asked, nervously. "So that's Uncle Yu," Lorraine said as he threw his duster behind him out the window. "Doesn't seem so scary. Don't know what you were worried about." "He's bad news for you if you stick around," Rosa said as she began pushing him out feet first. "You were just fooling around with his adopted niece, and he has killed tougher people than you for less." "Okay, Rosa," Lorraine grinned. Rosa bristled. "You have to leave, now." She gritted her teeth as she pushed most of his body over the windowsill. "Wait." Lorraine stopped as he held himself aloft. "I almost forgot something. What now?" Rosa seethed. Lorraine shot his arm out to her, his hand scooping the back of her neck and pulling her close. Their lips touched and Rosa felt their tongues begin to mingle. She felt good, felt warm, and felt secure. And she hated that she did. As Larry broke off, he smiled. "My name is Lorraine, and I don't care much for rules either." Rosa felt her previous warmth begin to boil over. Right before Lorraine dropped down, she grabbed the bottom of the window and slammed it down on his fingers before he was able to let go. She instantly released the window and heard Lorraine collapse at the bottom of the second floor. The soft dirt below cushioned his fall enough, and she watched as Lorraine picked himself off the ground, wincing as he rubbed his swollen fingers on his palms as he glanced up at her. That smirk hadn't even left his face. "Fucking asshole," Rosa seethed as she slammed the window behind her. Excerpt from the Judicial Marshal Basic Training Guide and Manual. Liberty clans. Talk about a misnomer. I remember these guys from the old-timers way back. They like to consider themselves the last true students of freedom. Don't believe that. These gangs are just raiders with better dress sense and manners. They're killers, conmen, whores, thieves, spies, and whatever else they have to be to get whatever you have that they want. They were driven to the north after the rise of Caesar, so I guess they're starting to get a little braver now that the law isn't wearing sports gear anymore. Don't underestimate them. If they get the jump on you, you won't survive that error for long. Commissioner Floyd Wilson. Chapter 4. Unwanted, but necessary. The following is an excerpt from a speech given by Commissioner Natalie Boone to the Judicial Marshal contingent of the Allied Expeditionary Group, as transcribed and recorded by Timothy Frost. Dated March 23, 2003-04. Hey, long time no see for most of you. I know a lot of you are tired from the journey here, and I'm not exactly excited about public speaking, so I'll try to keep this short. In a few hours, we all will depart to the dam, and from there we begin the expedition. You are all aware of the briefing. You know where we are going, who we are going to see, what is expected of us, and what we're preparing for. Before we leave, though, I just want to address some of the commentaries I've picked up while strolling through the camp. That's right, I can hear the shit you guys are talking. A smattering of laughter. Let me go through some of the commonalities I've heard. Can't wait to show these Cali boys how to fight. Last time a Cali boy was this far east, they got their asses handed to them for half a decade. You mean, we got to babysit these scrubs? Now, I'm not one to denounce a little friendly trash talk here and there, but if I may speak to you all as a Cali girl, a smattering of laughter, I feel that is my duty as your commander in the field to elucidate a manner I'm afraid many of you have overlooked. None of you are soldiers. Cries of indignation and bewilderment from a few of the men are audible. Now don't get me wrong, we've been teaching you all how to fight. As the successors to the Desert Rangers, you are obligated to be combat experts. All that small arms training and tactical maneuver training wasn't just for show. We want you to handle anything that the wasteland can throw at you. And it has been paying off in spades. Just last year, 3 separate tunneler excursions were repulsed by Deputy Chief Smiles' unit. Cheering and high-fiving of the unit in question commences. Alongside Deputy Chief Clydebuck's recent apprehension of that train-robbing gang by the border, more cheering and applauser. And, for the sake of brevity, my own operation that oversaw the expulsion of the Ministerio de Hex from the Sierra Madre Supermax, before they could liberate their leader. Raucous cheers and applauser. Thank you, I'm proud of that one too. The point is, we know what we are doing. We've got a good track record of about 2 decades, and to top it all off, I see a lot of new generation JMs in the crowd. Which I personally believe is a testament to our ability to get the job done quick, done right, and kick a lot of ass while we do it. This does not make us soldiers. The audience is silent. We are about to embark on a joint operation with the new California Republic. Not only that, but with the best soldiers of some of their best units. The best of the best that they could spare, considering the circumstances. But while they may be soldiers, this operation does not give you permission to act as if you are as well. You are not here to outshoot 1st Recon. You are not here to outscout the 14th. You are not here to siege with the 32nd, nor will you be expected to traverse the environments the 66th call home, and neither shall you rush out to spearpoint the enemy before the 5th. Because you are not soldiers, you are police. Judging by some of the looks some of you have given me, I may have to explain myself a bit. Any of you remember the Mojave campaign? When you have soldiers doing police work, it can lead to one disaster after another. Boot camp has plenty of time to teach you how to shoot. Very little about knowing when not to. That was my class after all. A smattering of laughter. You see, although the Unclaimed Wastes has a reputation for being rather lawless, it remains our duty to see to it that we do not approach it like occupied territory. While California will provide the muscle, we shall be the voice and soul of Nevada. Before the bullets start flying, we must try to mitigate and diffuse hostilities before it gets to that point. If a hand is asking for help, you and your squad should take it. Don't think this means I'm an idiot, though. I fully expect us to see action. Confederate activity in the Unclaimed Wastes is practically a given at this point, and more than a few groups will not appreciate what they will see as an intrusion. It is up to all of us to make the distinction between neutral settlements and hostile camps. Again, why you don't want soldiers playing police and vice versa. So, to keep it simple, this is a collaboration, not a competition. You are here to mitigate, protect, support, and fight as necessary. Shoot with the 1st, scout with the 14th, defend with the 32nd, attack with the 66th. But if it's all the same to you, I'm thinking I'd rather the 5th lead the charge. A lotter. Best to settle in, gents and girls. We're leaving at tomorrow's first light. I hope you all have your stuff taken care of. If not, come see me and we'll get it sorted out. This is an all-volunteer mission, I am obligated to say. So, last chance. Anyone got cold feet? The silencer. Yeah, thought so. The following morning, the 600-odd NCR troopers and 80 judicial marshals would leave Camp McCarran with little fanfare. Most troopers traveled light, carrying their necessities with them, while the bulk of the logistics train was handled by the 5th Heavy Armor and their caravan of Brahmin. The survey teams that had sporadically been sent into the Unclaimed Wastes previously had identified an optimal path with access to well water and salvageable scrap to accommodate the AEG, at least throughout Arizona. As far as most were concerned, that was all the immediate issues dealt with. The governor, however, had other matters to attend to. Lars strolled outside the gate of Camp McCarran, glancing at his Pip-Boy watch as Toby and Carla flanked the gates. Jimmy took out a toothpick, chewing on the end as he tapped his foot impatiently on the dirt floor. Joseph stood silently, cane before him, not an ounce of irritation on his face. His wife was getting acclimated with the medical contingent of the AEG, and her relationship with Rosa was often strained on the best of days. Nonetheless, he was the first to perk his head up upon the new arrivals. "She's here." Ulysses and Rosa came into view, trudging up to the street as Lars stormed over to his kid. "Where in the blazing hell have you been?" "Out," Rosa replied. Lars rubbed his face in his hands before turning to Ulysses. "Thanks for fetching her. No matter how many years pass, I remain a courier," Ulysses joked dryly. "Right, let me give you your pay," Lars said as he stuck his hand in his pocket. "Oh, here it is," he replied as he pulled out his hand, middle extended. "And your wit has yet to outstay its welcome," Ulysses replied, so flatly most couldn't detect an ounce of insincerity. "Just get in there and say goodbye to your old trainees. At least some people are going to miss you, despite your best efforts," Lars said as Ulysses moved past. The door to McCarran creaked open, and Ulysses snaked his body inside. As he did, Lars returned his attention to his daughter. "You'd better have a damn good excuse for why I couldn't find you today," Lars muttered. "I went home to pick up some things. Just happens that one of those things turned out to be a guy," Rosa shrugged. "Anyone I know?" Lars growled. "Nope," Rosa replied. "You worry me, girl. You have any idea how much a switchblade covered in shit can fuck you up if it tags you? It's not quick or pretty." "Lucky for me, I'm both," Rosa beamed, though an element of hostility bubbled beneath the surface. Before Lars could continue, Rosa noticed Toby and Carla standing guard. "Hey, haven't seen you guys in weeks. How are things on Planet Pig?" "Oh, things are just peachy. We kept your home away nice and clean," Carla replied cheerily. Rosa had spent some time at the Highway Patrol Center, and rarely in a voluntary manner. Nothing major, a brawl outside the town here, a little distribution of counterfeit there, a drunken episode every so often. She rarely spent long, though. Usually Jimmy would come and pay bail before that happened. Rosa, Toby, and Carla used to be inseparable when they were younger. They had spent a lot of time playing in the relatively safer north side of town, while their parents basically ran the country. As time went on, though, small fights erupted into bigger ones. Carla and Rosa especially took it poorly, their conflicting outlooks turning into poison for their relationship. It had gotten so toxic that they had both tried to weaponize Toby against the other, culminating in Carla all but ordering Toby to cut the other girl off, to which Rosa retaliated by sleeping with him. "Hey, Toby," Rosa waved cheerily. Toby began to wave, ignoring the withering glare Carla shot at him. Toby had often tried to be the peacemaker between the two, with varying and recently diminishing levels of efficiency. While Carla and Rosa regarded the other as a litany of wrongs committed against the other, Toby only wished for the three of them to at least give the friendship thing one last go, and do something like catch a film at the drive-thru or just try cloud gazing again like when they were younger. They both expected him to cut the other out of his life and hate them, but he couldn't bring himself to do that. Maybe when they both realized it, they could start putting this bullshit feud aside and really commit to acting like adults. "Hey, I was talking to you," Carla screamed. "And I wasn't listening," Rosa shot back. "It was a nice dream at any rate." "Ladies, please," Jimmy said as he got between them. "What's the point in fighting anyway? We don't have a paying audience." "Carla, why don't we go inside?" Toby suggested. "Get some air." Shooting one last glare at Rosa, Carla retreated inside the fort. Toby shot a look over his shoulder, shrugging apologetically, before joining his sister. Jimmy chuckled a bit as Joseph made his way to Rosa. "So, at long last you shall receive your dream," Joseph began. Rosa began feeling her chest. "I mean, honestly, they could be bigger. I meant leaving Vegas. It's been your greatest desire for years, no?" Joseph asked quizzically. "That too," Rosa admitted, nodding. I get to go east and not see neon. Just a shame that we're marching to Legion turf, though. Mel is holding up okay? Rosa asked, trying to sound unconcerned. She is strong, Rosa. As are you, as much as you pretend otherwise, Joseph said. You trying to get at something, Joe? Rosa asked, perturbed. Everyone could use a knight in shining armor, Rosa. Not all damsels are women either. You met someone you didn't want to see again, but you will soon enough. Him and the clutch killer. What in the fuck are you babbling about? Jimmy said under his breath. My apologies, Joseph said as he bowed his head. My mind wandered a bit, that's all. We've a long journey ahead of us. I shall see to it that Mel is settling in. If I don't convince her to get some rest before sunrise, we'll all be in for some tribulations. He smiled. Hey, you ain't leaving yet until you explain whatever that hocus-pocey bullshit you were talking before. Jimmy felt a hand on his shoulder. Jim, Joe will tell us what matters when it matters. Treating him like a fortune cookie was something we promised we wouldn't do, remember? Rosa asked. Jimmy gritted his teeth as he saw Joseph disappear behind the door. They heard someone clearing his throat. Both turned to see the governor glaring at them, his foot tapping on the broken road as he folded his arms. You want me to stick around? Jimmy asked. I would prefer you didn't, Lars shouted across the road. Wasn't asking you, Gov, Jimmy replied. Just leave it, Jim. If he's going to scream at me, let's just get it over with, Rosa relented. All right, holler if you need something, Jimmy said as he turned away. You'll know if I do, Rosa nodded. Soon, it was just the two of them, the governor and the wild child. Oh, is there anyone else you wanted to talk to? Do I finally have your undivided attention? Lars asked sarcastically. Just get over whatever you want to lecture me about, Rosa groaned. Is it about responsibility or something? I don't want what you got, period. I want you to be safe, Lars snapped. Beginning, middle, and end, that is all. If there were any other options to the situation in front of us, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I'd keep doing my thing, and you'd keep doing yours. Oh, thank you for your generosity, old man, Rosa exclaimed as she held out her arms. Whatever would I do without you constantly looking over my shoulder and leashing me to your shitty city? And why did I teach you how to fight then? Lars asked. To give you the advantage? In bar fights? Or to make sure you could handle what the even shittier world can throw at you? Rosa paused. She remembered when the old man took her on vacation to Zion Canyon to camp and relax away from the city. Apart from being fun, from what she could remember, the old man had also taught her how to use a machete like a deathclaw used its claws, or a rad scorpion used its stinger, so instinctually it became second nature. Also how to clear debris using just the correct amount of explosives, as well as taking pot shots at bottles on fences. She felt warm all of a sudden, and pushed that feeling as far down as she could. If I could take your place, Rosa, I would in a heartbeat, Lars said, seriously. But, seeing as that isn't possible, the best I can do is this. He held out his arm, showing that obnoxious golden Pip-Boy he had always meant to refurbish but never got around to for one reason or another. He typed in some commands, and the Pip-Boy began making a sound it hadn't in decades. Audio passcode cash out, Lars spoke. On the screen, a message flashed. Passcode accepted. Goodbye and good luck. And after decades, the Pip-Boy snapped open, sliding off Lars's arm as he caught it. Lars glanced at the tender flesh of his arm, wondering if that mole had always been there, before remembering what he was doing and holding out the device to his successor in, if not title, at the very least, legacy. You're kidding, right? Rosa said as she looked at the armlet computer. This thing has gotten me into, and out of, so much trouble, Lars admitted. But I've been using it less and less these days, and you're going to get a lot more mileage out of it than I will here. I mean, I can always teach you the basics, but I'm thinking we ought to... Rosa moved forward and took the Pip-Boy. Gold plating aside, she could see the wear and tear covering its chassis. She looked to the computer, then to the governor. You're giving me this? It's the most multi-purpose tool I've ever encountered, Lars said as Rosa continued her appraisal. The more you can do, the better you can survive out there. All the soldiers and marshals in the world can hardly make up the difference you can if you have the proper tools you need. Rosa looked to her wrist. She always wondered what it felt like to wear one of these things. Most people carried these things for life, so it was beyond a fashion statement at any rate. The old man wasn't wrong, she had to admit to herself. Rosa began. Don't know, Well, it's been a while, but I think I can figure out how to put in on someone else. Lars shrugged as he moved to help her. No, I get it, Rosa said as she clamped it down on her wrist. Her body pulsed as the computer acclimated to her biometrics and heartbeats. As it invasively began documenting her medical history to the best of its abilities, Rosa held it up in a manner of triumph. See, it wasn't so hard. Lars blinked. Well, that's good to know. Yep, I don't need you to walk me through this. It's like field stripping a rifle. Once you learn, you don't ever forget, Rosa said as she began fiddling with the controls. So we got analog, radio stations, communicator, no games, which sucks ass, and... She began pawing at it. Daylight savings? What the fuck is that? She pawed at it more. Back, she cried as she began getting frustrated. Oh, first-time user issues. How it takes me back, Lars smiled. I can get it, Rosa shrieked. No, don't reset, She fell to the ground. Lars strolled over to her, standing over her as he tried not to take too much joy in his princess's frustrations. Do you need some help? Isn't there some kind of manual? Rosa asked. It's in the Pip-Boy, Lars explained. Rosa sighed. How long is this going to take? Half hour. Tops, Lars said. He offered out his hand. Rosa instead sat up and moved aside. Lars joined her on the ground. So, did you try turning it on and off? Fuck you, Rosa said. Lars let out a laugh while Rosa hid the slightest smile. One of Lars's biggest regrets had been his lack of time to spend with her as the years had gone on, in addition to having never found a mom to help him. Truth is, for all his success and accomplishments, he had never been happier than when he was spending time with his kid. He promised himself that he was going to make this count. It was the least he owed her, and it was the best he could yet do. Drixon rolled out another one as Costwood continued cutting up bait. They sat on the eastern shore of the Colorado, the morning sun creeping up behind them as they waited for their junior member and prepared for their breakfast. Costwood was the senior member, his doughy physique and walrus-like mustache belaying the fact that he had been a remorseless killer and dutiful outlaw lieutenant for years. Drixon, in comparison, was a handful of years younger and much skinnier, as well as a fan of medicinal botany. What's keeping his ass so long? Drixon asked as he fished out his lighter. Lay off him, Drix, he's a good kid, Costwood sighed as he laced the line with radroach chunks. Kenzie digs him, he busts his ass, and the longer he sticks around, the nicer Legatum Saeva will have to play with us. I'm just glad he don't have the same stick up his ass, Drexen replied as he took a drag. You know how to cook those things? He asked. Give me a campfire and a skillet and I'll figure it out, Costwood grinned. Besides, we should have plenty of chunks to experiment. Speaking of experiment, Drexen said as he exhaled, how well do you think this rally business is going to pay off? Costwood looked to his partner as he cast the line into the water. Most we got going for us is common cause. Lot of townies and settlers ain't gonna be a whole lot receptive to what we're jawing. Ain't nothing stopping them from joining us, though, Drexen offered. Costwood nodded. Course, still, not all folk are up to hanging with the Liberty clans. We can thank those Desert Ranger punks for the bad lip, Drexen added as he took another puff. The Liberty clans were the descendants of anti-government survivalists, homesteaders, freethinkers, and hippies who rejected the United States in its waning days, choosing to live out their lives in the desert and away from civilization, a move that protected many of them when the Great War came to pass. These clans, more often than not, rejected all forms of authority outside their group, a facet that often brought them in conflict with the Desert Rangers, leading to bloody feuds throughout Arizona that generally lasted until Caesar's Legion forever altered the paradigm of the region. As much as they enjoyed their libertine lifestyle, there were a few others who regarded them as bands of thieves, whores, killers, and conmen. Costwood and Drixon, along with Lorraine, belonged to a powerful Liberty clan known as the Kenzie Embassy Grath family and was one of the preeminent gangs of its kind in Arizona. Most of the other clans were on good terms or kept their distance from the group. Cowing them in line wouldn't prove to be a difficult endeavor. How many gunslingers you think we can scrounge up if we pull all the clans together? Drixon asked. Couple hundred, I reckon, Costwood shrugged. And how many worth a damn? Drexen pressed. Few dozen, Costwood admitted. So, we can't stop the invasion ourselves, Drixon groused. Which is why Kenzie is going to have sent a messenger down south, Costwood grunted as he checked on the secondary bag. Drixon looked at his partner. El culto loco? Costwood shrugged. I mean, we get along with them well enough. They stay away from us and we haven't had a reason to kill any of theirs. They still want to kill everyone in the world, right? Drixon asked. Costwood suddenly felt a lot more focused on his fishing line. The Ministerio de Hex was an offshoot of the Iglesia de la Santa Sangre, the most violent and dangerous group from the Mexican wasteland. A few years back, though, their visionary leader had tested his luck against settlements claimed by Vegas, and in response the governor had led a task force of marshals and mercenaries to trap and capture the mutant. After a bloody battle, Hex wound up imprisoned in the Sierra Madre Supermax, a nearly impregnable prison that was regarded by most as not being worth the effort to claim. All except the loyalist splinter group of the Iglesia, who had tried and failed to break their leader out of prison. They were nothing if not stubborn, though, and wouldn't be too far from the area. Convincing them that a united California and Nevada was an existential threat wouldn't be a hard argument. So, our theoretical army consists of a bunch of gunslinging hippies and a nihilists fan club. Our odds are getting better, but they don't exactly look good, boss, Drexen said as he took another toke. That, my friend, is why Kenzie is also going to ask for help from members of the old regime, Costwood said, as he watched the dark shapes under the water encircle his bait. Legion? Drixon asked incredulously. Ex-Legion, Costwood explained as his free hand began fishing in the second bag. Lot of the old tribes started getting ballsy when the Legion called it quits from their western territories. Some walked away, others rebelled, and as much as that Lanius asswipe wanted to crush them, wasn't much point in crushing rebellions in territory you couldn't hold, you think. Guess you ain't wrong, Drixon shrugged as he flicked away his blunt. Course I ain't. Now, most these tribes are like the townies and settlers. Ain't got the stones to resist another invasion. I guess their time under Caesar bled the bloodlust out of 'em. Most of 'em, at least. Drixon caught on to his implication. Bloody shits, Costy. Those psychopaths? If Kenzie don't get out his best sweet talk, he'll end up tasting pretty sweet, yeah, Costwood admitted as he pulled out a stick of dynamite. One of the last tribes to acclimate into the Legion had also been one of the first to rebel against their masters. The Pelt Brutes were probably the last tribe to voluntarily enlist in the Legion, wowed and mystified by their battlefield prowess and ability to conquer and subjugate their enemies, talents and values the Pelt Brutes tended to admire. Of course, not long after they did enlist, the Legion suffered 2 defeats at Hoover Dam. Caesar was killed at the heart of his army, and the fearsome legate Lanius surrendered vast swaths of territory to a delivery man. A few disemboweled centurions later, the Pelt Brutes were the first and largest tribe to renounce the Legion, their recent and voluntary assimilation allowing them to retain their tribal identity as they went to work raiding and butchering what few cohorts tried to subdue or exterminate them. The Pelt Brutes were naturally vicious hunters and warriors. They were distinct for their usage of animal hides as a form of battle dress, with stags, wolves, yaoguai, and occasionally deathclaws being popular choices. They were known to be unparalleled trackers, and their most fearsome warriors were known to be all but unstoppable in the heat of battle. They also indulged in the usual tribal shenanigans: cannibalism, human sacrifice, raiding settlements for women and children, rape and slavery, the usual. Really, it was a small wonder they adapted so well to Legion life in the first place. Well, I'm glad to not be downwind of them at any rate, Drexen said as he lit another cigarette. As he took a puff, Costwood took the cigarette from his mouth, sticking the embers to the fuse. Upon its ignition, he tossed the stick over where he had dropped his bait, returning the cigarette to Drixon. Come on, out with it. Who else? Drixon teased. Might be one more reason we're waiting for the boy, Costwood admitted as the dark shape swirled around the stick. Legatum Saeva used to be Legion, run by a guy who claimed he used to be Enclave. Apart from his shit luck and decision-making, its leader had also been the Guardian of Lorraine. Like the Pelt Brutes, the Legatum Saeva were Legion defectors. Unlike the Pelt Brutes, their leader had convinced his maniples to adopt certain technologies, like plasma weaponry and radio communications. The result? was a band of disciplined marauders, utilizing the weaponry of the Enclave and combining it with the fanaticism and brutality of the most dedicated of legionaries. The leader, known by most as Dalton, had been the number 2 in a cohort run by this enormous piece of shit, according to several of Costwood's friends in Arizona, holding the position of Optio within that particular cohort. He later assumed leadership, if not rank, after said leader was sent on an excursion to Hopeville. Dalton proved to be a competent fighter and tactician, though far from any kind of visionary leader. Since leaving the Legion, an organization he had made apparent he did not follow out of ideological reasons, at some point he would fight with and against the Liberty clans, Ministerio, Pelt Brutes, Frumentary Scouts, NCR Covert Ops, and even the RMX. A true mercenary, fighting to exist for tomorrow and fuck all else. So, for the rundown, Drix stated as he took another drag. We got us a coalition of gun-toting free spirits, a Mexican death cult, furry cannibals, and a rogue kill team led by a guy who has never fought for a winning side? Sounds about right, Costwood admitted. Why not just bite the bullet and call in a favor from RMX? Drix asked. The dynamite exploded as a hand raised it from the water. The lake lurk shrieked as its body was rent apart, raining chunks on the shoreline. Well, Drix, I guess it all comes down to the size of the favor. At the end of the day, Costwood sighed as he picked himself off the ground. You know the Brandt gang? Neil's guys, yeah. Why? Drixon asked. About 50 or so years ago, they got caught in that real bad snowstorm somewhere up north. Ran out of food before it was halfway over, and it would have gotten real bad if it hadn't been for RMX. They did that? Drix said incredulously. Good for them. Didn't know they had it in them. They don't, Costwood shook his head. Brandt's group has been paying it off ever since. They've been paying tributes every year to this day. Heard he even had to give up a kid a few years ago. No way, Drixon breathed. They're a Liberty clan. And they owed a debt to the RMX, Costwood said. Moral of the story is there are some things you just don't do. You don't pull a rad scorpion's tail, you don't ask for a pork sandwich these days, and you don't bet what you aren't willing to owe, especially to the RMX. Anyway, I'm going to go pick up some chunks of breakfast. You can, keep baking, I guess. Drixon gave him the finger as Costwood hiked down the hill and began picking up shards of mutant lake monster. Drixon leaned back, pretending to keep an eye out for Lorraine while fighting off the urge to doze off and catch a few more winks. When he decided to give up any pretense and readied himself to get a little more comfortable, he felt something strike against the back of his neck. It wasn't very big and it didn't hurt very much, so he could rule out a bullet. Still rude, though. He was about to holler out some complaints when he turned around. As he did, his fingers landed on top of the offending item. It wasn't stone, at least. Felt pretty metallic. He brought it up to his eyes and could not believe his luck. A real Legion Aureus, pure gold, and even though the Legion had left Arizona years ago, this money was as good as ever. He felt another coin strike him on the forehead. This one was silver, a denarii. Someone over the ridge wanted his attention, and was willing to part with good money to get it. He pondered for a moment how to engage with his new friend. He could ask Costwood to give him some backup, but on the other hand, if he went alone he could rob the guy, keep all the money, and no one would be the wiser. So, he opted to go alone. When Lorraine reconnected with Costwood, he was immediately asked if he had seen Drixon anywhere. Combing through the area together, they were unable to find any trace of their partner. All they were able to find was a small pile of blood-stained Legion coins on a patch of burlap the size of a napkin, and the words Sawney Woos here carved into the dirt. It would be the last time they ever saw Drixon alive again. Chapter 5. Mutual Adversaries. There was a time when the city had a name. During that time it had been a throne for a madman and the heart of the tyrannical infection that had blighted Arizona. Now the virus was gone, and with it the city had been abandoned. According to legend, a former slave, freed through neglect, celebrated his newfound liberation the only way he could think of, by taking a torch and immolating as much of the city as possible, leaving behind the charred husk of a monument for all the wasteland to see. This place was once called Flagstaff. and even as the years passed, nary a prospector or scavenger would venture into the city, wasteland superstition being as it was. Here, only the desperate would risk enduring such a place. Kenzie stood at the outskirts of the town as the dying light of the evening sun began to dip into the horizon. He was flanked by some of his better gunners, plus a few extra trigger fingers who could be trusted not to instigate anything. On a nearby roof, a sharpshooter signaled down that they were beginning their approach. Kenzie nodded as he strolled forward to meet them. As necessary as this meeting would prove to be, he was not going to pretend he was looking forward to it. The Iglesia de la Santa Sangre had been a thorn in the side of everyone who lived in the southwest, up until Padre Hex had been captured and imprisoned. While most of the group splintered off and tried to find their own salvation, the most persistent in the area happened to be the Ministerio de Hex, a group consisting of the Padre's most fanatical followers. They had made a huge stink some years prior, trying to break into the Sierra Madre prison, and to their credit made it a lot farther than anyone could have reasonably expected from them. Prior to the judicial marshals intercepting and driving them out, it was very possible they could have succeeded in breaking out Hex, a feat that hadn't been seen since the alleged vertibird that had been rumored to have attacked the prison years ago and taken that other occupant that no one had seen since. As the group of newcomers approached, Kenzie got a better look at the man up front. As was typical for his organization, the dress code consisted of armor and tactical gear worn over priestly garb. The scarred bodyguards stared him down dispassionately as they trained their weapons towards the town, nearly forcing a standoff with the rest of Kenzie's boys. Their leader, on the other hand, held out his hand, and the rest of his men rested their weapons to their sides. For bloodthirsty misanthropes, they were obedient. The man in front, compared to the rest of his companions, was somewhat underdressed. He wore the same priestly garb, yet in place of the armor of the rest of his brethren, instead wore a bolero hat atop what looked like a mix between a burlap mask and some kind of respiratory equipment. At any rate, his face was completely covered. "You someone I should know, friend?" Kenzie asked as he signaled his sniper to ease on the trigger. "This one has been bestowed the name and title of Nemesio del Juarez, acting bishop of the Ministerio de Hex." The man in tattered vestment rasped, his voice straining against the pressure of his rebreather as he took a large inhale after completing his sentence. "Acting bishop? What happened to Jorge?" Kenzie asked, surprised by the sudden loss of the one member of the Ministerio he had some familiarity with. Jorge had attacked his clan a few times, killing his brother and two of his girlfriends throughout the years. In retaliation, Kenzie made the group pay for the insults in blood, which suited the Doomsday Cult just fine. But such thoughts were for neither here nor there. There was business to commit. "He fell some time ago, his life committed completely to our cause," Nemesio explained as best he could. "My condolences to the loss of your leader." Kenzie tried to sound sincere. "They are unneeded." "Santa Jorge fell in service to the revelation," Nemesio exclaimed as he held out his arms, mangled skin on display to Kenzie alone. "Christ, man, what the fuck happened to you?" Kenzie asked, not intentionally trying to blaspheme. "My own encounter with the revelation," Nemesio explained. "I knew the Sierra Madre wasn't a joke, but I didn't think it could mess you up that badly without killing you," Kenzie continued. "Oh, we have moved beyond that which necessitates the Padre. We no longer seek the annihilation of mankind, or at least we accept that it is beyond our means of control," Nemesio continued. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You're saying you're going to quit the whole extermination gospel or what have you?" Kenzie asked immediately, suspicious about this change in attitude to a group whose ultimate ambition, as far as he knew, was indiscriminate genocide. According to Hex, humanity was meant to be purged so the world could renew itself. The rapture of nuclear fire was only just the beginning, and mankind's continued survival and ever-renewed lust for conflict was thought to stall that renewal. Only now, though, do I see where Hex had been mistaken. He who shall inherit the world has already arrived. What Santa Jorge thought was a monster to be slain is in fact the revelation incarnate. Nemesio stopped for a moment to take a hit from whatever was in his rebreather. Kenzie began to realize that it wasn't just his arms that had sustained such grievous injuries, but rather his whole body, judging by the amount of whatever he was inhaling. He understood that this man's tolerance for pain exceeded what Kenzie had thought humans could handle. He also wondered what the hell even happened to this guy in the first place. And, what if I told you that there was a force that has just entered Arizona that could possibly be a threat to this revelation, as you call it? Kenzie suggested cautiously. Nemesio immediately drew out his sword. It was one of those homemade flaming swords that was often used by raiders and psychopaths, though most would be damned to distinguish the two. What was different about this particular blade was that its alloy was different from the usual rusted scrap most would expect. This clean metal wasn't just for show, as when Nemesio activated the fuel, the blade burned blue fire. Holding the sword in front of him, clasping the hilt with both hands, Nemesio recited his prayer. By the sacrifice of Padre Hex, on the blood of Santa Jorge, we of the Ministerio pledge our lives to that of the Revelation. Through our services, may it inherit the world, and through our violence, may those who seek its ruin know nothing but damnation. Thank you for having this interview with me, Frost smiled as he readied his camera and recording equipment. For the sake of brevity, could you state your name and rank for the camera? Captain Zachary Milligan, commanding officer of the 1st Recon Battalion contingent of the Allied Expeditionary Group. Very good. Frost nodded as he scribbled down some notes. Milligan shot him a look but kept his face neutral as Frost turned to look up at him. And in this first week of our departure from Vegas, what would you say your current morale is? That is, your mood and such? Milligan began fidgeting with his rifle. Some people just weren't interested in becoming media darlings. Still, he figured he owed the people back home something they could use. Looking up, he finally had his answer. I'd say I'm having fun, he said. Fun? Could you perhaps describe that a bit further? Frost asked. Well, when I say fun, I'm not talking like going to the county fair fun or making out with your sister fun, but really more like rubbing your scrotum across some broken glass while you're hammered fun. How's that? Milligan asked dryly. It's certainly descriptive, Frost hesitated. Thank you, the ginger officer said as he continued fidgeting with his rifle. Though the Legion had left years ago, the California soldier still felt antsy this deep into Arizona. The week-long trek thus far had been uneventful, mostly thanks to the 14th keeping tabs on potentially hostile fauna. The most pressing concern so far was making sure the men retained enough water, not engaging in firefights. Most soldiers appreciated things like that. 1st Recon wasn't most soldiers. Well then, perhaps you could tell me your thoughts about how well the coalition is functioning between allies? Frost suggested. What is that supposed to mean? Milligan asked. What do you think of serving alongside your Mojave allies? Frost amended. Allies? Milligan repeated, enunciating the word as if there was something off about its taste. You have issues with the designation? Frost asked. Guess I don't, Milligan admitted, or can't, what have you. I don't have much of a problem with these Mojave boys, but you should hear some of the old-timers rip into Vegas back home. Resentment over the Mojave campaign, I cannot say I am surprised, Frost nodded. More than that, Milligan continued. Look around you. Most of these guys were kids during the Hoover Dam battles. Most of them had parents who served. Imagine how many dinner conversations turned into belly-aching over how badly the brass screwed them over. About that uppity mailman screwing over all their sacrifices and hard work, and how we're going east to open diplomatic relations with the most sadistic regime encountered in living memory. This wasn't a popular decision in Shady Sands, from what I can understand. There's a lot of lingering hard feelings in California, both with the Legion and the Mojave. I see, Frost understood. A very candid response, Captain, if I do say so. You trying to get at something? Milligan cocked his brow. I mean, I appreciate your honesty, Frost countered. Still, considering this is an all-volunteer operation, I take it you joined without the aforementioned resentment? Milligan turned his head to the side to spit. Well, truth be told, not a lot of options for a country boy except signing up and shipping out. Besides, as much as I'd like to fight the wild cons, I heard some rumors about what they did to a platoon of Red Beret-wearing gunners. You know what I'm talking about? Frost gulped. He had only enough time to glance at some reports about military survivors of wild con captivity before he was able to catch his train, but he remembered how the phrase humane euthanization struck a chord with him. "I'm ready to die if I have to, but that," Milligan shuddered. "Sure as hell makes dying look easy, don't it?" "Understandable," Frost nodded. "Tell me, is this your first action?" Milligan paused, but eventually shook his head. "Nah. I worked on the northern frontier, mostly just patrolling and the occasional maneuvering drill, but eventually I got called in to handle a pacification mission." "Pacification?" Frost asked. "Hostile tribals, mostly. Kept driving prospectors off their land. Eventually they complained enough to petition the local rep for military assistance. I got sent over, as did Tandy. Is this the first time One Stone Recon and the 14th Scouts worked together?" Frost asked. "Probably. Whole situation was a mess. Would have been a political disaster if it hadn't been for Tandy's involvement." "Could you please elaborate?" Frost asked, growing more interested in learning of how the NCR handled their expansion plans in a post-Vegas era, a topic that most people he wanted to cover were often tight-lipped about. "I don't think I'm the qualified guy to ask about that," Milligan admitted. "I'm just a soldier who did what he was told to the best of his abilities. If you want more details, you'd have to talk to Tandy." "I see," Frost said as he stroked his chin. "There a problem with that?" Milligan asked. "I don't think I'm particularly popular around here," Frost admitted. "You're not," Milligan said, bluntly. Frost winced. "Then why did you talk to me in the first place?" "Because I heard you worked in the film industry, and I was wondering if you could probably hook me up with Andrea Hylong or someone," Milligan smiled. Frost groaned. He had little lost love for the New California Film Society. Most of its recent output consisted of either schlock or smut, with the occasional serious artistic endeavor few and far between. Not that he wasn't familiar with Miss Hylong. They both welched together during the biopic of President Tandy, and were two of the loudest voices of protest to the proposed and entirely fictitious love scene between the legendary vault dweller and the young Tandy played by Andrea. That being said, she did eventually come around to the production's vision upon finding out that they had cast Chet Hemlock, fresh off of his debut from Lusty Lady Legionaries 6, as the vault dweller in question. Frost never really saw the appeal, but he supposed all great works of art existed through compromise one way or the other. "I'll see what I can do," Frost lied. "And I'll see about setting up a meeting between you and War Chief Tandy," Milligan grinned. "You, spend a lot of time around tribals?" "Can't say that I have, but I don't see how that will instigate any significant deterrence. I am a proud card-carrying member of the Foundation for the United Peoples of California, and activism on behalf of the outlying tribes on the frontier has long been a passion of mine." "Good to know," Milligan, as he stifled back a grin. "I think the two of you are going to get along just great," turning away to hide his snickering. As the AEG set up camp for the night, they had set up sentries to surround the camp and keep track of any movement, whether it be a neutral caravan or perhaps hostile fauna. Usually a 5-man squad, these sentries usually consisted of 4 NCR troopers and a judicial marshal. However, seeing as not all members of the AEG were officially military, some exceptions were made, especially as volunteering was encouraged for such duties. "Snake eyes," Rosa crowed as she pulled the caps towards her. Carla snarled as Toby put a hand on her shoulder. Jimmy just laughed as Rosa pushed out some caps. 300 says I get 7 coming up. Any of you 3 think different?" Rosa grinned. "You cheat," Carla hissed. "Do not," Rosa shot back. "Do too," Carla snapped. "No, I don't," Rosa sneered. "You do," Joseph said as he turned the page of his Bible. The 4 players turned to look at the one guy who was actually taking sentry duty seriously. The irony that he was literally blind was not lost on any of them. "Ah, what do you know? You don't even gamble." Rosa rolled her eyes. "So, you aren't using Duke's dice?" Joseph asked offhandedly as he ran his fingers over the page. Jimmy shot a look at Rosa. Rosa blushed as she picked her dice back up and returned it to her bag. "Good dice is hard to come by," Rosa added quickly. "Okay, so why don't you use mine?" Jimmy said as he handed her his. Rosa kept the dice in her hand for half a minute, waiting for the perfect opportunity to release. She flung them to the ground, 2 6s staring up at her when it came to a halt. "Tough break, Rosie," Carla taunted as she took back her caps. "Hey, Toby, you seeing anyone?" Rosa said in a chipper, bubbly tone. "Please don't start," Toby sighed as Carla bristled. "'Cause if you ever feel lonely and are sick of putting up with your awful sister, you can just say the word and I can find somewhere private where we can—" "Rosa, shut the hell up," Carla growled. "I'm sorry," Rosa said as she picked at her ear. "Did I hear the faintest whiff of annoyance? Or was that jealousy?" She grinned. "Rosa," Jimmy said as he put an arm between them. "This is neither the time nor place. Stay out of this, Jimmy," Carla snapped as she stood up. "She's had this coming for a long time." "Have I?" Rosa said as she followed the action. "Is this everything you've ever dreamed of? You on top of me, beating me bloody as I gasp and beg for air, screaming each other's names as the exhaustion brings us to our knees, leading up to the climax as we—" Carla felt her ears burn as Toby and Jimmy separated the two. For as long as she could remember, she wanted Rosa to be her best friend. As annoying as she could be, she was funny, attentive, creative, and in her own way, loyal. Were it not for her actions and behavior as she grew older, perhaps it would have been possible for them to— "Caravan," Joseph announced as he turned a page. "A caravan?" Rosa exclaimed. "This far out in the wilderness? The nearest settlement isn't for another 10 miles. "Well, I'll be damned," Jimmy said as he brought up his binoculars, much to the bemusement of Joseph. "He's right. 1 Brahmin and 6 guards about 2 miles to the northeast." "Should we report it?" Toby asked as he pulled out his walkie-talkie. Jimmy stroked his chin. "I've a better idea." "And since when do we take orders from a mobster?" Carla asked. "Since your mom probably isn't going to appreciate riling up hundreds of tired soldiers to deal with a lonely caravan," Jimmy shot back. "Rosa and I ain't soldiers, so what's there for them to get spooked by? You want to help? Keep overwatch as the 2 of us go down there and chat up the locals. How do you want to do this?" Rosa asked as the twins picked up their gear and headed to a better vantage point. "I'm thinking we should pretend to be cousins," Jimmy suggested. Rosa groaned. "That's what we always do, and somehow to this day it just feels right," Jimmy shrugged. A half-hour later, the 2 had intercepted the trader, a fast-talking entrepreneurial pharmacist who went by the name Doc Gallagher. As the caravan guards eyed the 2 newcomers suspiciously, the wandering cousins played up their act. Jimmy, with his well-dressed appearance, carried himself like a fresh-blooded wasteland capitalist, while his leather-wearing companion served as a bodyguard in her own right, or at least came off as someone attempting to play the part. "What's this?" Rosa asked as she dug her hand into a satchel by the Brahmin. The guards bristled even as the doctor laughed them off and allowed her to continue. "Oh, she ain't harmin' no one. Let her rifle through it a little, so long as she don't break nothin'," he laughed. The bubbly Rosa looked to her big, strong older cousin, who simply smiled and nodded for her to continue. "Oh boy, I bet there's something really neat in here," she exclaimed in a bubbly manner, digging through one of the lower bags as she stuck her butt out further. "She really is an excitable young woman, isn't she?" Doc Gallagher said as his eyes tracked her swaying hips. "Shame about the mental issues," Jimmy explained apologetically. "She's a good girl and she means super well, but her judgment usually isn't. Well, I feel like I spend as much time looking after her as she feels she does looking after me. Still, she seems like a lot of fun to be around," Doc Gallagher said as he turned his attention to the real buyer. "Tell me, is her condition medical in nature?" Jimmy thought for a bit. "I mean, we've been giving her mentats for the last few years to help her focus, but they've been so expensive. You, wouldn't happen to be carrying some, would you?" Jimmy asked. Doc narrowed his eyes. "What do you got on ya?" Jimmy reached in his back pocket and pulled out some caps and Legion denarii. For a brief moment, Jimmy watched as the good doctor recognized the coinage, and thanks to his years as Gavino Bishop's understudy, knew when he had a mark hooked. "Will this satisfy the initial payment?" Jimmy asked. Doc snapped his fingers, and 2 of the caravan guards pulled Rosa away while bringing one of the satchels she'd been rooting around to him. Reaching in, he pulled out 6 cases of mentats, Jimmy's eyes widening at their reveal. "Wow," he laughed. "It's hard enough for a merchant to be that well stocked in the West." "So I've heard," Doc nodded. And let me tell you, being this well-stocked doesn't come cheap. Jimmy swallowed. How much? He asked reluctantly. Well, let's just say what you got in front of you should cover what I got in front of me. For more than that, though. He returned the mentats to the bag. Come on, man, it's for her health, Jimmy pressed, betraying desperation. Doc eyed Rosa one last time before throwing an arm around Jimmy's shoulder, pulling him in. Well, if we're in the business of being honest, how good a bodyguard do you think your little cuz really is? I don't understand, Jimmy said, perplexed. What are you saying? I'm saying a cute little thing like that might have... Options, Doc grinned. There's a camp a few miles north that's always on the lookout for breathing merch, if you get my meaning. I only bring this up because someone this far east who uses Legion coins might be partial to the trade, he suggested. Jimmy looked to Rosa. As she continued playing with another satchel, she motioned, reaching to her belt for something, drawing it out, and dragging it along the bottom of the bag. Jimmy grinned. He taught her well. Can I ask you a question? Jimmy said. How would the Legion feel about your secondary inventory? Doc blinked. I beg your pardon? Jimmy drew out his switchblade and dug it into the bottom of the satchel. As he tore it away, several needled contraptions and inhalers spilled onto the ground. The caravan guards wheeled towards him, but one of them was caught off guard by a sharp blow to the armpit, and as he was forced to his knees, Rosa pulled out her sawed-off and held it to his skull, forcing a standoff. A drug slinger masquerading as a doctor. Clever, Jimmy tutted. Shameless, but clever. The doc curled his lip as he noticed the reflections of 2 or more scopes on the ridgeline. I didn't take you for a moralist. This is the unclaimed wastes. Ain't no one got the authority to tell me what not to sell. Maybe, but I got some friends just down the road who might protest that and penalize your inventory anyway. So tell you what, in exchange for, say, 20% of what you got on you, and I convince the local JMs to look the other way so long as I never see your ass again. Deal? Jimmy grinned. The doc looked to his incapacitated guard, the suddenly lucid Rosa holding him there, the 4 other guards training their guns on the 2, and the 2 scopes on the horizon that promised to make this thing so much uglier than it was worth. Ein, Doc relented. You win. It wasn't the most generous haul, 800 caps in all, but Jimmy preferred to send a message to people he viewed as competitors. The Bishops had gotten out of the drug game since the death of his grandmother long before he was born. Hell, Jimmy didn't even smoke. That was how clean-cut he was in the game. He would have, however, settled for driving him away, had he not suggested that he sell out Rosa. That part demanded a little punishment. You are pretty ruthless, if I do say so myself, Doc admitted as he surrendered the last of his promised caps. You 2 are in the game, huh? We play for ourselves, Jimmy grinned as Rosa released the guard, strolling by to join her cousin. Well, consider yourselves lucky, Doc sneered. Here, he tossed them the broken satchel. A little token to remember me by, he winked as he returned to his Brahmin. You try that shit on another one, though. I can't guarantee it'll end so well. Jimmy looked over the dirty brown satchel. It was pretty unremarkable, save for the letters RMX stenciled in big blocky letters on the back. The 2 watched as the caravan turned around and headed in the other direction. What do you think he meant by that? Rosa asked as she checked her sawed-off, cursing herself for having forgotten to load it earlier. No idea, Jimmy admitted. Still, RMX. For some reason that sounds familiar. What's that? Rosa asked. I think my dad mentioned something about it. Jimmy tried to remember. Apparently they were the big reason we couldn't take any mountain territory in the east. How did they manage that? Rosa asked as she put some shells in for later. It was years ago, Jimmy eventually said. Probably just some old caravan company that didn't feel like taking some bribes. Come on, let's get back to the others. As the 2 returned to the rest of their party, Doc Gallagher turned to look at the 2 as they strode away. Sir, one of his guards said to him, if you want, we can get in contact with Brody, then we could... Leave it, Doc explained as he shook his head. Consider it a cost of doing business. I'm not worried about the money. You still on about the girl? Another guard asked. She looks like more trouble than she's worth. Doc chuckled. You wouldn't know the half of it. She didn't look familiar to you. The guards looked to each other, puzzled. Let's just say I don't think she takes after her dad, Doc grinned. Come on, if we don't give Abacus something to count, he'll sick the Securities Committee on all our asses. Get a move on. Excerpt from the Judicial Marshal Basic Training Guide and Manual. Meeting new people. As the premier law enforcement branch of New Vegas, I expect you all to conduct yourselves with professionalism and candor. When dealing with strangers, do not approach them as suspects without cause. Greet them warmly, ask them how their day is going, do not rob them, etc. With all that said, I understand that for many of you these terms are a bit more flexible the further you get from New Vegas. I understand that dealing with the average prospector or tourist can be a taxing experience. However, unless we are engaged in an investigation or combat, I expect you all to abide by these basic guidelines of etiquette. If you are found abusing your position over civilians, IA will be dispatched to rectify the issue. Please don't make me do it. Deputy Chief Natalie Boone. Chapter 6. Captive Audience. Major Coleridge took a drag on his cigarette as he stared out on the horizon. It was the 30th week in his tour of the Unclaimed Wastes, on his 7th tour for that matter. Right now, he was standing by and awaiting orders to proceed with his mission. Coleridge scoffed at the thought. What was the point of being an independent commando if his team constantly needed orders from their benefactors back in California? Did they want control of the unclaimed wastes or not? He sighed, seeing the futility of second-guessing at this juncture. His job wasn't to secure the unclaimed wastes, no matter how much sense it made. His was to track down and capture the last original generation Enclave fugitive they had on file. Hopefully, the lead they were working over in the garage would pan out. Hathcock strolled out, wiping his face as he looked to his commander. 80 hours around the clock, and not even a peep. Whatever conditioning he's been put through wasn't a joke, he admitted. Coleridge smirked a little. They had caught the patrol off guard, and it had been the ugliest firefight he'd seen in decades. His grandfather told him horror stories of outgunned NCR troopers engaging with enclave patrols, and the horrendous casualties that resulted from the skirmishes. At any rate, it was fortune's way of making it up to them that their adversaries had little more to them than flesh and blood, now, and the days of fighting against power armor looked to be a distant memory. Want me to go in and demonstrate my hospitality? Coleridge asked. Ross and Gelrod are looking after his vitals right now. He's hanging on by a thread, Hathcock confessed. Coleridge nodded as he marched to the garage. Inside, they had placed several emergency lights around the bound figure tied and bolted to the floor. A mound of pulverized meat in roughly the same shape as a human being glanced up to the mustached soldier as he approached. He recognized him, mostly as the reason he was short an eardrum and could not feel anything at the ends of his wrists. The meat coughed up some wet debris as he wheezed while Coleridge pulled up a chair. So let me jog my memory. You go by the name Valrook, correct? Major Coleridge asked, neutrally. The meat coughed up a storm before finally finding his voice. And you call yourselves civilized? What a joke, he giggled. Gelrod approached with a crowbar in hand. Coleridge waved him off, instead reaching by his belt and pulling up a canteen. A drink and a nap probably sound good right about now? He suggested. I was dead the moment you took me alive. I have no illusion for survival. I've been dead for years, Valrook gasped out. Considering his unusual tolerance to pain, Coleridge took him at his word. Truth be told, he was grateful that Legatum Saiva had formed after the Mojave campaign, and not before. The Enclave was the most advanced regime documented in the New World, while stifled by its numbers, while the Legion the most numerous, disciplined and bloodthirsty, while hampered by its technophobia. So, what would happen if a survivor of the last-gen Enclave somehow armed a cohort of disenfranchised legionaries with plasma weaponry? A farewell for any sense of stability the unclaimed wastes would see in a generation, if not more. Since you are dead, what's one more good deed before you pass on? Coleridge offered. Where is Dalton? Up your ass, the meat tried to laugh. That's really too bad. I'd hate to have to exterminate the rest of your brothers in arms. Coleridge lied. The meat named Valrook let out a laugh. You are going to have bigger issues on your plate than a bunch of bannerless soldiers, the only people who despise us more than you are to the east. You and Lanius really have so much in common. Mutant fucking degenerates, the whole lot of you. Coleridge stood up, holding out his canteen, and poured its contents out on top of Valrook's head. As it stung his wounds, the odor finally wafted into his nostrils. "What are you doing?" he asked. "The humane thing," Coleridge replied, as he pulled out his pistol and fired, igniting the body. Coleridge collapsed on the sofa in the rec room. In a past life, it had been a laundromat. Now it was the current base camp to the NCR Independent Commando Battalion, a hand-selected group of NCR Rangers, covert ops, intelligence agents, and special forces to act within the unclaimed wastes as California's eyes, ears, and fangs as necessary. Right now, some of the boys were either playing pool or cards, while some of the intel officers were fooling around with a corkboard. He watched as the picture of Valrook was crossed out. He'd been their biggest get all year, but intel couldn't pry anything out of him. He imagined that the Enclave would have had access to technologies that could mitigate resistance to interrogation, along with other assets that could solidify the NCR as the undisputed superpower of the New World. But none of that could happen until they got a hold of the man on top of the corkboard. It was a sketchy surveillance photo of a figure firing a bright weapon into the distance. Next to it was a sketch of a man in his early 60s, scraggly beard and wild eyes making up for his otherwise unremarkable appearance. Out of all registered survivors of the Enclave in the early days of the NCR, only 2 remained alive since, which made it all the more important to capture Dalton, because the other one was currently politically untouchable. Having just been re-elected as Vegas High Councilman, Coleridge was in no position, and had no desire to go to war with California's only ally to extract someone who was only born after the Enclave fled from the West Coast. For the moment. "Sir," Specialist Beckett announced as she continued to monitor radio chatter. "We just received a message from Shady. They lost contact with a followers camp south of here and are requesting an investigation." Coleridge thought for a moment. South. Wouldn't that take us to Fort Abandon?" Beckett nodded. "Tell them we don't have the manpower to secure it," Coleridge said. "And we aren't risking soldiers to help some peacenik anarchists." "Waste of ammo," he muttered under his breath. "Sir," Beckett responded. "The request came from CAB. They placed an asset within the area, and that's what they lost contact with." Coleridge scowled. The fucking California Intelligence Bureau. Their operations pretty much depended on keeping a bunch of committees back home happy, and the best way to keep them happy was to make sure the CIB was satisfied with their results and progress to put in a good enough word. Still, like all successful enterprises, why do yourself when you could outsource? "Beckett, you got a read on the recent position of the AEG?" Coleridge asked. Beckett pulled out a chart, glancing between it and a calendar. "I'm not sure exactly how far out they'd be. Gorobets is a fucking Boy Scout, and those marshals like to think of themselves as do-gooders," Coleridge sniffed. "Put a line through to them and let them know the situation. That'll fix it up soon enough. We got enough on our plates," he yawned as he pulled his cap over his eyes. The procession marched up the interstate, cries of triumph echoing through the air, as the throngs of citizens gathered in celebration of the returning army, cheering as the legionaries had returned from their march against the rebelling city of San Antonio. Carbines and rifles rested uniformly on shoulders as the men marched towards the city center. Placed in the vanguard were the Canis Equites, the cavalry of this new legion, and the crux of their most recent victory. Near the center of the formation, carried on the back of a flatbed trailer as it was hauled by slaves, the agitators of the rebellion were bound, awaiting their summary judgment and execution. Along with the prisoners, however, stood the man most responsible for the military success. A 7-foot warrior clad in blood-stained armor watched impassively as his citizens and subjects came out to commemorate yet another subjugation of territory they could barely hold. The Antonianites had figured their insolence would be overlooked as Imperial Dallas turned its attention to the north and east, and as usual, the Legion's mightiest hammer had been dispatched to correct their thinking. Many people had been killed, some in battle and most by execution, as per his orders. But as much as his people wanted a victory, the legate was in little mood to celebrate. The ceremonies proceeded as they often did. Soldiers were rewarded for individual valor, cohorts and maniples commemorated for distinguished service, prayers and accolades offered by priestesses and quaestors. with promises of more to come from the consulate in further weeks. When it came time for the leaders to be sentenced, it was up to the legate to choose their execution. As ever, crucifixion was the most popular incarnation of capital punishment, followed by gladiatorial combat against the Gila. Instead, the legate chose decapitation, to which he administered personally and without ceremony. In 2 minutes, all 20 prisoners were dead, and the legate chose to retire. In a past life, the monolithic arena had been a place of sport and celebration, so in a way, it continued its tradition and purpose. Now, instead of merely athletic honors, it celebrated martial pride. This was where the finest legionaries trained, where honor could be won back, where justice could be carried out, all to the roar of the crowd. It was also where he lived, the legate thought to himself. 2 of his honor guards strolled down the stairway as they laughed and joked to themselves. "The legate is a lucky man," one snickered. "Highest honors, best gear, and the choicest morsels." "What I wouldn't give to be an extra foot taller," his partner concurred. "Strong and popular, no wonder Scorpio is so shameless with his brown-nosing. Can you blame him?" He giggled. They both bumped into the legate. Seeing as they had been so engrossed in their conversation, they had not noticed that their master had returned so early. They both gazed upon the bull helm of the legate, horns jutting towards them as the snarling visage of a mighty Arach glared the 2 down, towering over both men even as he was beneath them on the stairway. "Av," both legionaries stated, fists to their chests. The legate pushed through them, ignoring the salute. "Sir!" one of them called out, and the legate came to a halt. "We have a message from you via the proconsul," he explained, as he held out a rolled-up message. The legate snatched it from his palm, rolling it out to see what the northern conqueror saw fit to inform him of. "My most trusted and beloved blood brother, I hope this message reaches you upon the eve of a return from a successful campaign against the traitors. Your military prowess is worthy of emulation, and your commitment to the virtues and honor of the Empire are second to few outside the most elite of the legions. My own campaign in the north has seen the united tribes broken before our might. The surviving warriors may make promising soldiers yet, though I may have to utilize techniques you have previously deemed antiquated. Know then, thus, that I have been given Caesar's blessing, as well as that of the Oracle. Still, I would be remiss if I neglected your approval and kinship in the coming years. As such, among the tributes I have obtained, the Oracle and I have selected a most priceless gift to grace your chamber and warm your hearth. A desert jewel, if you will. The men have been ordered to gently handle its transport and are under explicit orders to not sample for their own pleasure. I hope to speak with you sometime in the near future. We have much to discuss about the coming years. Cordially yours, Proconsul Scorpio Oklahomus. The legate crumpled up the paper and tossed it to the ground. He continued to his chamber. My legate, the proconsul's message." One of his guards began to stammer. "Burn it," the legate snarled. The legate's chamber overlooked the stadium, providing the best seat in the house for those who did not participate in the games. It was often filled with important government officials and notable citizens during the games, and all other times it was the legate's personal quarters. As much as he wanted to seek another dwelling to lick his wounds and rest his body, he could not bring himself to leave this place. It was the only home she ever knew. He opened the doorway to the luxury box. Ignoring the gasp, he immediately walked over to the reinforced mannequin along the wall. He began by setting up his giant cleaver blade along the wall, following that by taking off his helmet, placing it on the broken head as he began unhooking his cloak. Then he began stripping off his greaves and chest plate, placing them all on the mannequin as he did. He finished with his belt, placing it on the dummy's waist as he then turned his attention to Scorpio and his mother's gift as she trembled in the corner. A pair of terrified eyes peeked out from under a quilt. The legate strolled over to her. Even if the legionaries had honored their orders, and they had lately seen the legate unhappy enough to certainly do so, the rest of his harem had likely not made any attempts to give her a warm welcome. The legate didn't enjoy brutalizing the physically defenseless, so he often didn't intervene with their aspirational politics. "Stand," the legate said. The woman felt horror as her body betrayed her mind, rising to her feet as she gasped in apprehension. The legate approached her and grabbed the edge of her quilt. Before she could do anything, the legate ripped her cover from her body. He could tell from her complexion that she had been tribal. A tanned and lean body, though quite healthy. Her hair was dark and well kept, her curly locks cascading down the small of her back. Her posture denotated that she was someone who carried herself with pride, likely a daughter of a chieftain. Any valuables on her person had likely been expropriated by her captors, as slaves were only allowed their bodies and whatever rags their masters saw fit to gift them. Scorpio offered her none, the legate noted, as she shivered under his gaze. "Name?" the legate said. "Kira," she whispered, as she finally tried to protect what little modesty she had left. From this point on, Kira was the legate's property. She would be his servant, plaything, companion, and if the gods favored her, mother of his child. That was her fate and future. He was well within his rights to throw her on his bed and utterly ravish her body however and whenever he pleased. Perhaps in time she would accept her status, but as a slave, her consent wasn't important, let alone necessary. She seemed to realize this as she slowly lowered her hands, tears welling up in her eyes as she moved to the large bed in the other corner of the room. She let out a scream when she felt a hand grip her arm. I'm sorry, she whimpered. I didn't mean to scream. I promise I will be good. Just please don't. Quiet, the legate said. Kira felt her lips seal and her tongue grip the bottom of her mouth. Whenever this legate gave her an order, she felt compelled to obey. When she was taken to this room, she had wanted to stab him, scream at him for the death of her betrothed, bait him into killing her, and reunite her with her family in their ancestral hunting grounds. Anything. She had been intimidated by his size and appearance, though, and learning of his reputation had dampened her resolve as she was brought closer to the chamber. Now, the formerly defiant Kira was afraid, and did not know whether it was pride or shame that sealed her tongue. "Do you see that other mattress over there?" the legate asked. On the other side of the luxury box, on the opposite corner of the chamber, was another, smaller mattress. It was neatly made, the kind of neat that came only from not having been occupied for a significant amount of time. On the walls surrounding it were pictures of rather crudely drawn animals. "You are mine," the legate began. "As your master, you are forbidden to be touched by anyone other than me, under penalty of death. This is the law of the Empire. Other than that, I am free to treat you as I see fit. However..." The legate paused as his slave turned to look at him. "If you do not wish me to partake of your body, then you may spend your nights on that mattress." "Whose is that?" Kira asked. A flash of anger crossed the legate's formerly sad eyes. "No one you need to concern yourself with," he snapped. Kira flinched, and the legate grew softer again. "Everyone outside this chamber will respect my wishes, and I will respect yours if you choose to sleep on that mattress. Do you understand?" he asked. He gently let go of her arm. Kira quickly bolted for her quilt, and then immediately dove for the smaller mattress. Wrapping it tightly around her body, he could still see the pair of eyes staring at him, waiting for the other sandal to drop. "Well, you've certainly made your decision," the legate smirked. "What is the catch?" Kira eventually managed to ask, "I suppose it means if I bring another woman up here, you will have no choice but to watch," the legate said as he went over to his own bed. "I can tell you won't be able to lift my sword, so don't even think about it." I wasn't," Kira lied. "Breakfast is at sunrise. I hope you like meat and barley," the legate added as he laid down on his own bed. As the hours passed and the sun sank, the legate heard some light snoring on the other end of the room. He turned over to see Kira curled up under her quilt. The sight pained him so much he shifted over to look out the windows. For the briefest of moments, Barabbas was able to pretend that somehow she had returned. Costwood kept a lookout as Lorraine got to work on the fire. Rifle trained to the darkness, Costwood shot a look over his shoulder to see how the fire was coming along. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Lorraine asked as the embers began to spark. "I am sick of freezing my nuts off in the night. I think we lost whatever was following us by now," Costwood tried to placate, gradually lowering his rifle as he moved closer to take in the heat. "We should be another day or so out from a safe house. After that, we can reconnect with Kenzie." "No problem," Costwood tried to grin. Lorraine took out a bag of pinion nuts, helping himself as Costwood pulled out a bottle of whiskey. Is that the best idea right now? Lorraine asked. Don't you start, Costwood snapped. I just need to take a little bit of the edge off, he said as he took a swig. Lorraine said nothing as he bit into some of the nuts. You think Drix is okay? He's dead by now, Rain, Costwood said, flatly and without sympathy. I just hoped he did us some good and satisfied whatever this Sawney thing wanted, and that it'll leave us the hell alone. He was your friend, Lorraine said, baffled by his partner's callousness. Was, Costwood emphasized. We'll mourn when we hook up with the others. Right now, best we can do is try to relax and maybe get a little shut-eye. You want to go first, or me? Age before beauty, Lorraine leered. Eat shit, Costwood muttered with the faintest whiff of gratuity. As he laid his head down on his pack, Lorraine scanned the horizon. They were resting in the middle of a small crater, likely left by a non-nuclear blast. Most shelters had either been reclaimed by the wilderness or broken down by the Legion or scavengers for whatever reason. Nothing to worry about. The Liberty clans could make do with whatever they had, which was more often than not very little. Lorraine sat as he looked to the star-filled sky. If nothing else, this was when he felt the most peace as a wastelander. For all the excitement that came from gunfights and brawls and sleeping around, nothing satisfied him more than a quiet night in the middle of what remained of nature. He glanced at the perimeter, thinking he managed to catch 2 small flickering orange orbs in the distance. He took a swig of water. Now was not the time to be seeing things. He tried thinking back to the lessons his uncle had told him. Most people are trash, boy. Be careful of those who think they ain't. And never trust no mutie for that matter. For all our flaws, at least mankind is good at sticking around. Muties tend to forget that part. They'd best be advised to be reminded. Uncle Dalton was a rather hateful son of a bitch. Watching as the sides you were on lost wars could probably do that to a person. Lucky for him, Kenzie happened to have crossed paths with the old bastard, and in exchange for some supplies, Lorraine had been surrendered to Kenzie for him to rear and raise, Dalton considering his new mission no place for no kid. Still, Lorraine grew up happy and educated in all things that mattered. Hey, Costwood, he said as he prodded the fire with a stick. Costwood grunted an affirmation of some kind. You remember that stupid kid story Daphne used to sing to me at bedtime? Talking lizard something or other, Costwood slurred sleepily. You think that might be what we're dealing with? Lorraine grinned. Dumb story, Costwood replied groggily. Come on, what's just one song around the campfire? Daff said if he likes the singing, he'll leave us presents every Bomb's Eve, right? Lorraine goaded his partner. A grumbla fuggin' Santa Claus a grumbla was all Lorraine could make out. Play the guitar, play it again, my Johnny, Lorraine began. Costwood groaned as he put his hands over his head. Maybe you're cold, but you're so warm inside, Lorraine continued. Hate this song, Costwood muttered. I was always a fool for my Johnny, Lorraine kept up. For the one they called Johnny Guy. Something landed with a thud along the ground approaching the campfire. Something roughly the size of a bowling ball, but much more tender. As it rolled to a stop, Lorraine caught a glimpse of it by the light of the fire. He recognized it. Costwood, Lorraine stammered, horrified. What now? The older man growled as he turned over. He saw Lorraine pointing at something. Costwood followed until he saw Drixon's dead eyes staring back at him, his rotting expression frozen in shock. Fuck! Costwood shrieked as he bolted up and grabbed his gun. Lorraine drew both his pistols and backed himself against Costwood. Both men kept pace with the other as they circled around, covering the other's blind spots. You twisted bastard! Costwood roared. Why not show yourself and we'll settle this like men? Lorraine kept looking to the horizon, trying to judge which direction Drix's head had been launched from. They had no idea who or how many they were up against, but any self-respecting Liberty clanner would go down fighting. With Costwood, he could guarantee that they'd take someone with them at the very least. That was when he noticed the 2 flickering orange orbs once more. This time, however, they had gotten much bigger. A massive shape sprang towards them. Costwood, IT's in front of me! Larian cried as he opened up with both pistols. Costwood swung around and joined him, blasting fire into the shape as it fluttered towards them. As it filled with holes, it began to gently drift towards the ground, falling flat onto the dirt and dust as Lorraine and Costwood cautiously approached it. Reaching out his foot, Lorraine stamped on their quarry, feeling no resistance. Gingerly, he reached down to pick it up. It's just a sheet of burlap, Lorraine muttered as Costwood knelt down to join him. Little sooner than he did that the light of the fire behind them was suddenly blocked by a massive shadow. By the time both men turned around to see what had happened, a massive tail swung into their bodies, the force knocking both of them on their backs. The figure before them looked like it had crawled out of hell itself. A dark body towering over both men at 10 feet tall, its lean body rippling with a sinuous brutality as it hunched over its prey. 2 orange eyes gleamed as it appraised what to do next, and a long tongue lopped outside of its gaping, fang-filled maw as drool pattered on the sand. Both Lorraine and Costwood had kept their weapons. Years of discipline came back as both men turned their guns on the beast and fired what remained of their ammo at it. The monster, faster than something that size should be capable of moving, vanished before either man could come fully to their senses. "Costwood, what the fuck was that?" Lorraine screamed as he got back to his feet. "Just fucking run!" Costwood cried as he crawled into a standing position, taking off into the darkness. "Costwood!" Lorraine screamed. "Save yourself!" was the last words he ever heard from him. The 2 eyes appeared before the fleeing gunner. Before Costwood had time to react, its hand swung down and skewered him with extended claws. Costwood let out a strangled scream as the monster pried his wriggling body from its fingers and forced Costwood's head into its mouth. Lorraine couldn't bear to watch, turning and fleeing from the sight as fast as he could run. The sound of a strangled cry as it was cut off forever would be burned into his memory. He didn't get far enough. Something thick and heavy slammed into his back and forced him to his knees. Lorraine didn't get a look at it, but deep down knew exactly what the monster had done, and he didn't want to see the same look in Costwood's eyes as he saw in Drixon. Crawling on all fours, Lorraine turned back just in time to see the creature mimicking him, its larger frame gaining ground as it clasped something in its mitt. Lorraine swung his body around, sitting up as he brought his pistol towards the monster. He fired his last bullet, to which the monster responded by blocking it with the corpse in its grasp, the shell sinking into Costwood's decapitated body. The monster then disregarded its prize as it sprang forth onto Lorraine, digging a single finger through Lorraine's shoulder, skewering him through the muscle and out the back. Lorraine let out a cry as the monster brought him to its face, its bloody mouth open and salivating. "Little Humies is always lots o' fun," the monster, honest to God, giggled. The shock and pain froze Lorraine as he tried to comprehend what was happening. "Stills, I gots to shut ya ups, seeings as I's can't stand that song," the beast hissed. "The old papa don't mean little to me no mo. And he don't like me much none no mo neither. Clutch killa, that's what they says about's me," the monster mocked. "Tell me, little Humie, you gots brothers and sisters?" it asked. "Please," Lorraine begged, "don't kill me. I asks yous a questions, I 'spect an answer," the monster snapped. "No," Lorraine screamed without breath. "You is a lucky one. I used to have lots of kin. Now it's just down to me and 3 Othas." The monster grinned. "The strongest and smartest ones, but theys ain't stronger or smarterer than me. Still, best I be killin' them before the old papa catch me. I can't be thinkin' 'bout doin' anything that... What's that one Humie word?" He pondered as he began dragging Lorraine with him. "Reckless, that's the one." The beast smiled as he parked his body over Costwood's corpse. "Now, as weak and elplas as you Humies usually are, you gots great ideas." The beast nodded in respect. "Like leaving meats out to attack bigger meats. That's what I's be using you for." "Baits," it explained as he slammed his foot down onto Lorraine's back. He let out a scream, the pressure almost suffocating him as he gasped for air. The monster, meanwhile, grabbed a hold of the rest of Costwood's corpse, picking it up and sniffing it. "Older Humie. I usually like the younger ones, nicer and mo tender, but..." The monster snapped Costwood's spine against its knee. "Sonny never was no picky eater," the Deathclaw explained as it brought forth the burst stomach to its lips and began to shuck the innards. Excerpt from the Judicial Marshal Basic Training Guide and Manual. Deathclaws, preferred solutions, 50 milligrams round from a distance of 800 yards or greater. Ribs or lungs for maximum effect. 4-man team when engaging individuals for Pax Radio Nellis. Alternative solutions, heavy explosives, remote preferred. Poison discouraged due to risk of ecological mutation. Regarding potential melee engagement, return this book to your instructor and leave Deputy Chief Craig Boone. Chapter 7: The Battle of Fort Abandon. Natalie fought back a yawn as she glanced over the chart sitting before her. A rough outline of the perimeter of a train junction turned improvised fort turned field hospital turned hostage encampment. Fort Aradesh, now more commonly and somewhat accurately known by the moniker Fort Abandon, had been the furthest marker of the NCR's eastern expansion, as well as the gravesite to its alleged manifest destiny in the direction. Legend had it that it was where the NCR first made contact with Caesar's Legion, by way of an ambitious team of Frumentarii entering the fortress, killing the sentries, and unlocking the gates, paving the way for a cohort to mercilessly butcher all its occupants to the last man. It would later become something of a rest stop for cohorts traveling west to Hoover Dam, and gradually and naturally fall out of use as the Legion would abandon its dreams of Western conquest. After years of abandonment, it would eventually be adopted by the followers of the Apocalypse to serve as a medical station, much to the relief of caravans and travelers in the area. Or at least, it had been until recently, according to the message they had received from one of Gorobet's contacts. "So, any thought about how we are doing this?" Gorobets asked as Natalie looked over the reports her marshals had given her. The unclaimed wastes didn't lack for danger, and one didn't have to look hard or far to find someone antisocial or desperate enough to brutalize a bunch of humanitarians. However, overwhelming a fortress run by people smart enough to take precautions was something she hadn't anticipated. "I got some positive IDs on some of the faces looking out over the walls," Natalie began. "Couple familiar ones, mostly on record for minor offenses, the kind of guys who'll clear out the moment a marshal is in the area. Pulling something like this requires an amount of brains and stones these guys don't have," she assessed. "You thinking a bigger player is involved too, then?" Gorobets nodded. "Think it's Legion?" "I'm thinking if it's Legion, we'd know." Natalie shook her head. "Doesn't really line up with their MO either. The followers are one of the few groups the Legion will go out of their way to tolerate. If this guy is playing with hostages, he wants something like getting our attention," Gorobet sighed. "This little detour is setting us back a few days. Supplies are thin enough, and we can't rely on foraging for things to drag on for too long." "You saying we should look the other way?" Natalie asked as she looked across the table. "Didn't say that," Gorobet sniffed. "I see this as an opportunity, the first combined action of the AEG. I think I see how we can attack from here." Gorobets pointed at two separate fixtures on the western and eastern sections of the fort. The wall, such as they were mostly broken boxcars and mesh wire. Gorobets indicated two blind spots between the guard towers. "I'm thinking a simultaneous hit. I know that the moment these guys feel threatened, they're going to start plugging hostages. So, I get some of the more stealthy affiliated to get in first and find and secure the hostages. Any of yours are good at infiltration?" "Harbuck and Bowen are my specialists," Natalie replied. "I let them select their teams and they can get in before anyone's the wiser." "And how are they for following orders?" Gorobets asked. "I'd like one of mine to lead this part of the op." "Who'd you have in mind?" Natalie asked. "Tandy, she's the best infiltrator, under my command, probably the best in California. That being said, she could use some full-fledged military experience, so cooperating with your boys will be a good learning opportunity," Gorobets explained. "For one of your officers, you don't sound too sure about her," Natalie noted. Gorobets pursed his lips. "Let's just say she's been a warrior for a lot longer than she's been a soldier. I'm not doubting her loyalty, but I want to see how well she's shaved off some old habits." Natalie narrowed her eyes. "Petro, how recently has Tandy joined the NCR?" "A few years ago," he admitted. "And what was she doing before then?" Natalie continued to pry. Frontier politics are complicated. Gorobets eventually surrendered. Most of her experience with the NCR came from being against the NCR, he admitted. "You're telling me one of your hand-selected units consists of a bunch of until recently hostile tribal warriors?" Natalie balked. "If they weren't the best, they would be joining the rest of the army fighting the wild Khans, probably as frontline fodder." I figured they deserved a better chance than that, Gorobets explained. And how reliable is this? Tandy? Natalie asked, the name feeling strange on her lips as a California expat. I trust her. Milligan and Wallace both vouched for her before I approved her involvement, Gorobets explained. What about Rathmore and Baxter? Natalie asked. Baxter didn't express much of an opinion about her, and Rathmore, Gorobets paused, is hard to impress, he explained diplomatically. Okay, so once the hostages are secure, then what? Wait for a signal and rush the gates? Natalie asked. Sounds feasible, doesn't it? Gorobets smiled. Give Baxter and Rathmore something to gnaw on. I hope you can rein them in? Natalie asked. I want survivors. Whoever pulled this deserves to be sent to the Supermax, but not before I know why and how. She felt herself come to, slowly and painfully. First thing she noticed was that her arms were bound, tied to the back of the chair. Legs were free, but running didn't feel like a good idea, even if she somehow found the energy. She'd been in situations like this before, as part of her training. This, however, with her feet to the fire, creating a pit in her stomach that not even the Sieb's training could help her overcome. This is where all that acting for the Holovids came into play. She opened her eyes, her bleary vision managing to acclimate to the dim light. The skinny one was circling her like a vulture, knife out as he appraised his little prize. Skinny had already killed a few of the guards, after they had been apprehended and subdued. This guy was just a raider, albeit slightly more clever than the usual. Just like the rest of those guys, catching wind of her peeking, Skinny darted to her, grabbing her throat with his fist while holding the knife in his other hand. Pretty bird joins us in the living, don't she? He giggled, his scarred lips looking like crooked teeth on a skull. You look fun to play with. I know I can make you scream. Question is, how do I do it? He snickered as he ran his tongue over his lips. She swallowed her revulsion. She wondered how best to navigate this situation. If she stonewalled him, he might get frustrated and make a mistake, giving her an opportunity. On the other hand, if she played along, she might be able to wring out some more information out of this freak, hopefully before she had to go full honeypot. She weighed her options and came to a decision. As Skinny drew closer, a glob of spit landed in his eye. Howling in rage, Skinny pulled up his knife as he wiped away the residue. You're gonna bleed for that, bitch, he snarled. The door slammed open, and suddenly Skinny's rage began to abate. What the fuck are you doing? A booming voice shouted. She spat in my eye, Skinny whimpered. You aren't supposed to be messing with her anyway, dipshit, the voice boomed. Skinny was about to reply when suddenly he began to hesitate. He shot a nasty look at her before putting his knife away and sulking out of the room. That's more like it, the voice growled as he stomped over to the bound woman. She heard another chair drag towards her, and watched as a heavy armored glove slammed it down in front of her line of sight. A massive human being, just short of 7 feet tall, swung the seat around as his great frame planted itself on it. His chin, as far as she could tell under his thick, bushy beard, rested on the back of the chair as a strange, floating robot came in behind the giant. So, you're Andrea Highlong, the man began. And what if I am? Andrea said, nervous about how this asshole managed to blow her cover. I'm a fan, he said, smiling. I caught a copy of your last film in New Reno, the Tandy flick. I tell you, you were great for your 30 minutes in the film. Don't know what the whole deal with the sex scene with that vault dweller was about, but that was one heck of a monologue you delivered afterwards, he praised her. You're a fanboy? Andrea asked, skeptical and trying to figure out what the guy's angle was. No, just someone who appreciates the visual arts and a good story, the man continued. Also, it's rare to meet a celebrity this far out east, but I guess the odds of that increase when you were sent by the CIB, right? The man continued. What in the hell are you talking about? Andrea began. I'm just here to work with the followers on a mercy mission. Don't you know what a humanitarian is? I know it means something different from place to place, the man said, and it seems to me that I know more about how secure your network is than you do. Andrea had enough and dropped the act. Her posture straightened and her eyes locked with her captors. You're the one they call Brody, right? Brody's smile faded. Just a little. Guess your info department isn't such a joke after all. Keep going, he goaded her. You are one of the top liquidators of the Rocky Mountain Exchange, and someone my bosses are very eager to talk to. Andrea continued. "We would very much like to know who your bosses are. The RMX is a tough nut to crack. Over a century active, and somehow we still have no idea how you guys are run and who really calls the shots." "Unless you'd like to tell me," she said, as her eyelids began to narrow, seductively. Brody stroked his chin. "Tempting, girl, real tempting. Abacus, run me some numbers, will you?" he asked the iBot floating next to him. "Maximize potential ransom for one CIB agent and shy Friskin starlet. Calculating CIB asset retrieval budget. Calculating cost of mercenary extraction teams. Calculating budget and box office gross of last 3 feature films. Estimated ransom, 50,000 caps, pulled from government and private donations." Brody whistled. "And, how much would Dallas pay for a nice piece of California ass with a brain full of classified intel? Calculating consular annual tributes. Estimating median payment for prior similar merchandise. Likely buyer, Scorpio, Oklahomas. Estimated payment, 800 ORA for a living and unharmed CIB agent." Brody counted on his hands. "Hot damn." He grinned as Andrea felt a shiver crawl down her spine. "Guess I know what I'm going to do with you." "This blows," Rosa griped, as she watched Toby and Carla move out with some of the tribal and martial troops before dawn broke. "They get to see action and we don't?" She sulked. "Technically speaking, you aren't part of the army," Jimmy said as he fished out another toothpick. "You're a civvy, just like me and Joe. So, kick up your feet and enjoy sleeping in, like me," he grinned as he turned in his sleeping bag. "They're going to go shoot up a bunch of drug-addled wastoids and I don't get to participate?" Rosa growled. "And they'll get called heroes for it? Where was your medal when you drove out the last muggers from Freeside? I ran a gang, a casino, and a strip club. I really don't need a medal," Jimmy explained flatly. Rosa groaned. "I need to do something, anything." "Too early to drink, can't pick up anything on the radio, all I've got is a machete and nothing to train with. This sucks," she welched. "Well, Rosa, if you want something to do, you could always join the medical corps like a good volunteer," Melody said as she strolled by, bedrolls under her arm. "Well, I'm not against cutting people up," Rosa admitted. "Stitching them together, though, might be something of an issue. Nothing wrong with making yourself productive for once," Melody said as she looked to the edge of the camp. "So, how's about helping me with some of the inventory later today?" "Sounds great," Rosa lied. "Where's your hubby anyway?" Right on cue, Joseph made his way to the 3. "I need all of your help with something." Rosa sat up. "You are asking us for help?" "This is a new one," she said quizzically. "Not for my sake," Joseph explained. "A wolf lays a trap with a battered lamb. I would like to rescue the lamb, but it will take all my efforts to hold the wolf at bay. You 3 will be vital for the lamb's survival. Just once, can you explain what you actually mean without the whimsical fake poetry bullshit?" Jimmy snarled. Melody was prepared to castigate Jimmy's rudeness, but Joseph held out a hand and allowed the insult to slide. "I do not claim to see the future, just a very strong possibility that we are not beholden to. If you do not wish to join me, I understand and you may remain here. It is your right and I do not begrudge whatever your decision is." "Screw that," Rosa whistled. "I'm bored and you've given me something to do. Count me in." Jimmy was about to protest, then decided it was best he went with her and tried to mitigate whatever trouble she would find herself in. Melody looked to her husband. "How bad in condition do you think this lamb will be in?" The shepherd guides and heals in equal and necessary measure, but some morphine and gauze would probably go a long way, Joseph admitted. Melody exhaled, returning to their tent to pick up a medical bag as Rosa and Jimmy loaded up on equipment. The operation would take the better part of the day. No one would mind if they left for a few hours. Natalie watched through her binoculars as the skittish-looking sentries patrolled the top of the wall. They didn't look like fighters, but having a strong defensive position could bolster most people's morale and prospects of survival further than logic. They had food, ammo, and medical supplies, in addition to the hostages. Before any engagement could commence, those walls had to be breached and the hostages secured before all hell broke loose. Tandy had taken her teams earlier before sunup, and where they were now was anyone's guess. Still, she had insisted that she needed a diversion, to which Gorobets offered up the services of the AEG's top diplomatic mind. "Hey, cocksuckers!" A ghoul with a megaphone strolled up to the gates, gaining the attention of the sentries in the guard towers overlooking the approach. Standing just out of the guaranteed accurate weapons range, the ghoul continued to demonstrate his ambassadorial flair. "You tweakers want a GET fucked up on your time, I don't give a shit. But kidnapping doctors because you are all too stupid to know which end of the needle gives you the good stuff, ice, the kind of shit that pisses me off." At this point, Natalie could make out some shouting and rude gestures from the improvised battlements. Putting down the binoculars to wipe some of the dust from her eye, she noticed one of Rathmore's super mutant troops sticking a finger in his mouth. Pulling it out and feeling the wind, the mutant then picked up a mortar, a whole-ass crew-manned mortar, in one hand like a grenade launcher. He reached to his belt where a number of shells hung from his waist. He noticed Natalie looking at him and grinned. "When the fireworks start, I'm gonna plant one right in the center of the left-hand guard tower," he rumbled. "I see none of you scavs seem to understand what I'm saying. Either I'm using too many big words or you all have too many chromosomes. So, how about this? I'm the new dealer. How about you all walk out one at a time and pay up? Or, since you all look like destitution, I's a luxury. None of you have ever experienced, I'll strike a deal. First one to put their toothless gums." A shot rang out, Captain Rathmore watching as the dust picked up a few feet away drifted into the wind. "Around my throbbing dick GET, the first hit for free! Any takers? That's my boy, Gorobets said with a grin. Rathmore excelled at bringing out the best in people. The first thing he had ever said to Gorobets, back when he had just become a lieutenant in 1st Recon, was that the best parts of him probably slid down his mother's leg after she gave birth to him. The man was as verbally merciless to his own troops as he was martially against anyone dumb enough to fight him. He watched as another bullet snapped against the ground, and Rathmore began a rant saying that if the shooter ever disgraced a firing line under his supervision, he'd be relegated to target practice as an example to the rest of the men, in between all the profanity. Naturally. During the rant at the front gate, a few of the raiders discovered holes cut into the bottom of the wire mesh fence at certain junctures of the fort. Those witnesses soon had their throats slit and bodies dragged away. A wild-looking woman peered around a corner of a boxcar, making a quick note of the patrols. She held out her hand and ordered the rest of her squad to halt, snaking her way forward as she kept to the shadows. Her predatory instincts and refined stalking experience allowed her to locate the perfect opportunity. An outhouse with an open door, and a yawning raider approaching it as he fumbled with his belt buckle. As more and more raiders gathered onto the battlement to gawk like idiots at the marginally lesser idiot insulting them. She took her chance and charged the raider as he put his hand on the door. Her hand covered his mouth as she pushed him into the stall, slamming it behind her. Pulling a knife to his throat, she dug it into his skin. The man, confused and terrified, darted his eyes around as his lips clamped shut. Good for him. "You have one opportunity to decide whether you live or die," the woman hissed. "Where are the hostages?" One of Brody's other guys slipped into the room and started whispering to his boss. "It just looks like some idiot ranting at the shitbirds we got guarding the walls. Of course they're pulling something, you moron," Brody hissed. "Grab our guys and tell Herb his boys are on their own. If he gives you lip, plant one in his fat skull, that'll cow the others in line. And get me Gidget," he snarled as his runner went out to complete his orders. He turned back to look at Andrea. "Looks like your knights in shining power armor have come to your rescue, your royal highness," he sneered. "Oh, so sorry about your ransom," Andrea goaded. "You win some, you lose some, I guess." "What can I say?" Brody shrugged. "I'm a persistent bastard. My boys found an old access tunnel under the juncture. Something for the maintenance robots, I guess, but it gives us a way out. And guess who's the lucky girl coming with us?" He grinned as he pulled out some duct tape. As he finished and left his muffled charge to struggle in her chair, Brody left the room to see the small, wiry nerd he had running tech for him these last few years. Gidget was a technological specialist, as adept with machines and software as he was clueless with human interaction. He was one of Brody's best investments, and though it pained him to part with the geek, Abacus had already run the numbers. "You know what's going on?" Brody asked as two of his guys went in to secure the hostage. Gidget broke eye contact. "Jigsaw, Trojan, Malignant, sounds good to me," Brody patted him on the shoulder. "A lot of us are counting on you. I know you won't disappoint. And don't worry, you'll get your stuff and you will be rewarded. Just keep your head down when the fireworks start and we'll all be happy, man." Gidget just looked around nervously as Brody's partners dragged the struggling girl out of the holding area. Brody immediately grabbed Gidget by the collar and slammed him against the wall. "I don't need you stealing any of my shit under my nose, you hear me?" Brody suddenly snarled. As the spy was dragged down the hallway, Brody kept up the facade until she was out of earshot. "Sorry about that, man. Had to keep up appearances," Brody explained as he brushed some dirt from Gidget's coat. "So, how do you want me to do this?" he asked. Gidget turned around. "I see," Brody said as he wrapped his arm around Gidget's neck and began to squeeze. By the time the defenders had realized that there were intruders inside the fort, the marshals had already secured the medical staff and began to repel the raiders' counterattacks from their quickly fortified positions. Tandy, on her part, managed to overwhelm the gate and force it open, leading to an assault led by Lieutenant Baxter. As the power-armored soldiers stormed through, a shot brought a nearly decapitated guard on the wall tumbling down the side. An explosion rocked the left-hand tower guarding the gate, and the occupants inside who had not been killed stumbled around confused and wounded, only to be swatted aside by Baxter's command squad. The marshals had ignited flares, marking the secure buildings, allowing Baxter to terminate the rest of the scattered and uncoordinated resistance with prejudice. Most of these guys were using pipe weapons and ancient rifles and pistols. It wouldn't be a hard mop-up. She turned around to see screaming on the walls, watching as the ghoul soldiers began climbing atop the battlements after they had followed her and began fighting the raiders off their positions. As expected, the sudden and overwhelming manner of the attack had broken the morale of the defenders, their lack of adequate training and equipment becoming clearly apparent once their advantages had been stripped off them. It didn't take long for the survivors to begin throwing down their weapons in surrender. Baxter looked out of the corner of her eye to make sure Rathmore and Tandy played nice, their reputations putting her mind at unease when it came time to stop fighting and at least attempt to be professional. As her men rounded up and corralled the rest of the survivors, separating them between the wounded and the standing, Gorobetz and Boone both entered the fort, surveying the resulting damage. Gorobetz approached Baxter, extending out an arm to congratulate her with a pat on her arm. "Nice breaching, Lieutenant. Nothing like a good op pulled off by the best trained—" "Sir," Baxter saluted. "In the interest of fairness, I believe it would be fair to state that the condition of our opposition played a significant role in the success of this mission." Gorobetz laughed. "Modesty doesn't suit you. You helped bring the Heavy Armor Battalion off the Budget Committee's chopping block and fine-tuned it into the surgical wrecking ball I'm proud to fight alongside." "Thank you, sir." Baxter averted her eyes. "I'm flattered." Compliments weren't something she had become accustomed to during her service. A significant portion of that had come from her disgraced family lineage. The other had come from the fact that she was seen by more than a few of her peers as a Boas sympathizer, thanks to her commitment to utilizing power armor directly from Brotherhood defectors. The nature of ideology didn't matter for most, as utilizing enemy tactics, however effective, was typically regarded as taboo by a lot of old-timers and their successors. Natalie traipsed through the prisoners, glaring them down as she congratulated her men. Harbuck and Bowen joined alongside her. "We managed to question a few of the docs before the bullets really started flying. They say these guys first arrived a few days ago, and it seemed like they tried to rob them for chems and supplies. They were told to scram, fired off a few warning shots, and they scattered," Harbuck relayed. "When they returned a few days later, they had a new crew with them, these guys a bit more professional," Bowen interjected. "They breached the gates and killed off a good portion of the sentries, rounding up the personnel, and said they were going to turn this into a headquarters for their new gang. They're mostly holed up in the terminal." Harbuck motioned to a central building. "Apparently they've been spending most of their time working over one hostage in particular." Natalie looked towards the building in question and noticed some smoke starting to billow out of the roof. "Harbuck, Bowen, on me!" she shouted as she drew out her revolver. "Looks like our new friends are trying to destroy evidence and go down fighting. Kids, keep us covered." Everyone else hold position and secure anyone who comes out. We're rescuing that hostage and getting to the bottom of this." Reynolds dragged the skinny body down the hallway as he cursed his rotten luck. He says the standard things he always did to a hostage, and suddenly Brody got all uppity, relegating him to the shit duties like covering their escape, while making sure the nerd was collected by the new assholes in town. Still, this job beat the rest of his options by a wasteland mile. Dak Reynolds was born to junkie parents who stole and killed for new fixes. He left them sooner than he should have because he had been smart enough to see that there was no future with those two idiots, which a future run-in with Legatum Saeva months later would justify. Of course, a waste rat didn't have too many options to fall back on, and he surely would have become just another nameless corpse had he not stolen some food from an RMX caravan. It would take 5 years to work off the debt. Joining up shaved the time down to 2, and he dug the work. Soon enough, he found himself specializing in liquidation. People who found themselves in the same situation he did but lacked the guts to really ascend out of debt would have other ways to escape it found for them. Family heirlooms, possessions, organs, children. The options were all there. They just had to accept it. As smoke began billowing behind him, Reynolds watched as 3 figures entered the hallway before him, guns drawn. Reynolds held Gidget in front of him as he squeezed off a few rounds from his automatic pistol. The figures ducked back, shifting to return fire. "You can take this sack of shit off my hands, pigs!" Reynolds snarled. "You'll never take me alive!" He shrieked as he darted back down the hallway, dropping Gidget on the floor as he did. He dropped a few canisters behind him as he felt his pursuers return fire, barely missing as the canisters began to ignite. The flash and blast covered his escape as he rounded the corner, swung his legs down the hatch, and pulled out the detonator. "So long, Gidget." "Give 'em hell." He chuckled as he pressed down on the detonator, sliding down the ladder as the hallway above him collapsed in on itself. The character of Andrea Hailong was loaned to me by previously mentioned author Interfector, and is by and large a reference from his well-written story, Why We Fight. She will be playing a small but significant role in the story going forward, which should begin to take place in the next chapter. Thanks for reading, and if you have feedback, please don't hesitate to share. Chapter 8. An Unorthodox Rescue. He gazed unto the horizon as fires engulfed the city. A second dusk illuminated the skies of the Mojave, and he could do nothing but watch and listen as the fire and screaming pierced the night. New Vegas had fallen, and it had done so by his hand. A smoldering plasma pistol rested in his hand as he butchered the last marshal, his gladius piercing through his gullet. Looking at the sanctuary, he sheathed and holstered his weapons as he climbed the stairs. He had done his job. The least he deserved waited for him at the top of the building. To his delight, he saw the door was ajar. Looking back to the horizon, he watched as the massive tower that pierced the skyline for miles began to buckle under pressure and collapse. Turning away, he threw open the door, startling her. "Lorraine, what's going on?" Rosa asked, frightened at his new look and demeanor. "New Vegas has fallen. My uncle and Kenzie have taken control of the city. They will crush any resistance at their leisure, and it will no longer be safe here," Lorraine explained sternly. Rosa just stared at him, breathlessly. Lorraine was wearing a drab olive long coat and cap, a bandolier of energy cells wrapped around his waist. Rosa was just wearing a bathrobe, his sudden intrusion catching her off guard. "What are you going to do with me?" Rosa asked. Lorraine shut the door behind him. "I've come to take you away from this," he explained, rushing over to her and taking her in his arms. "We can leave this behind, never look back. With the two of us, we can live as we please, not have to listen to others. Don't you get it? We're free, both of us," he exclaimed. Rosa looked at him nervously. "Where will we go?" she asked. "Anywhere we want," Lorraine stated excitedly. "Mexico, Cascadia, the Rockies, anywhere. We'll never have to see the Legatum or the Liberty clans or this city ever again. Isn't that what you want?" Lorraine asked. "What I want?" Rosa asked. "Are you sure this isn't just about what you want?" she stated accusingly. "What?" Lorraine stammered. Suddenly, despite all his equipment and prowess, he suddenly felt a little helpless. "What's happening out there is what you want," Rosa explained. "You want to keep your people happy, and burning that shitty city to the ground is what both Kenzie and Dalton would like to do. But that isn't what you want, is it?" she said as she put her hands on her hips. Lorraine paused. Ever since he was a kid, he pined for the approval of his father, who left him and never returned. Then he did so for his uncle, who was so focused on resentment and bitterness to really pay him any mind. Kenzie was more attentive, for the most part, and fun to be around and a decent leader. But Kenzie was always focused on his own plans and ambitions, and by and large expected Lorraine to reciprocate and give his unyielding enthusiasm to whatever that happened to be. Which left the question, what did Lorraine want? So, what do I want? Lorraine said to himself. You know, Rosa shrugged. I just figured you wanted to fuck me again, she said as she dropped her robe. Lorraine blushed as he looked away. I guess. You guess? Rosa repeated, annoyed. It's my dream. I guess I just figured it'd be a little more romantic? He offered. Oh, Lorraine, take me into your strong arms, Rosa swooned. Please, may I be yours forever. My heart, my soul, my body is yours to do with. Treat them with the most delicate touch so I may... Stop, please, just stop, Lorraine shook his head. It's already ruined. Rosa looked back at him. If you insist, she then proceeded to shoot out her tongue, piercing his shoulder as his knees buckled from the pain. His mind jolted back into the waking world. Blood trickled up his face as Lorraine felt the slimy probe invade his wounded shoulder. He tried to scream, and as he thrashed and struggled, the lizard drew back, looking at him at eye level, though the face was upside down. Wakey, wakey, eggs and humies, Sawney giggled. I just wanted a lil nibble 'fore you go bad. Lorraine felt the bonds around his ankles, looking up to see that he was suspended from a power line, the lizard somehow managing to find a way to tie his feet to the telephone wire. The lizard jabbed at Lorraine's forehead with its forefinger, just under the claw, swinging his body back and forth as the lizard admired its handiwork. Lot o' humies near, the lizard explained as he tilted his neck up to sniff. Big groups have lots o' stragglers. One group gets a whiff of ya, and bam, he exclaimed as he picked up an uprooted lamppost. Any tough enough to live through the bam can be me new baits, and you, well... He paused to sniff at Lorraine's battered and bleeding body. You won't be lasting too long either ways, Sawney grinned. Joseph held out his hand, forcing his small group to come to a stop. What now? Jimmy asked, growling in annoyance. He passed up an opportunity to sleep in, and now he was wandering around in the desert. Ahead of him was the remnants of an ancient suburb. Rosa knelt to scan the horizon as Jimmy reluctantly followed suit. Melody stood by her husband, placing her hand on his shoulder as he put both his hands on his cane. Ahead of us lies the wolf, he announced. If we fight it, victory is not assured, and not all of us will leave with our lives, not to mention that the lamb will perish as well. Then maybe we should have brought the twins with us, genius, Jimmy muttered under his breath. On the contrary, as opposed to engaging with it, I shall remove the wolf from the game, Joseph explained as he focused. You all must move quickly. It is a temporary solution, but I will give you enough time. Go, now. What about you? Melody asked as Rosa and Jimmy began their descent towards the town. I'm not helpless, Mel, Joseph said. And neither are you. But they're going to need you more down there than I do. I'll hold you to it, Mel said as she slung her bag over her shoulder and followed her impromptu bodyguards. Sawney was practicing his swings, slowly and gently navigating the iron rod towards Lorraine's ribs and stomach, drawing back each time before contact. Lorraine himself tried to struggle out of his bonds, even as he watched as the blood began to pool under his head, and gradually felt weaker and weaker. He was out of ammunition even if he could somehow find his guns again. This creature was faster and stronger than he was, and the thought of trying to reason with it came off like a sick joke. The only sensible thing he could think of was to accept death and hope whoever found him was lucky enough to kill this fucking thing. La Radarash-e, Sawney sang. Something Hume guts-e, as he prepared a swing. Not that he expected the bait to go anywhere, but there was little harm in making sure he was nice and still and quiet. Wouldn't want him screaming about Sawney to anyone who found him too quickly, did he? A faint odor wafted into Sawney's nostrils. He tried to ignore it, focusing on preparing his food, when suddenly that strange sense of familiarity hit him. Dropping the pole to his side, Sawney rose his head up and sniffed the air. Lorraine looked down to see the lizard sniffing the air with a sense of agitation and something else. The Deathclaw let out a slight rumbling sound, somewhere between a growl and a hiss. "Papa," it said quietly. The lizard grabbed Lorraine's head in its claw, forcing eye contact as much as it could. "Yuz didn't see me, Humie. Yuz gats dat. Uz wasn't here at all," he hissed as he broke off and darted towards the houses, ducking in between the empty homes to who cared where. Lorraine blinked in confusion. The lizard wasn't beyond what could be generously called mind games, but considering how little he knew about this thing, and how little he cared to remedy that, Lorraine had to figure that whatever was coming scared the hell out of the lizard, and that whatever it was, it wouldn't do him any good to meet it. Using the last of his energy, Lorraine bent his torso up, trying to use his still-freed arms to reach into his boot. As luck would have it, the small handle poked out of the lip, Sonny evidently not seeing it as a threat to its usage of Lorraine. Straining himself, Lorraine tried to focus on anything other than the pain. He focused on his hunting trips with Kenzie, Cade, Mickey, Gavin, Amos, and the rest of the boys. He focused on how Dalton taught him how to fight at the earliest age, his harsh lessons paying off to this day. He focused on how Daphne raised him to be a little more than some nut job with a gun, to act like someone who could pass for a respectable human being. He focused on Audrey and Willow, the camp girlfriends, and Rosa, the weird one who he sort of hoped to see again. These thoughts helped him push his exhausted and tortured body through as he pulled the knife from his boots and through multiple draining attempts began to strike at and sever through the cord binding his feet. The exercise had to have taken about 10 minutes and about 6 attempts. On the 7th, the cord gave way, and before his brain could register that his body should brace itself, dropped and slammed into the ground. Fortunately, he did not land on his neck or head. Unfortunately, he landed on his wounded shoulder. Lorraine shoved the handle of his knife into his mouth to stall off the scream as the pain finally overwhelmed him, dragging him back into unconsciousness. Jimmy snaked around the houses with his submachine gun, while Rosa covered him with a grenade launcher. So far, the only movement either had seen over the last half hour or so was the odd tumbleweed. Jimmy was growing agitated, and Rosa was beginning to agree. "Why the hell did anyone want to build a town this deep in the goddamn desert?" Jimmy complained. "I hope it was cheap, otherwise it was just stupid. A monument to mankind's arrogance." "What crawled up your ass and died?" Rosa asked. "Lamb? Wolf? Whatever. Don't you get sick of listening to that?" Jimmy welched. "All that cryptic, flowery bullshit, would it kill him to just be straight with us for once?" Rosa wheeled toward him. "Look, I'm not going to pretend I know what it's like to see the future any more than I do about God or this shepherd or whatever. But Joe has never yanked my chain. He's never cryptic for the hell of it. He only tells us about what he sees the way he sees it. It ain't any clearer for him. That I believe." Jimmy snorted. "Whatever you say. His directions sound half-assed, all I'm saying." He turned to look at Melody. "No offense." Melody shook her head. "None taken. Some days I agree completely." "You hear that?" Jimmy said as he broke into a crouch. "Backs to the wall, girls. Keep quiet." The three pressed their backs to the wall of a house as a large, dark shape shot between two houses, a block down from their position. It was too fast to get a good look at it, but to Rosa, she could have sworn that it was carrying a lamppost in its mouth. "Was that a dog?" Mel asked as Jimmy motioned that they were clear. "Looked a little bigger than that," Jimmy retorted. "Much bigger." "So, what are the chances that shooting that thing will just piss it off?" Rosa asked. "I don't think I'll take those odds." Jimmy shook his head. "Let's finish this before that thing comes back. Whatever sheep we're looking for, I hope they're fucking grateful." Joseph watched as the wolf fled past the limits of the town. The clutch killer was a doomed creature, a slave to its basest impulses and appetites, even by the standards of its own kind. At least an animal could be trusted to merely kill for survival. The clutch killer did so because it knew of no other way to live. Still, his solution carried a certain risk as well. It was fortune that proved serendipitous enough that the clutch killer's greatest adversary was in the area at the time, but that carried its own set of risks. While the clutch killer was a guaranteed threat, all Joseph could hope for was that the other's more reserved attitude would govern his better nature. Best he could do was nudge him in the right direction. Now, however, he had other, more personal matters to govern his attention. That was the most challenging thing about the nature of his abilities. Even to him, for as long as he had his blessings, things were prone to interpretation. All he could say for certain was that there was a lamb in danger, and a wolf that threatened them. But as accurate as his visions could be, precision wasn't necessarily a given. He hadn't told his group that there could be more than one lamb, and quite a few more wolves. He turned as the group of raiders approached him. He tipped his hat with one hand as the other rested on his holster. "Can I help you gentlemen with anything?" The large, bearded man in front balked at the sight. "What the fuck happened to your eyes?" "Childhood accident," Joseph smiled. "I presume the 8 of you are going north?" This rattled the 7 raiders and hostage, who ceased her struggling over Brody's shoulder to get a look at the man holding up her abductors through conversation. "Listen, man, you ain't in much of a position to stop us," Brody said. "So why don't you just—" "Look the other way," he said as it dawned on him what he said. Some of his men started giggling. Joseph tilted his head. "Are you asking me to pretend I didn't see you?" One of the raiders burst out laughing, collecting himself after getting a dirty look from Brody. "In a manner of speaking," Brody admitted. "So, you're asking me to turn a blind eye? Aren't you all blessed I have 2? Joseph smiled. The 6 raiders started laughing, and even Brody cracked a smile while his hostage groaned over his shoulder. "I'm afraid I can't do that," Joseph said as he drew his pistol. The laughter came to an abrupt stop. Brody stared down the smaller man, an unassuming character dressed like a small-town parson. Come to think of it, it wasn't an unfamiliar sight, as Brody had spent enough time in Utah to recognize the getup. What he was dealing with right now was a gun-slinging do-gooder. A blind Mormon was holding him at gunpoint. Now it was Brody's turn to start laughing. The other raiders all eventually joined in, mocking the blind man for his delusions. It continued until the shots rang out. One raider's knee began to buckle as bones snapped and blood spurted out. Another took a shot in the gut, his body armor pierced. 2 had bullets graze their skulls. 1 had an ear torn apart, and the 6th was shot through the neck, his gasps sputtering and halting with every strained breath. Brody, purely through instinct, dropped his hostage and charged the man, grabbing him by the collar as he slapped the gun out of his hand. He drew his fist back and prepared to cave in Joseph's head. "Go ahead if you must," Joseph said. "I never walk alone." At that moment, Brody felt an ice-cold barrel press against the back of his head. When Lorraine regained consciousness, he attempted to get back on his feet. After the 4th failed attempt, he resolved to simply crawl his way into an unoccupied house, where he could stay away from Sawney and die on his own terms. A day ago, this fatalism would have horrified him. Now it was the only thing that made any sense. It was an odd thing to be desperate without a shred of hope. But such was the reality Lorraine himself faced. He felt his knife still in his grip. Suddenly, an easy solution came across his mind. Alone, in pain, and stalked by a literal monster, he saw an easy way out. With tears in his eyes, he brought the knife closer to his neck. After a short but intense mental struggle, he tossed it away from him, determined not to surrender that easily. Freedom was never obligated to be easy, Kenzie's voice echoed in his mind. Looking before him, all he saw were boarded-up doorways and windows. To him, the best bet he could think of was forcing one of those garage doors open and sliding inside to recover, hopefully. The home attached would have water and clothing, and somewhere soft to lay and recover. At this point, he still sounded delusional, if only to himself, but he literally had spent the last 12 hours menaced by a giant talking lizard. Sanity wasn't exactly guaranteed at the moment. A large shadow began to cover his body. Lorraine, grateful that cloud cover started to give him a small break from the heat, tried to continue crawling his way to a garage. Then he realized that the cloud was breathing. Hesitant to turn around, Lorraine suddenly decided to just play dead. Then he felt something grab his leg and yank him from the ground. First thing he was forced to notice was that there was a lot of burlap. Robe mostly covered the entire body, save for the bottoms of the legs, hands, or rather claws, and the face, even as a single horn peeked out from under the hood. 2 yellow eyes stared him down, and Lorraine found himself wondering what horrible crime he committed, either in this or a previous life, which earned him this fate. The death claw sniffed him. It ran its tongue over its teeth. Its other claw extended its talons. Its prey finally had enough. "G-E-T, on with IT!" Lorraine screamed. The beast blinked. It dropped Lorraine on the ground, pain once again shooting through his shoulder. The beast leaned down over its prey and opened its maw. "Where the fuck is Sonny?" Lorraine had learned to just accept his predicament. "Who?" was all he could get out, that scrawny black asshole with the stripes on his back that did a number on you, the lizard explained. "Don't tell me you're protecting him." "He went off somewhere to the west," Lorraine admitted. He began sobbing from the trauma. "Shut up," the lizard complained as it perked its head up, sniffing the air. "More humans," it growled. It looked down at Lorraine as he tried and failed to collect himself. "Quit bawling," it scolded. "I swear all it takes for you humans to start leaking uncontrollably is one lousy day and I never hear the end of it. Wah, I got kicked out of my nest. Wah, I'm small and stupid and weak. Wah, I mated. Wah, the only friend I have won't let me kill myself. It's pathetic, and even humans should aspire to more," the beast growled. "You want to die, human?" it asked as its talons shot out. "If it means not having to listen to you or that other one, fine," Lorraine screamed. The lizard let out a snort. "Well, at least you have a better attitude," it admitted, as it took Lorraine up in its jaws. Brody slowly released the parson as he rose his hands in surrender. As the moans of his men and the thrashing of his bound hostage filled the silence, Joseph pulled himself back up and began to speak. "Well, now that we can have a discussion like respectable gentlemen, how about I cut a deal, as I believe you like to say?" Joseph said, as he approached the hostage on the ground. "Are you all right?" he asked. The gagged hostage tried to answer affirmatively. "Praise the shepherd," he said as he knelt beside her. "What do you think you're doing?" Brody snarled. "I was never really good with knots, but my wife doesn't appreciate me using knives, so this may take me a while," Joseph admitted. "She ain't yours to take," Brody snarled. "Nor is she mine," Joseph replied. "Tell me, what is more important to you, caps or the lives of your men?" Brody curled his lips as he heard another pistol drawn, presumably pointed towards his wounded men. "I guess the real question is what really matters to Brody Adams," Joseph said. "I know most people don't much care for preaching, and even so, object lessons and demonstrations tend to be preferable." Hesitating, Brody reached for his belt. "If your partner will stand down, can I pull out my knife?" The hostage panicked. Joseph nodded. Brody pulled out his blade and cut the bonds to Andrea's arms. Freed, she immediately went to work on her legs. Pulling herself to her feet, she scrambled for the pistol on the ground, and after grabbing the weapon, ripped the tape from her mouth. "Guess this'll be the last time we ever meet," she smugly gloated as she huddled behind her savior. "Thank you for the hospitality, but I really must be going back to California at this time." She pulled herself closer to Joseph and quickly whispered in his ear. "We are going to California, right? Since you outplayed me, can I ask what your deal is anyway?" Brody asked. "You with the crew?" "Just a member of the flock, as we all are, with or without our knowing," Joseph exclaimed as he took Andrea's arm in his. "Materialism is not worth your life. I advise you learn that before it becomes too late." Brody let out a sharp laugh. "Caps are good, but that isn't what this was all about." Andrea glared at him as Joseph decided to humor him. "And what was it about, pray tell?" "You a Cali man?" Brody asked. "You don't look the type. She's going to screw you over. We wouldn't have crossed her path if that wasn't what she wanted. Just something to think about before the bear gets too hungry for its own good." "Shut up," Andrea snarled as she took Joseph from the carnage, going down the hill to the town below. "Hey!" Brody called out. "What about my men? They'll be fine," Joseph called back. Brody balked as he felt the pistol leave the back of his head. Wheeling around, Brody did not see the blind guy's partner. Confused and agitated, he immediately went to check on his men, trying to tend to their wounds. Down the slope, Andrea held on tightly to Joseph's arm. "That was incredible," she breathed. "Think nothing of it," he replied humbly. "Why did you get involved?" she asked. "For your sake and theirs. Had they taken you north, they'd have run into a brewing conflict that would have taken all of your lives. Now, though, they'll have to find a way to make up their losses. Perhaps give them enough time to rethink their lives. That's a pretty naive assumption, Andrea said. Joseph shrugged. Perhaps. It was my gift to them. It will be theirs to squander if they choose to do so. If so, then I will have bought them a little time as opposed to more. Whatever, Andrea admitted, too ecstatic at having been freed to argue with her rescuer. So how do you want me to reward you? She asked, stroking his arm. I'm married, Joseph replied. So? Joseph flicked her in the ear. I think the AEG will be extremely interested to meet you. You being a California girl and all. Oh, right, Andrea replied as she rubbed her ear at the gentle reprimand. Yeah, that'll do nicely. As the two disappeared into the town, a lone straggler and an Eyebot made their way to the collection of battered and wounded men lying on the ground, Brody darting around them as he tried to figure out what their damage was. Boss, Dak announced. What the hell happened here? Get a med kit or something, Brody screamed. Do you know how to make a tourniquet? Dak blinked. He looked around at the men as they lay on the ground and acted like kids who wanted to get out of school. Are you serious? Just get down here and help me. Del is bleeding out, Brody said as he tried to plug the wound in Del's neck. No, he's not, Dak said as he yanked Del from the ground. After some sputtering, Del realized he could breathe just fine. Pulling his hands to his neck, he drew them back and saw no blood on his hands. Slowly but surely, the rest of the men realized they hadn't been wounded. Where did you learn to shoot like that? Andrea asked. I didn't, Joseph explained. You have to be kidding me, Andrea scoffed. She looked down at the gun she had picked up from the ground and examined it. The gun was in pristine condition and, as she checked under the grip, unloaded. How did... Perception is reality, Joseph explained. In the back of their minds, they were all prepared for me to fire upon them. Unlikely as it was, the possibility was all I needed. Eventually, they will realize the truth. And how long will that take? Andrea asked. An enraged scream some distance away reached them. We should probably find my friends sooner rather than later, Joseph said as he picked up the pace. That scream came in this direction, Rosa announced as she snaked her way around the buildings. Jimmy followed closely while Mel brought up the rear, darting her eyes around every corner in case they were being watched. Rosa and Jimmy both formed up over the other as they reached a house. Rosa looked back to Jimmy, who confirmed he wanted to proceed. Melody stood back a little, wanting to get clear of whatever was about to go down. On 3? Rosa suggested. Jimmy nodded. All right. 1, 2, 3. A body tumbled from the corner of the house like a doll thrown by a petulant toddler. As the body came to a stop, a voice shot out from the corner. You can deal with that one. I'm busy. As Jimmy tried to get a peek at the identity of the voice, Rosa turned back at the unfortunate lump of meat who was gasping for air. Weakly, his face tilted up to look at hers, she recognized him. Lorraine? She said. Angel. He smiled before passing out. Mel was already on him. Blood loss and one nasty-looking shoulder wound. This guy was tortured, she assessed. Rosa, get that garage door open. I don't want to risk operating on asphalt. As Jimmy and Rosa both went to work on a garage door, 2 other figures rounded the corner. Joseph, Melody called out. She then noticed the woman on his arm. Who is... A friend, Joseph said flatly. We're taking shelter? This guy on the ground will bleed out if we don't stabilize him now, Melody said. You, help me pick him up. Andrea and Melody both dragged the wounded drifter into the garage, sealing it behind them. 30 minutes later, a group of extremely angry mercenary raiders stormed through the cul-de-sac, spraying bullets and threats to no avail before finally leaving empty-handed. As dusk came over the town, members of the judicial marshals and the 32nd Guard entered the town on a search and rescue. Upon finding them, all 6 were taken to Fort Abandon, which was temporarily serving as the AEG's field HQ. During the operation, not a single deathclaw had been sighted. Chapter 9. Aggressive Negotiations. Kenzie sat at the head of the table, staring down the other man as he gorged himself on the meat he had brought with him. The outlaw leader smiled patiently, as this talk was too important to concern himself with things like petty etiquette and table manners. On his right side, Nemesio sat with his hands folded in front of him, eyeing the guest warily to the best Kenzie could tell. Their guest ripped into the raw gecko leg, juices dribbling down his lips as he glared disinterestedly at his hosts. Braxis was the chief in charge of the Pelt Brutes, possibly the most vicious tribe to inhabit the Southwest upon the expulsion of Caesar's legion. As one of the few tribes who voluntarily joined the legion specifically due to their brutal methods and savage depravity, Braxis led a rebellion against the main host upon the greater host's failure to secure a victory at Hoover Dam twice, in addition to the death of its so-called savior. Clearly, the tribe hadn't read Mr. Sallow's literature, provided any of them could read, to begin with. The Pelt Brutes were the best stalkers and killers within the unclaimed wastes. The word hunter was taboo, on par with a slur, due to its suggestion to the possibility of failure, and as such, when they chose to rebel against their former masters, they were able to pick off leaders, scouts, and separated parties with impunity, decimating any cohort sent to bring them back to the fold. In the end, Linnaeus figured they weren't worth the effort to suppress, and allowed them holdings in New Mexico, another uncharacteristic action by the former legate that some would call generous, and others a sign of weakness. "So, that's what we're looking at," Kenzie confessed. "A couple hundred troops from Cali with a few dozen Vegas lawman wannabes, invading our sovereignty." "Your sovereignty," Braxis spat as he cast away the picked clean femur. "They have not invaded our lands, poached our game, put our huts to the torch. I came because you say you had something to offer me, and instead you come mewling to me for help like a slave's infant." Kenzie had, prior to Braxis's arrival, ordered all non-combatants to keep together while the tribal warlord was in the city, watched over by some of his better gunslingers. The Pelt Brutes believed that those who could not defend themselves were fit only to be used by their betters as they wished. This was an attitude that predated their tenure within Caesar's legion, and was something that should be at the forefront of the minds of whatever group chose to deal with them. It was hardly unheard of that caravans who did so would find their guards and animals slaughtered before they looted anything of value. "They are traveling east," Kenzie explained. "They are in no way content with merely violating our territories. They will come for yours. And I doubt you intend to show them any more hospitality than I do," Kenzie suggested. "You want to fight them? Fight them," Braxis sneered. "Make war on them your way. When they kill the lot of you, give me your territories, then I will lose sleep over having my sovereignty violated," the war chief chuckled. Kenzie looked over the warrior's massive frame, further emboldened by the hide of a Yao Gui hugging his back with its head covering the top of his face. There was little doubt to him, if Caesar had been successful in his western ambitions, the likelihood of having Braxis sent north to eliminate his kin would have been high and too cruel to think about. "You think your tribe is enough to stall the invasion by themselves?" Kenzie asked. "If you and the cult can put up as much of a fuss as you two think you can, I see no reason why I cannot dispose of the remnants by myself." Braxis grinned as meat dribbled down his chin. "Interesting," Nemesio said as he stroked what little of his chin broke through the mask. "I expected you to be more ambitious." Kenzie shot a look at his partner, while Braxis's eyes bore into the self-styled preacher. "You got something to say, monk?" he snarled derisively. "I mean, this is the greatest Western army to grace our side of the Colorado in the last 20 years, Nemesio said as he took a hit from his rebreather. "I figured your tribe wouldn't merely be content to break from the Legion. I mean, if you were content to hide, you wouldn't have come this far west. To begin with..." Braxis slammed his fist onto the table, leaving behind splintered indents. "You want me to kill you, meat?" No, you misunderstand me," Nemesio said as he held out his hands apologetically. "I merely wish to ask you a question." For this, he leaned in. "Is it enough to have separated yourself from Lanius's legion, or will you take this opportunity to help us surpass it, to strike a fatal blow against the bear in the tower?" Braxis just stared at him, breathing heavily as his shoulders rose and fell. Kenzie's eyes darted between the two. Slowly, the end of Braxis's lip on the side began to twitch upwards. "Guess you cult types do have a brain after all. You guys got a plan, and I'll see what I can do about providing my warriors," Braxis said as he leaned back. Kenzie let out an exhale, shooting a quick and grateful look at Nemesio before returning to his business with the warrior across the table. It just went to prove that old wasteland adage true. One did not need to follow the customs to speak the language. That night, the Pelt Brutes celebrated their new alliance with a frenzy. Kenzie, grateful he had most of his people out of the city and secure, watched alongside Nemesio as the Pelt Brutes shot themselves up with a strange concoction and began to revel, scream, and dance under the moonlight. No one knew when the first punch was thrown, but the first stabbing followed not long afterward, and an ear was ripped off almost immediately later. Upon daybreak, 7 Pelt Brutes lay dead, with 5 mortally wounded. At least for the Pelt Brutes, that would take care of breakfast. Barabbas had arrived at the council meeting before the majority of the members had arrived, flanked by 4 of his honor guard and 2 of his concubines. Senator Quincy attempted to welcome him, but the legate waved off his attempts at flattery and bade the meeting to continue as it would. Resting an elbow on the table, Barabbas listened as the eventual cost of the San Antonio insurrection was tallied. Ultimately, San Antonio was due to pay for all damages through monthly tithes for the next 20 years, a move that would cripple its economy for a generation. The price for disloyalty, and it would dissuade any further cooperation with those Mexican instigators from further meddling with Texan affairs. Naturally, an invasion had been proposed, but the Oracle had been adamant that Imperial Dallas could only expand so much so quickly. After all, California was reaping the price for its premature expansion, and Barabbas's father had quickly came to learn the value of consolidation. Next was the result of the northern conquests. While territory was not prioritized, crushing the local tribes before they could form a confederation was a top military priority. With Dallas surrounded, it was integral that factions that they did not ally with, like the Voodoo Convent to the east or various Bandito tribes to the south, were mitigated and regularly destroyed, as to disincentivize hostile actions against Dallas. The resulting slaves and hostages were little more than a minor strategic bonus in the grand scheme of things. As the Quaestor began rattling off the various accomplishments of Scorpio Oklahomus, Barabbas tried to keep his temper in check. Scorpio was ambitious and talented, that much even he could not deny, but he was also brutal, callous, and merciless, even to his own troops. Barabbas had learned from his father how Caesar's legion had acted in its formative years, and while he could tolerate the necessity of certain actions during that period, he could not put it past him that as time went on, the soldiers should hold themselves to a higher standard. More than lifting the restrictions on certain equipment usage and using more tactically flexible maneuvers than human waves, the troops, particularly under Barabbas's own command, were instructed to behave in a manner befitting of those considering themselves civilized. Wanton rape and looting were abolished, and even captives were permitted basic dignity, even if they were to be executed. Scorpio believed in none of that, subjugating his enemies to trauma that would last generations. Were it not for the proconsul's martial success, he would not have earned the favor of Caesar Lanius, and Barabbas would not have to endure considering him a peer. As it were, Scorpio was amassing even more influence, with some particularly salacious rumors indicating that he was planning on supplementing Barabbas as co-heir to Dallas. The thought made his blood boil, and to calm himself, he thought back to the times he played with the dogs alongside. He slammed his fist against the table. All conversation came to a halt and all eyes fell on him. "Have the Frumentari reported anything yet?" He rumbled. "Our scouts in the west haven't reported back, yet, Huvis," leader of the Frumentari, replied. "It has been months," Barabbas growled. "Someone had to have seen something by now. My legate, need I remind you that these things take time? We know she was last seen in Colorado, and the very act of retrieving her would put us in a rather delicate—" "I will deal with the consequences," Barabbas rumbled. "You will follow my commands, or I shall find someone who will—" "Have your men made contact with any of the legatum Saiva?" The room as a whole balked. "My legate, you cannot be serious? Those traitors. They know Colorado the best, seeing as they have no trouble covering territory. Not bad for a group of less than 100 men, wouldn't you say?" Barabbas sniffed. "Huvis, I would like a message to be sent to any contacts you have within the legatum Saiva. Tell them I offer full amnesty to any member who assists in the location and safe retrieval of pariah." "Have you gone mad?" the Quaestor shouted. In addition, upon her safe return to Fort Wrath, those who were involved shall be generously rewarded. All crimes and treason against Dallas shall be waived, in addition to full reinstatement within the Legion proper, and they shall be henceforth promoted to Centurion Posterior immediately. The rest of the room just gaped at him. "My lord, I know her absence weighs heavily on your heart, but could you please take a moment to consider—" Senator Quincy began. "This deal will apply to any member of the legatum with the exception of its leader," Barabbas added. The room exhaled, relieved. Barabbas was reckless but not stupid. Offering amnesty to a man who forsook the Legion out of loyalty to a dead man, rather than his mission would have, a dangerous precedent for the rest of the Legion. While welcoming back former deserters wasn't unheard of, the Legatum Saeva's leader had made it abundantly clear that he despised the Legion's new leadership. Barabbas was fully aware that appealing to its leader was a wasted effort, and wanted to focus on the men who, at this point, had to be growing disillusioned with whatever their nihilistic mission had been. As the meeting was adjourned, two of the men broke off down the hallway. Senator Quincy and Huvis both muttered amongst themselves. "He's going mad, Scorpio was right," the senator whispered. "He should be over it by now." "Offering that much to find that brat? We were better off without her," Huvis concurred. "The Oracle said as much, and she gave birth to that thing. Not that I ever believed in luck, but I have no faith in any good fortune coming from such a pitiful creature as that," Quincy agreed. The only one who enjoyed Pariah's company was the legate, and aside from that, not even her parents seemed to mind her disappearance. "Well, if he thinks I shall entertain the notion of sending that message west, I'm afraid I must disappoint our leader," Huvis said. "I know that Caesar and Oracle will back me on this decision." He leaned closer to his confidant. "Maybe once he escapes whatever clouds his mind, perhaps then his loins will finally provide a successor," Huvis whispered. "Another forsaken duty Scorpio will be more than happy to take upon himself," Quincy giggled in response. As the two joked, Quincy's foot landed in a pail of water while Huvis nearly slipped. "By Mars!" Quincy hissed as Huvis steadied himself. They both then peered at the unfortunate soul scrubbing the floor on her knees with a sponge in her hands. "Useless whelp!" Quincy snarled as he flung the bucket off his sandal and towards the woman. "Respect your betters, Quim," he snarled. Kira averted her eyes as the two continued on their way. It appeared that the gossip within the dorms had been true. Things had improved slightly for those in bondage to the legions. According to some of the other girls, such an incident would have been preceded by a beating and a rape, particularly by high-ranking members of Imperial Dallas. Under Barabbas's leadership, at least, the treatment of the serving staff almost bordered humane. At least it was one less thing she could cry to herself about before bed. Speaking of, Barabbas came down the hallway some time later, flanked by his guards along with Misty and Estelle, two of the friendlier girls she knew. "Rise," the legate said. She obeyed, dropping her sponge beside her. "Master, there was an incident earlier where I caused some measure of embarrassment to Senator Quincy and Lord Huvis. I just wanted to offer my humblest apo—" "Serves them right," Barabbas interrupted. "Shall I partake of you this evening?" he asked bluntly. Kira blushed as he and his guards stared her down. Misty and Estelle shot looks at another before joining in. "Get it over with," Misty's eyes screamed. "You're making it worse than it has to be," Estelle added. As the two closest things she had to friends, Kira wanted to take their words to heart. In the end, however, she couldn't. "I say no," she shook her head. "So be it," Barabbas replied, unconcerned. "Estelle, I'll be seeing you later. Until then, you two are dismissed." Barabbas then strolled down the hallway, his honor guard continuing to flank him. Misty and Estelle joined with Kira as the legate's men turned the corner. Misty punched Kira in the shoulder. "You little coward!" she heckled. "I'm sorry," Kira said as she looked away. "Leave her be, Misty," Estelle sighed. "Least I have something to do tonight. I didn't know he'd just—" Kira tried to explain. "The only reason he keeps us around, little girl, is so one of us can give him an heir," Misty scolded. "What did you think would happen?" Kira felt guilty, knew that there was no point in being afraid with circumstances outside of her control, but after having witnessed how Barabbas treated some of the other girls in his room, she would always hesitate and get cold feet. Much like his armor's imagery, Barabbas played the role of a bull in heat, and the other women his much smaller heifers. It didn't look or seem very pleasant. For what it's worth, he wasn't always like this, Estelle admitted. But lately he's been getting more and more terse, she finally settled. Who is Pariah? Kira asked. The legate's sister, the girl whose bed you've been sleeping in, Misty said. Come on, Estelle, the games are about to start and I'm not going to miss a second. You coming, new girl? Kira politely refused, and soon she was left by herself in the middle of the hallway. Barabbas was offering a bounty to whoever found his sister. With his considerable power, it could be anything. Riches, land, glory, nothing was beyond the realms of what she could imagine. Perhaps, she thought to herself, maybe even freedom? The fires of industry had been lit over a century ago and had not stopped burning in the time ever since. The age of the scavenger was over in Detroit. Now was the age of the manufacturer, of the industrialist, of automated steel at the behest of skin and muscle. The prototypes had already been deployed towards a particularly vicious and inhospitable section of the Blight. Scavs had driven out some of the ferals, and had figured that the tech baron of Detroit would part with whatever leftover scrap they could come across. They were wrong, as the boot to the gateway attested. A suit of power armor stormed inside, a belt-fed machine gun at his hips as he fired indiscriminately into the paltry gang. Most of the scavs were cut down as they fled, with others finding cover and returning fire, their rounds peppering off the demonic-looking helmet of the assaulter as his companions filed in. A few with other machine guns and others with high-caliber double-barrel shotguns. It was inaccurate to call the scene a battle, and rather generous to consider it a massacre. It was a demonstration, nothing more, of the new symbol of a rising Midwest Confederacy. The leader placed a hand on his helmet transceiver. 16 hostiles eliminated, no wounded, cosmetic damage to new suits primarily. Mission successful. Atop the chapel, the architect of these new weapons sat impassively as he looked over the schematics and blueprints of his creations. For too long, the Brotherhood had been holding on to relics and antiques. For as much value as the Brotherhood had assigned their tools, in the end, tools were all they were. Liable to break, to be stolen, to fall and fail as any other. The Midwestern Confederacy fancied itself an expansive power, but it was built on alliances with other, lesser powers, tribes, militias, super mutants, even his own people, the Reavers. The Midwestern Confederacy's central power, the Brotherhood chapter, had been diluted, split up and divided between a scant few dozen or so paladins, and their holdings spread throughout the wastes. It was a problem that would rear its head sooner or later, so Jefferson went ahead with the solution. Manufacturing power armor, even in this day and age, was thought to be something of an impossibility. So much so that even the Codex had not bothered to put forward a decree over its usage, a rare feat for such a pedantic piece of literature as it had been. No. Jefferson had spent the last 50 years relearning the secrets of power armor and bringing this mechanical behemoth back online. His first test with the new suits, an experiment in seeing how he could improve quantity without sacrificing much quality, proved to be adequate. Once the Blight was thoroughly purged, he would send forth the order to begin mass production at once. Within a decade, the scant few hundred paladins under Barnaky's command would balloon into thousands. And when that happened, no one, not the Neo-English Commonwealth, not the NCR, not Imperial Dallas, no one would be able to stop the Midwestern Confederacy. A machine in the center of his workshop began to spark to life. This drew even Jefferson's attention, whose focus rarely ever was diverted to anything on his peripheries. The mangled and skewered eyebot slowly began to reactivate, and Jefferson strolled up to its telescreen, his mechanical pack extending out several multi-tools to normalize the surviving audio components. "Jefferson? Jefferson, do you read?" A clipped voice spoke over the transceiver. "Abacus, what is the meaning of this interruption?" "I'm on a deadline," Jefferson snarled as he continued looking over his schematics. "I just received a report from some of my associates that I believe your master will be very interested in," Abacus explained. "What is it?" "I do not have much time to waste on you, so be quick with it or leave me in peace," Jefferson barked. "Now, Jefferson, you know I don't work for free," Abacus explained dryly. Then speak of your price and I'll assess it on those merits, Jefferson snarled. Whatever your plans with Barnaky regarding the West, I would like sole and exclusive access to New Vegas for my organization, Abacus said. Then whatever your information is had better gain my attention. Jefferson rolled his eyes. An expeditionary force consisting of Californian and Mojave elements has entered the unclaimed wastes. We agreed that territory was mine, did we not? Well, that sounds like your problem, my friend, Jefferson said sarcastically. Are you so uncurious as to not inquire why they are in Arizona, to begin with? This earned Jefferson's attention. They mean to establish contact with Imperial Dallas. We might be looking at an alliance that extends from the Pacific Ocean to the Gulf of Mexico. Once that happens, no amount of go-karts you send to your Western allies will be enough to entertain thoughts of Barnaky's further conquest. She might have to declare a cessation to all hostile actions, as this would encourage a war even beyond your abilities to win. Jefferson's lip curled. The RMX had been his greatest ally and his most bothersome nuisance. Without the RMX, he would have been stuck playing politics with the Reaver leadership, so having material and information bypass the rest of his old tribe was what gave him an edge in having his project come to fruition, while keeping ahead of the petty squabbles that hamstrung the rest of the R&D departments. Of course, it also indebted him to Abacus and the board. So over the years, he had tried to find ways to wean himself off of his reliance on the RMX, only for the bastard to dangle vital information inches away from his face once again. I will inform Barnaky of your request, Jefferson snorted. Not directly, of course. Thank you, old friend, the voice stated. Discretion is superior to valor. Now, what do you have to offer? Jefferson asked as he placed his long, skinny green arms on the work table. I have men in the area. They can shadow the AEG, provide constant updates to their position and status, while giving you, my friend, the discretion to deal with them as you see fit. Sounds interesting. I can think of a few ways that can be useful. And in exchange for this you get Vegas? Jefferson concluded. I may be working on just such a project at this very moment. But I wouldn't dream of stepping on Barnaky's toes. It wouldn't be my place, Abacus said. So, not in a position to fight California or the Confederacy, but not against instigation. Am I reading you correctly? Jefferson asked. It's almost like you know me so well, Abacus stated dryly. Well, you have my attention now, Jefferson grinned. Let's see if we can make something mutual. Excerpt from the Judicial Marshal Basic Training Guide and Manual. Midwestern Confederacy, strictly out of your jurisdiction. You are well trained, armed with the best weapons, and one of the finest fighting forces in the wasteland. Engaging in combat with the Midwestern Confederacy without express permission from the Judicial Commissioner, Vegas City Council, or Governor, under the Emergency Powers Act 1S, expressly forbidden, and grounds for immediate termination from the judicial marshals. Their resources dwarf ours, their manpower seemingly inexhaustible, and as of the time of this writing, under no rush to enter open warfare with us. Saber rattling is best ignored. We have other concerns to worry about. If Confederate activity is spotted within our borders, inform the closest Securitron and hold your position until further orders are relayed. Deputy Chief Natalie Boone. Chapter 10. Unwritten Advice. Tim Frost was a man who desperately wanted to be known as a pioneer, the first true and blue documentarian in what had to be 2 centuries, the standard by which all who would precede him would be measured, an exemplar for the future. His was to be the one who would make his mark on history by recording it, a historian not seen since Tacitus or Gibbon. He was not, however, going to let a bad first impression ruin that. He just had to find a way, however, to get past that. Currently, he was sitting in the middle of the 14th Volunteer Scout Brigade's primary garrison tent. He was currently surrounded by a handful of what he gathered were the brigade's officers and NCOs. Judging primarily by appearance, there wasn't a single individual inside that was happy to see him. Soldiers? No. Warriors surrounded him, faces caked in war paint and scowls, carrying everything from throwing axes built from scrap to rifles with crude bayonets. Before him, their leader sat, drinking from a bag made from animal hide. She was a wild-looking woman, possessing a lanky strength that came from the result of her survival skills and pride. She glared him down as she threw the hide to the base of her chair. "You may speak, Outlander," she growled. Captain War Chief," she snapped. "War Chief." Frost quickly corrected. "War Chief Tandy, would you mind if I asked you some questions?" he began hesitantly. The warrior curled her lip before leaning back. "Ignorant as the rest of your people, do you wish to educate we savages on the nature of our being in this cause?" "Absolutely not." Frost violently shook his head. "I have nothing but the utmost respect for the indigenous cultures and their people. I am in fact a card-carrying member of—" "Such organizations mean little to us," Tandy growled. "Your actions are paltry. Our loyalties are with your military, not whatever charitable foundation you seek to impress upon us. I meant no." Frost paused. "I apologize if I sound ignorant. I just wanted to ask you about the situation a few years back." "Involving one Captain Milligan?" he pressed, said Captain waited outside, taking a drag as he heard the dead silence taking part inside the tent. A few minutes later, a defeated Frost left the tent. "I don't understand," he confessed. "Everything I do gets shut down. How did I offend them so much? I didn't even ask for that much," he muttered to himself as he slunk away, struggling to hold on to all of his equipment. Putting out his cig, Milligan leaned inside the tent, watching as the warriors inside tittered and snickered, their head warrior covering her mouth after their performance. "Can you believe that guy?" Tandy giggled. "Fucking liberals, am I right?" "I see you all settled for the usual welcome then?" Milligan asked, remembering his own first experience with the scouts. "Lay off," Lieutenant Seth spoke out. "If he wants to know about the Spokane deal, he could just ask you. And here I thought you guys don't like it when I talk about our stuff behind your backs," Milligan replied. "Hey," Tandy called back. "You want to unpack that mess? You are free to do so with your own ass on the line. I'm content to leave that with everything we had buried." "And here I thought honesty was one of your tribe's virtues," Milligan said. "If your government expects me to stay beholden to it, it will forgive me if I shall decide to live by its rules," Tandy shot back. Milligan shrugged. "Fair enough. One of these days, though, we ought to let the public in on what went down, though. Frost is as good a guy as any to tell anyone. When you guys change your mind, try to let me know." "Right, we'll do that," Tandy laughed. Milligan ducked out of the tent, only for a moment later to stick his head back inside. "He's coming back." As Milligan stood aside, Frost flung the tent flap open, only to meet with the same silently hostile stares he had left in order to attend other matters. He spied his recording device in the center of the shelter. "I forgot this," he mumbled, lamely. Snatching it up, he once again made a hasty retreat from the tent, leaving them to their snickering the moment he was once again out of earshot. Some distance away, the screaming inside the HQ almost came to a stop. "What possibly gave you the impression you were on vacation?" Natalie shrieked at the three. Joseph had his head bowed. Jimmy looked away. Rosa just glared back, defiantly. "Right as we were engaged with hostile forces, you three decide to take the opportunity to go AWOL," Natalie continued. "How could we be AWOL if we aren't part of the military?" Rosa retorted. "Quit being an idiot," Natalie snapped. "You know goddamn well what I meant." "Oh, so if I am a member of the army, where's my commendation for saving that high-long hot ass?" Rosa shot back. Natalie quickly shot a glance at Gorobets, who had largely stayed out of the immediate fracas. "That is NCR business. Confidential. I advise you all drop the matter." "Now you are just making me more curious," Rosa heckled. Natalie slammed her fist onto the table. "Rosa, enough ice, enough. Starting now, you are effectively under probation," Rosa scoffed. "You want to put me under house arrest in a tent? Aren't you ambitious?" she joked. "From this point forward, you will be directly under Carla and Toby's supervision. You will not leave their sights, and they will report directly to me everything about your activities," Natalie continued. "You're having your kids babysit me?" Rosa complained. "The alternative is you remain at headquarters for the duration of the expedition, directly under my supervision," Natalie offered. "Oh, I didn't even want to come," Rosa screamed. "And I didn't want to bring you," Natalie shot back. Rosa and Natalie stared one another down as best they could. "If it means anything," Joseph spoke up, "it was my idea to—" "I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing," Natalie snarled. Well, Cumish, let me humbly apologize for our actions. Jimmy stood forward. It was a severe lapse in judgment on our part. You have my word that it will not happen again under my knowledge. Natalie cast her gaze towards the crime heir, her face a mixture of bemusement and derision. Off all three of you. How is it that the mobster is the only one with any sense? Anyway, you three aren't going anywhere else tonight. I just figured I'd let you all know that. You all are confined to your tents until further notice. That will be all. Dismissed. You can't. Rosa tried to interrupt. Dismissed, Natalie repeated, emphatically. Jimmy was the first to turn and leave. Joseph hesitated, reaching out for Rosa's shoulder. She shook off his grip, continuing to glare at Natalie as she brushed past the young pastor. Joseph pursed his lips together. Will Melody also see disciplinary actions? He asked. Natalie looked towards the blind man. She's been busy ever since you all returned. Between all the wounded she's been dealing with, I'd say she'll be cleared by the time that mess at the fort has been resolved. Thank you, Commissioner, Joseph bowed his head. I am very grateful. Good. Now leave, Natalie stated dryly. Tim? A familiar voice spoke up as Frost finally set his equipment back in his tent. The documentarian turned to see the striking face of Miss California herself, as she had often been billed on various marquees. Her face had been increasingly recognizable, particularly around the urban centers that propped up the film industry in its infancy. Her brown eyes and bright smile was the last thing he expected to see this far out in the unclaimed wastes. Andrea, he called out in bafflement. What are you doing here? Andrea Hylong was one of the rising new stars of the growing NCR media, and somehow here she was peeking into his tent hundreds of miles from home. As a celebrity, she had often described her best attributes to be her fair features, her adaptable mind, and her patriotic spirit. Tim heard rumors that she was interested in partaking in envoys on behalf of her country, but he never imagined that those duties would take her this far out here. Business trip gone wrong, Andrea replied. Kind of a farce, now that I think of it. If I ever start dabbling in screenwriting again, this might have some promise, she joked. Business trip? Tim sounded out. That doesn't... What on earth are you doing this far east anyway? I could tell you that, but... She drew out. I'd have to kill you, she said with a smile. Tim let out a small laugh. He had last seen Andrea during the opening night of the Tandy biopic, during the after-party. She had been ever the social butterfly, chatting up with everyone from her agent to the producers down to the crew and staff. Part of it came down to professional obligations, but when she went to get some air, she chatted with him after dropping the veneer of the smiling starlet, belly-aching about the artistic liberties the producers took, and how she and Chet weren't seeing eye to eye as of late. What do you... Tim tried to get something out. I'm messing with you, man. Mission of mercy, that's all it is, she laughed. Followers were looking to establish some medical facilities out here in the Badlands, and some of their guys out west figured a cute, persuasive face would help with the relief. She grinned. Oh. Tim finally managed to get out. His current articulation was not living up to his usual standards. So, this is your new place, huh? Andrea asked as she invited herself inside. Well, I'm not going to say it beats a She-Friskin studio, but it's pretty competitive, don't you think? She joked. So, I'm guessing you got signed off, after all? Yeah, Tim smiled. While it would be a stretch to call his relationship with Andrea a friendship, they had been close acquaintances for a number of years, going back to her early auditions. Even back then, she prided herself as a student of history, so their mutual interest in seeing history as it unfolded made conversations easy between the two. How's your father doing? He was just elected president of the local Veterans Club a few months back. She smiled. He's been pretty hands-on so far, but he's also not afraid of putting his foot down. Even Tim had to snicker at that. As usual, Mojave veterans had a rather morbid sense of humor. So, I take it his candidacy for local dog catcher didn't pan out? Andrea covered her mouth as she snorted. Ah, inside jokes. She looked around the room. So, do you mind me seeing anything you've been working on? She asked eagerly. Tim looked away, a little embarrassed. Well, it's still early in the expedition, and I haven't really developed my rapport that well with the boys on the ground, so it really has to come down to... It's not going well, is it? Andrea said bluntly. things could be better, Tim admitted. I don't think the rank and file care much for my presence. On a rather palpable level, he confessed. Babysitting some civvy hump will do that to them, Andrea brusquely admitted. Tim shot her a look. What? She exclaimed. Generally, the military, particularly grunts, resent tourists, and I'm sorry, but that's what you are to them. Tim folded his arms. Well, as the local military brat, what would you suggest? Andrea thought for a moment. Well, as much as these guys don't care for you, they all seemed pretty stoked about having a cute little starlet in their camp. Tim's stomach sank. Andrea, are you suggesting that you stay on as my assistant? Well, I don't know much about your equipment, Andrea admitted. But if you need someone to do a little dance behind you to reel in interviews, I'd be your gal, she grinned. That wasn't exactly what I had in mind, Tim groused. Me neither. I'm going back to Cali in the morning anyway, she said. Besides, you don't need me to put yourself over to these guys. You need clout, she said. And how do I get... Tim started. Shh, Andrea interrupted. They could faintly make out some outlines of figures standing outside the tent, trying to keep quiet as they eavesdropped. Tim, annoyed, was about to storm out and, if he couldn't drive away the interlopers himself, at least file a complaint to the commanders. Andrea, on the other hand, held him down. So, Tim, it was nice to meet back up with you, she began, clearly and slightly louder than she had been speaking. I haven't seen you in so long, I don't know... She abruptly stopped. Tim, what are... Not here, she said in a hushed whisper. What if someone... Oh, she moaned. You haven't... Lost a step, have you? She keened softly, breathing heavier. Okay, but what if someone... she continued as Tim heard the frantic whispering outside the tent. The awkwardness of the situation really put him in a very confusing predicament. Not helped, as Andrea continued to softly moan from the ecstasy he was giving her. Oh, Tim, tell me I'm your one and only. Tell me I'm your sweet little flower. She continued to breathe heavily, groaning as she stretched her back and peeked to the shapes as they began to mutter and gossip. Tell me you left her, she enunciated as she began to pick up the intensity. That little bitch better never come between us again, Timmy. Now what are you waiting for? Rip the rest of my clothes off, she hissed. As the figures retreated, Andrea stretched herself onto Tim's cot, laying down as she looked up at the roof. That was your... solution? Tim hissed. No, Andrea admitted. Just phase 1 of 2, and... What is phase 2? He asked, trepidation evident in his voice. Before Andrea could reply, she heard the audience outside return, this time with even more onlookers. You have some headphones? Andrea asked. Catching her meaning, Tim fished out a headset, resolving to work on some audio editing of his own, as Andrea put on a performance the likes of which her audience outside would never soon forget. Her fling with Chet Hemlock had been a quick one, but he did teach her a few things about theatrical voyeurism, as his old job was wont to explain it. As such, this afternoon's show would be memorable, but tonight promised to be unforgettable. Rosa bitterly made her way back to her assigned tent. With most of the AEG currently tending to the fort abandoned situation, most of the personnel were occupied in resecuring the fort and re-establishing the followers' control over the facility. Most of the marshals were overseeing the handful of non-wounded prisoners that had been secured, and the head honchos were working to establish something with Mojave Correctional to transport them to the Mojave Supermax. Still, they could spare someone to babysit her. So, I have to watch your ass from this day forward, huh? Carla asked. Yeah, I'd rather be dealing with your brother too. He's more fun, Rosa snarked back. You are a spoiled brat, Carla hissed. And you are a bitter old maid, Rosa told the woman who was her senior by a few months. This whole thing doesn't work if you get killed or carted off to slavery, Carla replied with a hint of resentment. These people are out here because of you, you realize that? The reason these people are here, Rosa retaliated, is because the old man is playing politics with the confettis, and as such is playing along with an overgrown raider with delusions of grandeur. What am I supposed to do when I meet this Lanius guy, huh? Has anyone bothered to explain that to me? As they reached her tent, Melody ducked back out. What the hell? Rosa called out as Melody took off her gloves. She eyed Rosa wearily as she picked up her bag. Fort Abandon is at peak overflow. I didn't have any place to put the guy. So you chose my tent? Rosa asked. I mean, you seem to care more about his well-being than you do for, well, most people, Melody stated flatly. Rosa ignored the side-eye she was getting from Carla. So, what am I supposed to do with him? Nothing, Melody explained. He's stable. I've stopped the bleeding, mended the more critical injuries, and just got done overseeing the transfusion. He needs rest and time. Basic nurturing, she explained. I see, Carla said. So why is he in Rosa's tent? Eat my ass, Carla, Rosa replied. Well, Doc, if it's all the same to you, I would like to get some should-I. Melody stood aside, allowing Rosa and her escort to enter the tent. Propped up on a simple and portable medical cot was Lorraine, the color steadily returning to his face as he breathed shallowly, but consistently. Rosa took a moment to look him over before setting her things down beside her sleeping bag. So, what's he to you? Carla asked. Who invited you in anyway? Rosa snapped. Relax, I'm not staying. You found your way back here without instigating anything. My job is done for today, Carla replied dryly. I think I'm going to head back and get some shut-eye for myself. She paused to look the sleeping man over. Not going to lie, kind of cute. And now you've officially overstayed your welcome. Get out, Rosa said as she held the door open for her. So, are we talking one-night stand here, or is he just a more consistent boy toy? Carla asked. Out, Rosa repeated. Come to think of it, perhaps it is for the best that I watch over him as well, you know, for his own safety. What with your reputation being as it is? Out! Rosa screamed as she shoved her outside. Sealing the tent, she turned back to Lorraine. She had no idea what he was doing this far out east and whatever had happened to him. Raiders made the most sense, but something about that didn't fit quite as well as it probably should have. He had somehow held on to most of his stuff, which didn't add up considering how often robbery was often a matter of survival this far out on the frontier. Not to mention his wounds weren't consistent with those of gunshots. They'd been closer to knives, but even that felt a bit off. Rosa shook her head. What good did it do to play detective now? All she wanted was her own tent back. She didn't want to share it with someone she explicitly never wanted to see again. She calmed herself down. It wasn't a big deal. She could always just room in with Jimmy. Or, considering that he was currently out like a light, maybe a quick nap wouldn't be intolerable. And she could always kick his ass out in the morning. Right back out to whatever the hell jumped him. It had been getting dark when she had returned to her tent. Of course, as insufferably hot as the days had been, at nights it could be borderline freezing. She looked over to the unconscious Lorraine, his teeth beginning to chatter. Even under the thin blanket the followers could spare, having just gotten out of improvised surgery, she knew that even in this state, hypothermia could be a serious concern. She figured she could just call out to Melody and get some extra blankets, but Mrs. Boone did say she was explicitly forbidden to leave her tent. As such, who was she to argue, she thought to herself. She was hardly a medic. Most she could do was slap a stim-pack on a busted limb and wait for it to run its course. That being said, she knew one way to bolster someone's falling body temp. Stripping herself to her skivvies, she joined him on the cot. As the chattering began to cease and snoring began to overtake it, Rosa wondered just how awkward the morning after was going to be for everyone. Time had not been kind to the Sierra Madre. Built as a monument to vice and prosperity, it had been warped and abandoned by years of neglect and its own self-sabotage. This was a land that killed people and would never let their spirits leave. After it had finally been defeated, 2 of its victors decided to put it to better use. Thus, the Sierra Madre Casino and Resort had been recrafted into the Mojave Supermax, the premier penitentiary for the Mojave Nation and home to the worst criminals the marshals hadn't outright killed. While most of the wasteland was content to plant bullets in skulls, the governor wanted to make an effort to try and rehabilitate even the most dangerous offenders, even if he had to plant them inside hell on earth. Relatively recent additions to the prison often consisted of chain-link fences, mounted by barbed wire, and catwalks that stretched from the roofs of the villas for the correctional staff. A specialized branch of the marshals, the correctional department served as the heavily armed and armored prison guards to the facility, keeping everything from raiders to terrorists to psychotics restrained and secure. From atop their perches and walls, the wardens had ample firing lines and plenty of cover from the native dangers below. Most of those who had been called the Ghost People had been driven underground, literally, and the holograms were under the direct command of the Chief Warden herself. Chief Warden Royce watched the monitor as it transmitted an encoded message on the screen. Taking a sip of her lukewarm tea, she began punching instructions onto her monitor to the nearest retrieval team in the area. Vegas had been weaning itself off bounty hunters for major jobs, and a few who did not leave for relatively greener pastures may have settled for a steady government check. Judging by the number of reported captives, she reasoned that 3 squads supported by 4 Securitrons would be enough to transfer all 40 or so reprobates to their new and hopefully temporary homes. Warden Royce sat back in her chair, her office atop the former casino giving her a bird's-eye view of her loathsome petty kingdom. The Mojave justice system was bare bones, a skeleton of a functional system that could one day become something worthy of being considered civilized. Her world was a combination of necessary brutality and compromised ethics, the only thing the broader wasteland could understand for the immediate future. Deep down, Royce hoped that she would live to see something better come from this. Elsewhere, deep underground, 2 Securitrons and a correctional officer stood outside the vault door. "Food's here!" "You know the drill," the guard shouted. He watched on the monitor of one of the robots as its occupant turned to the wall, holding his hands behind his head. "Commence opening," the guard ordered. Laboriously, the heavy steel door cracked open, the robots leveling all their weapons at the ready as the guard made his way inside. He took a glance at the occupant's massive frame, placing the tray down by the mass of dollar bills on the floor. "So, read any good books lately?" the guard joked. "Any literature you'd like to share with your old buddy Max?" The occupant just took a moment to sniff the air. "Beef and potatoes," the occupant rumbled. "One of these days I hope you'll bring me the heart of a deathclaw. Sorry, Padre. The only requests we do are final ones." Max shrugged as he turned away. The door sealed behind him. The Padre grabbed the tray in a fist and poured its contents down his throat in a single gulp. Throwing it with the others, Padre Hex made his way over to the mound of useless money he used as a bed. Resting his heavy frame, the formerly fiery supermutant pondered what the spirit of the Great Cataclysm had in store for him. He had spent years in this prison, his devotion to the cause tested every day, every hour and minute. Once he had felt a strand of hope when a careless guard, the one before Max, let slip that his men had staged an attack on the prison, the first raid since the prison's first occupant had managed to escape, but alas, they had clearly not been as successful. Still, when a disciple has nothing, they still have faith. Padre Hex could do nothing but sit and wait, for if nothing else, he still had his passion, his will, and all the time on this doomed world. One day, the door would open, and no one, not the warden, not the governor, not even the rotting soul of humanity itself, would stop him on his holy right to bring about the rebirth of the world as others saw it. Excerpt from the Judicial Marshal Basic Training Guide and Manual, Sierra Madre's Super Maximum Security Prison. Look, if we're going to say we're civilized, we may as well act the part. For Class 3 felonies or higher, detainees are to be escorted to the designated drop site immediately upon sentencing. Prison staff are to receive the detainee and escort them to the penitentiary, where their terms will begin. Please consult with the security pamphlet for a more detailed rundown of procedures and protocol regarding the Sierra Madre. Also, a reminder, we can't control the ghost people, we can only corral them. The holograms we can control, but if you are detected in an unauthorized area, we cannot guarantee your safety, Commissioner Floyd Wilson.